Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect the host? So funny, Shad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
To the west, and you and everyone you know are dead. All of you. Because you can't survive it. It's not possible unless you're very, very lucky. And your kids die too.
We're live?
We're live. Back.
Yay! It's almost New Year's, Shad.
What
are you doing for New Year's?
I'm gonna celebrate the New Year's.
Do you have any New Year's resolutions?
Yep. I'm gonna become basically
Be
a
less
whole.
annoying.
No. I'm basically gonna become a whole.
Yeah, 6 subs.
Yes, Drunken Crow.
Because Chef's taking forever to tell us what his New Year's resolution is. Mine is to get 6,666 subs by the end of the year.
By the end of this year? That we're
Not
in
this
right
year,
now?
the following year.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, we're growing pretty good lately.
Because of the Boogie stream. Did you see that one comment or one long-time fan sent us?
Yeah, I don't know why she doesn't like me. She came and commented on my thing the other day, and she's being all mean. Yeah, on my stream, and she was being all mean to me. And it's like, what did I ever do to you, you poopy fart face?
Well, according to, Kino, we were trying to get her to justify her feelings.
Okay, well, that's messed up. So, never mind. I'm on her side.
Yeah.
I'm on
for
her side.
For those of you who don't know, there's this pink-haired-eyed cunt that comes in time to time and talks trash. And, she was in somebody else's Discord. One time I went in there and she was just insulting me because it was like Kino and Spec talking trash. And then when I asked her, like, what's your problem? Because she was just randomly insulting me. Kino then freaked out and she's like, she doesn't need to justify her feelings. So me asking her what her issue is me trying to get her to justify her feelings. And apparently that was that makes me 100% in the wrong in that scenario.
Gene.
What?
Shut up. Someone that's
Crow's
more important. Here. Yeah, someone that's more important than you is here. Crow, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Better be doing
really
good. If you weren't doing good, I was gonna make you do good.
Talking about New Year's, you know what I find to be kind of annoying with some people?
Yeah.
And I think this is a form of pseudo-intellectualism. You know when people will claim that I don't believe in New Year's resolutions. A person can make resolutions whenever they want to. Don't you think those people are just fucking annoying? It's like, no shit. Everyone knows that if you want to start losing weight, you don't got to wait till New Year's. It's just something fun to do when you get together with a bunch of friends and drink on New Year's. It's a conversation starter. That's it. Don't you think those people are pretentious, morons? They made a discovery. You can make resolutions whenever you want.
I don't know. I think they're just being realistic about it, though. I mean, it's true.
No, they do it when people are just drinking and it's like, hey, does anyone got any New Year's resolutions? It's like, oh, I don't believe in New Year's resolutions. You can make resolutions whenever you want. You don't think they're just trying to be annoying and contrarian?
They go out of their way to say that every single time somebody brings up a resolution or something. That's something I could see myself had said in the past. Because it's true. It's like saying that,
guy.
It's like saying, that You don't have to wait to Christmas to get somebody a present or something. You just get them a present because you want to make them happy.
I don't think people are making that argument that you can only have them on New Year's. It's just something to do as a conversation starter. That's it.
Well, I think New Year's resolutions in and of itself is stupid because, like, most of the things, like, oh, people want to lose weight. Okay, well, here comes the Super Bowl. They're gonna fucking eat. Here comes Valentine's Day. Lots of fucking chocolate. March, St. Patty's Day. You're gonna fucking drink. And if your New Year's resolution is not to drink, you're probably gonna fucking drink. And if you're alone on Valentine's Day, you're probably gonna drink.
Oh,
I want to be alone with you.
The fault of the individual for not sticking to the resolution.
You're a revolution, Jane.
Well, anyway, I know Crow likes history. So this is the same dude that was trying to argue that the Crusades were really awesome and that the Inquisition was really awesome.
Hold on,
so
Gene.
He's gonna what?
Can I get something real quick?
What are you getting?
Apple juice.
Right when we're about to start the video.
Get apple juice. Hold on.
Oh my god.
How far into the stream are we?
We're currently 6 minutes into the stream, 6 minutes, 40 something seconds, and he's already gotten up.
Not even 10-minute mark.
And he could have done that before the stream started. Well, anyway, this dude is going to try to argue that colonialism was really awesome. But to be fair, he hasn't titled it that. So let's see where he's going to go with this.
Hundreds, European adventurers set out at sea and began what is today called the Age of Discovery. Explorers like Christopher Columbus and Ferdinand Magellan changed history forever and charted courses around the world. The discovery of North and South America led to colonization. This is defined as the movement of people from one land to another in order to settle it or control it. Colonization of the Americas began a new chapter of world history, one where Europe would be at the forefront.
Okay, so it started a new chapter of world history. I'd say any historical event starts a new chapter in history.
Spanish, Portuguese, English.
You could say that about like any war, any notable event, any inauguration of any new leader.
English, French, Italian, and more. Many European ethnicities.
Yeah, all white countries.
All played a role in exploring the New World. Colonization and its surrounding events continue to have massive effects on geopolitics today. The United States, the most powerful country in the world, is a product of colonization.
Define most powerful country, and then being the most powerful country in certain standards, like having the I guess greatest military, might not be a good thing. And saying that a country's the most powerful in certain areas doesn't change the fact that they might be lagging behind other countries in other areas. And how do you determine which country is the best or the greatest or the most powerful country? So you got a lot of the nuance there that this guy's ignoring. But I'm sure he's got a lot of the right-leaning, I guess, policies for why he thinks America's the greatest, because we got lots of guns and weapons.
I'm the greatest.
If you live in the Western Hemisphere, the odds are you wouldn't be here without colonizers. Today,
okay, you're like saying, your great ancestor 30 generations back, they were a slave and they were raped, and that's how you that's why you're here. So if slavery and rape weren't a thing, it wouldn't exist. So therefore, because a bunch of people wouldn't exist because of those things, hey, the butterfly effect. Your mother was going to an appointment during 9/11, but then because 9/11 happened and there was a traffic jam, she went to Starbucks instead, and that's where she met your dad. So, hey, I guess it's a good thing 9/11 happened. Go ahead, Chad.
I think we should cut that out, make a little soundbite of Gene just saying what he.
Okay, what were you gonna say before?
Well, yeah, as if bad things can't possibly have some sort of good outcome in any way, shape, or form. It's that's how life works. Sometimes there's some sort of, even if it's just the tiniest bit of some sort of good outcome in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes bad things lead to can lead to good things, or at least subjectively good things. Like
World War II, a bunch of people probably met the love of their life in World War II. This one soldier met a nurse and they fell in love. It doesn't change the fact that World War II was fucking terrible.
Yeah,
all the human rights violations that took place.
Because love was made.
And what about all the people who probably would have been born that weren't because of it? What about all the people that died because of it?
Of colonization vary depending on who you ask. Some paint it as a simple evil and put huge emphasis on things like slavery and the wrongs done to native populations.
I think colonialism is okay if you find some vacant land where nobody lives there. So if you find some islands where there aren't any indigenous people and you decide to make it part of your land and establish some new settlements there, fine. I think the problem is when other people are there already and you're displacing the original inhabitants. And unfortunately, in 99% of cases, that's usually what's going on.
This point of view has become especially common among young people. Polls in recent years show that 79% of Americans under the age of 30 say that white people...
we got to go back to how all the boomers thought. Older generations, they had things figured out with racial segregation and everything, Jim Crow laws.
...are oppressors. The way we understand the history of colonization affects not only our view of the past, but our view of the present. Of course, this extremely narrow anti-colonial viewpoint leaves out massive context and critical facts. Colonization is an important issue that deserves to be treated with more seriousness than it is. As students of history, we must seek the historical truth through knowledge, understand the context of historical events, and recognize that people in the past were...
I guarantee you he's not going to do any of that.
Yeah, in his last videos, it was so easy to pick it apart, all the stuff he glossed over. So he definitely isn't abiding by what he's preaching
just
here.
Like us, who lived in different circumstances. In this video, I'll be explaining key facts about colonization that you weren't taught.
I wasn't taught.
Here's the thing. When it comes to different circumstances, I do agree that some people can be a bit extreme, where it's hey, we got to cancel this person because they owned a slave or something. It's okay, that, I think people acting like they wouldn't contribute to some of the things that were terrible but accepted in the time if they lived back then, I think might be giving themselves a bit too much credit. But the problem is that still doesn't make it okay, and we should still address the positives and negatives throughout human history. And it's okay, you may have had an explorer like Christopher Columbus, where he charted all these new routes from Europe to the Americas and so forth. So he deserves some credit there, but the thing is, he did participate in slavery and so forth, and that's fucked up. And we should probably teach kids that there's nuance, and instead of making it where, hey, this person is all good, all bad, let's paint them as some kind of superhero, you need to show that, history is also full with a bunch of atrocities and much less desirable sort of acts took place. And the point is, for the longest time, we do like to depict presidents and a lot of historical figures as being these saints. We depict them as being these very humble and altruistic kind of heroes, Thomas Edison, stuff like that. Then people find out that, they were human. Some of them did much more inexcusable things than others, Andrew Jackson. I think, we should take him off the money. He did engage in genocide when it came to the Trail of Tears. But sometimes, with Thomas Edison, I think people are kind of being a bit obnoxious, and they're going in the opposite direction, being completely black and white, where because they weren't perfect, therefore they're completely evil. And we shouldn't go to that extreme either. But I think the reason why younger people are going to that extreme is because they probably feel like they were being lied to, because they're giving these kind of Veggie Tales, PBS Kid sort of renditions of history, where we like to depict these people as being these Mr. Rogers, absolutely humble saints, that they were just about exploration and invention, and they were just about moving society forward. And then you look back on it, and you know what? Humanity sucks. Humans suck. And a large percentage of people, they did some fucked up things.
Yeah.
In this video, I'll be talking about men who explored
also
the New World.
when people look back, they're like, oh yeah, they were human just like us. I mean, there's nothing different, but oh yeah, they owned slaves. And then they're like, oh yeah, they owned slaves. I wouldn't do that back then. even if I did, I would have slaves, but I wouldn't whip them. Like, no.
I wouldn't whip them. I would treat my slaves good.
People are full of shit. I think with a lot of these questions, it's just look at the kind of fucked up things people support now, where it's just because they're not spoon-fed that it's wrong. They still, like, hitting your kids. Even people today, it's like there are polls that show that the majority of Americans aren't against corporal punishment. It's going down a little bit, but it's like you're taught that if you just slap an adult across the face, it's assault. They're not going to defend somebody because you get mad at somebody that you get into an argument with over a parking dispute. If you slap another adult across the face, no one's going to argue that you shouldn't have charges pressed against you. But then if you slap a kid across the face, a child, people like to defend it. And it's like when you're one of those people where something like that, you're not able to use basic fucking logic to be like, hey, look, I'm contradicting myself here. I think those people are delusional if they think they wouldn't engage in the same kind of self-justification that people engage in all the time to like rationalize their like immoral decisions. And what people did back then is we're helping them. We're bringing them into modernity, which was bullshit. Like they claimed that colonialism was to help these less developed people come into a more sophisticated way of life and existence. And the reason they were colonizing those lands was for expansion and for cheap labor, cheap resources. It was a form of just exploitation. That's what it was. But you know what? One thing human beings love to do, and the science is on my side here, is the self-serving bias, where people find ways to engage in mental gymnastics to justify their bad behavior. And you can see that people do it today. Hey, all these like civilian deaths, children dying in Palestine and Gaza. Well, hey, they voted Hamas into power. Hamas is using them as shields. They attacked us first. It's like, it doesn't justify bombing a bunch of innocent people. It's just people do it today, and I think people are full of shit when it's like, yeah, I'm going to defend what's going on in the Gaza Strip, but I wouldn't have slaves back then.
To explore the internet safely, you need to check out the sponsor of this video, NordVPN. NordVPN lets you protect...
fuck your... Where's the...
No, we should watch this.
No.
Address the controversies surrounding colonization, and then end by going over the positives of colonization. Be sure to watch to the end because you aren't going to want to miss those.
And I mean, could you find some positives? Or maybe you should wait till he gets to it.
Colonization of some form or another has gone on since the ancient world. When a society becomes healthy and thriving, it often looks to expand to new lands and shores. Expanding outward...
Yeah, but one of the issues is that when, like in the same way we understand that today slavery is wrong, we're starting to understand that expansionism is wrong. Throughout most of human history up until World War II, or I'd say World War I, like pretty much expansionism was viewed as a sign of worth, and it wasn't necessarily viewed as an unethical thing. You look at the Ukraine annexing or Russia annexing Crimea from Ukraine, that's a big deal. It's international news. Everyone's talking about it. Throughout pretty much all of human history or all of the Renaissance and early modern age, people like one nation taking over another nation and stuff was just viewed as a way of like establishing your nation's worth and greatness. And that's why World War I was classified as the war to change all wars, because people started to see, because you had a society of people who were literate, and you had this thing known as like industrial printing, where people could read articles on what was going on, and freedom of the press started to be something taken seriously. And there was this thing called radio and television, so people could see that, hey, fucked up things were going on overseas. So because people were more informed, society started to come to the conclusion that, you know what, maybe war is not necessarily a good thing. And colonialism, just because expansionism was ubiquitous throughout all of human history, doesn't mean that it was a good thing that was happening.
Is one of the primary signs that a civilization is working. The ancient Greeks, for example, were famous colonizers. They spread themselves all across the Mediterranean. Greek culture and trade flourished.
And a lot of expansion, like throughout all of human history, when there's expansionism, usually you'd have people put in caste systems, where if people were from other like territories where they fell into a different ethnic group, because human beings love putting people into groups, they were treated like second-class citizens, and they didn't have the same rights when it came to voting and so forth. And much of expansionism was about like, hey, we're going to we're going to appoint like certain lords and like viceroys, like sort of monarchs in these different cities, territories, and so forth. And usually most people were illiterate peasants. So they didn't really treat everyone equally. So that's another common theme when it comes to like imperialism throughout human history. What were you going to say, Crow?
Okay, so back then, or we're talking about Greeks and ancient people colonizing areas. Back then, there wasn't 7 billion fucking people. Like, so they could go to an island and pretty much just establish a town or a city there. It wasn't like, oh, hey, I'm going to New York. We're going to take it over. This is ours now. It was just like, oh, this is a good place. We can, fish, blah, blah, blah. And then they just established a town there. It wasn't fucking taking over people.
And one of the big issues is when it comes to society, one thing people ignore is that if you have something beyond just a city-state, once you have like a society before the day and age where there's like the internet and like radio and stuff, and people can communicate efficiently abroad, pretty much there was some group that used like corruption or like military force to bring all of these different city-states under one banner and one government. And if you go back and look at your history and societies like all over the map, that's usually human beings fucking suck, and that's usually how things happened. Is that eventually one city-state becomes the dominant like area in that region when it comes to wealth and power. That's where the aristocrats move. They have most of the power over the other city-states. Then it becomes the 1% and that wealth and power pyramid distribution. And then eventually, like that amalgamation of city-states, which becomes one like nation-state, starts to have more wealth and power over smaller nation-states around it, and then it assimilates them. And a lot of it is just history covers the 1%. Most people were peasants and slaves. So that is something where society sucks, human history sucks. It's like today, where it's a small percentage of people that control all the world's wealth, and the governments are fucking corrupt. People got to start paying attention to more of the dark side of humanity and human history.
Across multiple continents for centuries. The Phoenicians, a people native to the Middle East, were another ancient group who were successful colonizers. Carthage, a city you may have heard of, was their most successful colony. It would go on to challenge Rome for control of the Mediterranean world. The point I'm making here is the colonization was by no means something that started in the 1500s by Europeans, even if Europeans would...
I think the average person knows that. I think even people that like aren't that well read when it comes to history are well aware that colonialism was ubiquitous throughout human history.
Go on to be the most successful colonizers in history.
That's not a good thing. That's like, hey, Genghis Khan, like at the point of his like campaign or whatever, he annexed more land than anyone else before him. He was a barbaric warlord. It's like in the end, he committed mass genocide. It's like you look at the Soviet Union. That was one of the largest states ever. It still was like full of fucking atrocities and human rights violations. And you can have a society that does well when it comes to military expansionism and like being able to control people, like using fascism and authoritarian means. That doesn't necessarily mean that the quality of life is that great amongst all the citizens.
The Age of Discovery started at the end of the 15th century. It was driven by many different factors. Contrary to what some think, Europe was already a prospering civilization long before colonization. The 1400s are known as the Late Middle Ages. Europe had recovered from the Black Plague and was excelling in commerce, religion, art, and urban development.
Like he's the same person that claimed the Middle Ages weren't really that thing. And this is a common trend. Like you see PragerU and a lot of these other more religious right-leaning sort of like media platforms trying to claim that the Middle Ages weren't really that bad. Yeah, they were. You know why they want to defend the Middle Ages?
Religion.
Yeah, because it's when the church controlled everything, and it was one of the worst periods to be alive in European history. And it was one of the greatest periods of stagnation. And that's the thing, like the Middle Eastern, like kingdoms and dynasties in the Ottoman Empire were starting to like like they were surpassing Europe during the Middle Ages and were ahead of Europe in the Middle Ages. Why? Because of religion, people stopped like pursuing academics, and they stopped pursuing more like scientific fields. And like Middle Eastern societies, like Arabic societies, they were using techniques when they annexed the Balkans, like that they learned from the ancient Greeks, like certain like scientific, like Platonic scientific sort of documentation. They were using it to advance like their like fields of mathematics and medicine and so forth. And because they didn't have the kind of like draconian sort of attitude that the Catholic Church had when it came to beheading people and torturing people if they went against the church, they started to surpass Europe. And it wasn't until the end of the Middle Ages where Europe started to catch up and surpass the other like nations. Why? Because they started to introduce this thing known as secularism.
Also, the Romans did the same thing when they conquered an area. They would be like, yeah, you can worship whoever you want as long as you're like, we consider you part of the Roman Empire, but you're technically not citizens, but you can do whatever you want.
And I would say from the late Bronze Age, so around the time of like Carthage and like ancient Greece and so forth, and up until like the early industrial age, I'd say that pretty much all of like the major societies in Eurasia, so Europe, the Middle East, and the Far East, were at the same level of development. I'd say you look at the societies in like ancient India, the Indus Valley people, the Mongol and Carnatic like empires. You look at all the dynasties in China. You look at the Persian Empire, the Ottoman Empire. I'd say that they all, like, there were minor like peaks and valleys where one might slightly be above the other in terms of development, but for the most part, I'd say that they were all pretty much at the same level in terms of development up until the industrial age.
Wait, John.
Research indicates that by the 14th...
What?
Can you, like, 5 seconds... Well, actually, no, you're good there. I want to ask Trubisky a question.
Yeah.
So which famous person comes from the kingdom of Wallachia?
King
and where
Arthur.
Is it now?
King Arthur.
John, now, do you know, John?
Vlad the Impaler?
Yeah, Vlad the Impaler. Where is it now? Or what is it called now?
Isn't it? It's what? Slovenia? No, it's you got Austria-Hungary, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and it's south of. Forget. I'm having a brain fart moment.
Y'all are
I
gay.
believe it's Romania.
Romania? Oh, really?
1500s, parts of Europe like northern Italy were the most developed in the entire world. You can see on this map how in the year 1500, before any major colonies were established, Western Europe already had a serious portion of the world's wealth. Economic historians...
Okay, so if we're going to talk about colonialism, it was something like India, before it was colonized, controlled like a third of the world's GDP. And then once it became a colony, it went down to something like 6-8% of the world's GDP. So that would be a good example of how like colonialism really didn't help. And India had a greater GDP than like most of the countries in Europe. So, and the thing is, throughout history, you're going to see minor peaks and valleys, where when it comes to like human development, you might see that, okay, like they've slightly surpassed people in this dynasty, this kingdom or whatever, but things were pretty consistent throughout all these societies throughout Eurasia up until like the early industrial age. So like what he's doing right here is selection bias. It's like, hey, look at this particular year, look at this brief glimpse of time where they were slightly ahead of these other societies. Therefore, that makes Europe the greatest like part of the planet, and therefore it was a good thing that they decided to take over the entire globe.
Like Professor Stephen Broadberry have shown that Western Europe had already achieved a higher standard of living than places like Asia by the late 1300s. Islamic piracy that had devastated Mediterranean commerce for centuries had been driven back. European navies had gained naval supremacy and could protect their coasts better than ever before. The Reformation had also not yet occurred.
But one of the reasons why they had naval supremacy is because look at the geography in Europe. Like, you can refer to Europe as a peninsula. Europe is surrounded by sea and ocean, the Baltic Sea, the Mediterranean Sea. Britain, which was the major colonial power, is an island. So it makes sense that they had more incentive to invest in like maritime or naval technology. China had some pretty advanced like naval technology. The problem is that you had like the Qin dynasty, which was one massive state. And throughout most of human history, China consisted of dozens of different dynasties and stuff that were constantly warring with each other. So it's kind of like how for the longest time, Europe was pretty much just the Roman like empire. So that's what like China was at. And because of that, they had no need to expand any further. They probably would have collapsed and so forth. And in Europe, there happened to be like dozens of European societies warring with each other. So plus due to the fact that there's a lot of like coastal borders, maritime borders and stuff, they had an incentive to invest in naval technology. So it's just happenstance that the cards happen to fall into their lap. Plus, when it comes to neighboring regions to travel to via sea, the Atlantic Ocean is a lot smaller and a lot easier to like traverse and to travel to and back from compared to the Pacific Ocean. And it's not just based on the size and like the currents and so, or like just how like rough the like tides are and everything. When you look at a map of like the wind like currents and stuff, the Pacific Ocean, it's going to constantly push ships back towards the coast of like China and countries in like the East Pacific. When it comes to Europe, the like here, maybe I should look at a map of this. Talk to the chat, Chad. Oh my God, Shabisky.
And he's still here.
Oh, I thought he got up and left right when I told him to look at the chat.
Okay, now he disappeared. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh my God. You talk to the chat, Crow.
What the... Shabisky, what the fuck? How's that apple juice, Shabisky?
Pretty good. Drunken Crow, you excited about my new computer? That's why...
Okay, Shab, stay on topic.
Oh.
Like, I'm looking something up and it's like, hey, talk to the chat. And then what you do is you just, like, I don't know what you were doing. But then it's like when you are on, it's like, hey, let's talk about something that's not related at all.
Drunken Crow. Drunken Crow, I'm a victim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here you see that, like, the wind currents will actually take them to... like this is in Far East Asia. So essentially it keeps like circulating back to these Pacific. So this is one of the big reasons why they didn't really make much contact with the Americas before the Europeans. Because not only is it larger, but it's very hard using wind sails to actually navigate these kind of tides. And it's just Europeans, they won the lottery when it came to geography, when it came to like naval expansion. And a lot of people like the douchebag watching the stream might not, or the douchebag that we're commenting on, he might not admit it.
Douchebag watching this stream.
Yeah. He might not admit it, but he's probably going to play the stupid game of like, oh, it's because white people are just superior, and it's because of their like they're the master race, and that's why they were able to come up with this technology and everything. And a lot of it is just happenstance. Why was Africa less developed than Eurasia? Because most of Africa's land is not suitable for agriculture. Humans had to migrate out of Africa in order to start agrarian societies because they just didn't have the means to do it in Africa. It wasn't because of an issue of genetics or cognition.
And most of the European continent had religious unity through the Catholic Church. Historian Alfred W. Crosby noted that in Columbus's day, Europe had the highest degree of mechanical and technological knowledge in the world. A classic...
Okay, so when was that book published? And he probably had a bias in the favor of, like, Europe. So, and plus, when it came to, like, academics, when it came to things like, I don't know, like your social sciences, like geography, sociology, and stuff, they didn't really have the best means to travel abroad and study like the current sort of like political climate and culture in other countries. So things were much less, like I'd say, reliable when it came to academics back then when it came to those particular subjects.
The sign of a healthy civilization is whether it's expanding outwards or collapsing inwards. Colonization at this time should be seen as a healthy, powerful Europe reaching out to new parts of the world.
When did societies collapse inwards? It's usually when they expanded too far. So that's a common theme that you see throughout human history, is that they start taking over all these foreign lands and all these people they try to indoctrinate into their own religion, their own culture, their own way of life. And then people don't like being, like, I guess, conquered and subjugated to that kind of crap. So they tend to rebel. And then you have a bunch of coups and resistance movements and stuff. And then eventually more people start to secede and the empire will collapse. So that's also a common theme throughout human history.
Also, one famous person that recognized that was Emperor Hadrian. And that's why the Hadrian Wall was erected.
See, that's why all great countries like America need a wall.
Are in decline and their birth rates have collapsed. In fact, one could easily make the argument that modern Europe is being colonized by mass immigration. To put it simply,
God. Fuck this dude. It's like, okay, Europe still is, if you look at countries based on development and like just wealth, quality of life, is still one of the most developed parts or one of the most developed regions on the planet. So maybe one of the reasons why people are migrating there, it is for that very reason. And a lot of countries that are currently really fucked up, like in Africa and stuff, it's because of colonialism. So, I mean, maybe people would have less of a need to migrate if they weren't dealing with some of the long-term like consequences of the expansionism of those countries they're migrating to. But here's the thing. He's acting like, oh, God, like Europe is in decline. It's going downhill. It's like, I think they're doing okay. If you look at Denmark, if you look at France, they're dealing with issues, but you'll see that unrest and certain like notable political social issues have been ubiquitous all throughout human history. But also, no, it's because of all the liberals and stuff in the modern age. That's why society's going downhill. Europe needs to get back to like its level of greatness that it was during the colonial age. Go ahead, Crow.
Also, I think if you're equating immigrating due to whatever reason to colonizing, I think you're in the wrong. And that's what this person is doing.
And plus, it's like the negative effects of like immigration. People on the right love to inflate it. It's like in the United States where you look at all the states that border Mexico where they are dealing with the overwhelming majority of illegal immigration in the country. And all the people living on the borders tend to be in favor of it. The only red state is Texas, but then look at a map of Texas. All of the more densely populated areas or heavily populated areas are blue, and they're all on the border. It's only in the more sparse municipalities up north in Texas that are against it. So it's like, why is it all these red states in like the Midwest or parts of the South that aren't even on the border that are obsessed with migration? When you look at the percent of like illegal like migrants living in their state, and it's very low. It's not even an issue they are dealing with. And the people, if you do call it an issue, who are dealing with it, they tend to like not have a problem with it. They tend to be pro like immigration. So it's like, how about you let the people that are actually living in the towns where there's a lot of traffic of like migration? Why don't you let them deal with it? Why don't you worry about your own stuff when you're living in bumfuck nowhere? And it's like, stop focusing on this boogeyman that doesn't even affect you.
In the late 1400s was a growing and vibrant place bustling with life.
Yes, that.
Missions of colonization to the New World would put this vigor on full display. Any suggestion that colonization was done by desperate, poor Europeans is absurd. Europe at the time of colonization already had wealth. But there would be one pivotal event that kicked off the Age of Exploration: the rise of the Ottoman Empire and the fall of Constantinople. By 1453, the
Ottoman Empire did colonize like close to a third of Europe. They mostly colonized the Balkans, but two wrongs don't make a right. And like he's probably going to make that argument that because they colonized Europe, that made it okay for the European countries to colonize other parts of the globe. And it in a way was kind of a catalyst to the age of exploration, because that they did cut off trade from the East and the West, the Silk Road, due to like pretty much controlling all of the territory that you need to navigate through to get to the other part of the continent. But because of that, one of the big reasons why there was more emphasis on maritime trade was to find alternative trade routes to the Far East. So in a way, one realm of colonialism led to another realm of colonialism. But here's the thing. Why did the Ottoman Empire come into existence? A lot of it was because the Crusades. And you could argue, playing the butterfly effect game, that maybe if the Crusades didn't happen, and maybe if like the Europeans weren't constantly butting heads and warring with those like Arabs, like states in the Middle East, maybe they wouldn't have assimilated into one super state and then cut off trade from the East and the West. So it's like you can play this whataboutism throughout history as much as you want. It doesn't change the fact that two wrongs don't make a fucking right.
Yeah, they do, Gene. You don't know,
Parts of Eastern Europe. This was in spite of several Christian coalitions that tried to stop it. Due to the hostility between Christians and Muslims, the Ottomans used their newfound strength to cut off European trade routes to Asia. The Ottomans controlled the ancient Silk Road.
They're so evil because, like, yeah, European societies never do stuff like that.
Which was the main route of trade between Europe and Asia. Europe losing access to this commerce had the potential to be economically devastating. Thus, European societies had to innovate to find new paths to Asia around the Ottomans. Exploring sea routes was the best option. Scientists of the time period already figured out that the world was round, so it was only a matter of finding the safest and quickest way to Asia. To do this, Prince Henry the Navigator of Portugal perfected the caravel ship model. This was a new model of ship that was perfect for long-distance sea travel. It was small, maneuverable, and fast, good on both oceans and rivers.
Could you do that, Gene?
Its development and the work of...
Could you design a ship, you dumb bitch?
I could if I spent my time on it.
Right. Right. You don't know nothing, Gene. Tell him, Drunken Crow.
Henry, to sponsor exploration missions, are credited with starting the Age of Discovery. As it turned out, the New World ended up being much
starting the Age of Discovery. I think that's bullshit because the Vikings discovered North America almost 500 years before Columbus did.
Age of Discovery is just a term given to a time period, like the Renaissance. So it's just a time range. Like you could say that, what is it? Like when people talk about, hey, ancient history and stuff, you could say that it's not that ancient because most of human history, people are hunters and gatherers, and recorded history is only 1%. So it's just a name they give to a particular time range.
European kingdoms like Spain and Portugal realized its potential to strengthen their empires. Conquering the native tribes and subjugating them to the crown was seen as common sense, especially given the European technological superiority.
So was it a good thing that they were like subjugated to the crown?
The Age of Empires. Groups trying to conquer each other was just how it was.
I'd say it was always the Age of Empires until very, very recently, post-World War II.
The two biggest states in the Americas before colonization were the Aztec and Incan empires. Emphasis on empires. Do people think they got their land through sunshine and friendship? The discovery of the New World also created an unprecedented situation for the
Actually,
Church.
Some people did get their land through sunshine and friendship. Actually,
I'd say
Gene?
It's the exception to the rule, though.
But
it's like I said, he's pointing to the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incas, and they were empires. And it's the same thing. A lot of people, where you go outside the outskirts of the capital land, and there were caste systems and shit like that. But that's something that you've seen in empires all across the globe. But it's another example of, did it really make it better? That it's like Animal Farm. Or I guess a better analogy would be like the Soviet Union. It's like, hey, the Russian like monarchs, they were terrible and evil, and they oppressed the people. So I guess we should give Stalin a pass. Because since one evil like dictator took over who was much worse and more oppressive, I guess that go ahead, Crow.
Yeah, he's focusing on the word empires, but you could use that for, I mean, I don't know the exact
semantics.
Well, yeah, but so like the American Empire. I mean, you can instead of country, you can use empire because you control a certain amount of land you have borders, and if anyone tries to take up a certain part, oh yeah, you go to war.
I'd say the definition of like an empire, I do think it relies on whatever the state is, it's trying to expand. And it's in the process of expanding as much as possible. I'd say that it made sense to call America an empire during like the 19th century. I'd say post-Confederate, or post-Civil War, I don't know if I think it's kind of a stretch to say it's an empire. I mean, there was the Spanish-American War where we started grabbing land from Spain to be like, hey, look, we're going to prove we're a power. So I'd say that there was some level of imperialism there, but I don't think America is currently, unless you're going to say that like our military bases, you could use that in a more hypothetical sense, but I don't think we technically fall within the definitions of an empire. But it's semantics.
Of vast new lands and peoples meant that there were untold millions who had never been reached with the true faith. Jesus himself.
So there we go. That's why they should be thankful, because they weren't Christian, they weren't Catholic, and this is why colonialism is so awesome, because all these people, like, they had their Jesus religions, which are obviously the wrong religion, and they were presented with the right religion. That's why they don't know how grateful they are. They wouldn't have Christianity if it wasn't for the Europeans.
There was some, I can't remember who it was, but they were African American, and they were like defending slavery. Like, oh, well, if there wasn't slavery and Christianity, we wouldn't have been born in America. Like, you're defending a lot of different stuff there.
Like, you could always say that, hey, because fucked up things happen to certain people in the past, it has that, like, kind of, like, unfortunate or that kind of ironic positive effect, like, cascade effect later among the line. But there's a lot of people that, like, overall, slavery pretty much led to, like, once we abolished slavery, it led to Jim Crow laws. A lot of people definitely... much more people were oppressed, and there are a lot more negatives overall. Like, it's not black and white. So it's like the butterfly effect sort of whataboutism. It's like the analogy I used with like the Twin Towers, or like, hey, these people met during World War II, therefore World War II must have been a good thing. It's just, we're talking about things that are really fucking complicated, and things are never going to be all good or all bad.
Said, "Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you." For this reason, the Church has always had a missionary mandate. Many people went to the New World...
Now, here's the problem. When the Islamic sort of nations, like the Ottoman Empire, went in and annexed like close to a third of Europe, are you going to claim that what they did, they were doing those European states a favor? Teaching them the way of Allah? And bringing like Islam into their like way of life and stuff. So, but they clearly are practicing the wrong religion though. So that's what makes them the villains. We're the heroes because it's our religion.
He should practice what he preaches and go to North Sentinel Island.
Spread the faith to new shores. Now, it's important to define and describe exactly how European colonization worked. It took two main forms. The first form was to administer and economically benefit from areas populated by non-Europeans. Generally, these new areas were conquered, and the people living
to benefit the to benefit the people doing the conquering, not to benefit those who were conquered.
There were brought under the rule of a European dynasty. The Spanish conquest of Mexico is one such example of this. I'll talk more about that later. This type of colonization was also sometimes done in self-defense. For example, North Africa was colonized by Europeans mainly as a response to the non-stop piracy that was coming out of the region. France and Spain conquering Algeria and Morocco finally...
The piracy was mostly from... It was the, like, Salatian pirates. It was mostly Europeans committing the piracy. So it's like, hey, we're going to annex all of this territory in Africa because people from our region are engaging in piracy. It's like, well, like, if we're going to play the stupid in-group, out-group bias, it wasn't African pirates, it was European pirates. So they annexed all of North Africa because they had to deal with their own pirates.
Finally ended the reign of terror of the infamous Barbary pirates. If you don't want to get colonized, don't do piracy. But this type of...
Okay, this guy's a dumbass. So there probably were, or without a doubt, there were different groups of pirates from like northern African territories. But the problem is you had the Cilician pirates, and if you read about ancient Rome and that part of history, they were the big, like notable like group of people committing piracy. And it was pretty significant where entire Roman fleets had a difficult time dealing with them. They were pretty ubiquitous, and the overwhelming majority of them were like from places like Sicily and everything. They were not from fucking Africa. So this is more like selection bias. It's like, hey, some of the pirates were from like these different like borders in Africa. Therefore, this very large chunk of land where like the pirates make up a very small percentage of all the groups living amongst this large swath of land, all deserve to be colonized, when most of the piracy was coming from Europe. So what if the Africans came in and colonized the Europeans? Would they be in the right for doing it? Because, hey, don't commit piracy. And again, let's treat them like they're a Borg. Like, there were pirates in the region, therefore, like, all the people in those territories should be associated with the pirates.
Of conquest was just one form of colonization. The second main form was the process of bringing settlers from the Old World to the New World, creating essentially
because they want the land.
European outposts. It needs to be understood that not all of the lands colonized in the New World were already inhabited. Huge amounts of land was simply empty.
Yeah, but a lot of them were. So this is another thing. So what if there was this, like, whataboutism of they came to the Americas and they set up like Jamestown and stuff. They set up some cities and they didn't continue to move in west. So maybe there's some chunks of land where that make up like the 13 colonies, that like chunks of land in Canada and stuff. Okay, would that be completely unethical? They came in, like there weren't people, they weren't displacing people. Yeah, but the problem is there was a lot of displacement. And they didn't just stop in those vacant areas. They kept moving west and west and west. And there were a lot of human rights violations that took place. Like there was the Hillaby massacre, where it was a bunch of Native Americans that did not want to participate in the Civil War. So they sent a bunch of Union troops to shoot them all, to murder them all. Like subject the entire tribe, women and children, to firing squads. You had at the Britain like signed a treaty with the United States to establish a border on the, what is it, the 49th parallel. And one of the agreements they wanted was to like they wanted to partition the, was it Washington, Oregon, and Montana, or it was Idaho, Washington, and Montana. They wanted to allocate that land to the Native American groups that were being displaced. But then after they did that, America decided that they weren't going to abide by that agreement, and they went in and annexed that territory, which was essentially its own sovereign Native American state. So in the end, there were 1,000,001 opportunities to make it so, hey, here's an area where we will not continue to advance farther west. We will not continue to advance farther like northwest or whatever. And we will recognize like this as your own sovereign state. There were 1,000,001 opportunities, and they didn't stop until they had possession of all the land. So again, it's just let's not try to minimalize what actually happened.
South America are massive continents, and it wasn't really until the late 1900s that they truly started to fill out with people. As a side note, this is why Israel is not comparable to European colonization. Israel does not seek to make a colony.
And the thing is, when it comes to the American Indian Wars, people like to think of the one I talked about, like with Colonel Custard and the Oregon Territory. But the issue is there were wars that took place amongst like Americans and like different tribes all throughout America's history up to the like American Indian War that we know of. And there were some pretty significant battles. Like there were different like tribes that would do things where they would cut off like supply lines from different U.S. cities. Like they would do things like occupy certain train tracks and stuff. And I'm not saying they're in the wrong for doing that, but there was a notable level of resistance where they wanted to set up like a town in this one area near the river because it flows into the Mississippi, and they think it would be a good town for like a fur trade. And there's already a group of people living there, but they want that land, so you either move farther west or we genocide you. And that's how colonialism worked. It's just when people look at today, where it's like, hey, we were occupying Afghanistan, and it's like we weren't able to create stability. It's because, well, you can't take over countries now. And what they did throughout most of like human history is that you'd control the land, the people that were originally living there, let them do their thing. They can live in the outskirts of the city where all the like trade and stuff is taking place. But once you want to like start exploiting the land that's more inland and stuff for resources and so forth, if they don't cooperate, you kill them all. And it's just, you can't do that in this day and age.
Idea.
Well, you can't do that in this day and age if you want to take over a country, because
that's
then
why we need
expanding.
to make America great again, right,
No.
Gene? We need to go back to those times, right?
I'm saying if you want to take over a country, it's just, you can't just have some bases there and it's like a hopeless sort of trivial like pursuit. Like, if they don't want to comply, they don't want to comply. So just don't get involved. It's like what they did throughout most of human history is that if the party they were occupying didn't comply, they would just commit genocide and force them to. And of course, we know right from wrong, and that's why we shouldn't do that.
Those were the days, right, when we could commit genocide, Gene.
Of the Middle East, or economically benefit from.
Could you guys imagine the
Israel-Palestine conflict is
genocide
essentially
that would happen if John was one of those evil dictator, evil murder people? Dude, everybody would be dead.
Yeah, let's continue.
Race war between two ethnic groups who both claim they're indigenous to the same land. Zionist
was
Oh my god, and
complimenting
this
you,
is a
Gene.
good example of how like colonialism is having long-term effects, because this was land colonized by the British and French. It was then carved out for the Israelis for like Zionism when they were not living there since like the pre-Byzantine Empire. And they decided to displace all the Palestinians living there. Now look at what's going on. Shit hit the fan. So it's just, this is an example of why colonialism is more bad than good.
effectively seek to eliminate.
Wait,
the
hold on,
Palestinians,
John.
Which is nothing
Also,
like.
how is it a race war when both Jews and Muslims are Semitic?
Well, that's semantics, where it's like you have the Jewish race and then you have the Jewish religion. So that you got to specify which one you're talking about. Are you talking about the religion or the race?
Semitic, relating to or denoting a family of languages that includes Hebrew, Arabic, Aramaic, and certain ancient languages such as Phoenician and Akkadian, constituting the main subgroup of the Afro-Asiatic family. And then the second one is relating to the peoples who speak Semitic languages, especially Hebrew and Arabic.
Oh, did he mention them being Semitic, or did he mention?
No, he mentioned race war. So,
it could. You could say it's another thing where it's really complicated. You could say that there's a racial element involved. It's definitely like ethnicity. Like there's one group versus another group in terms of it's just and again, race is a social construct. When does one race end? When does another race begin?
Where I say it does.
it starts at the finish line or the starting line.
I'd say race is an element and religion's an element. It's a combination of the two. And
Gene, you're white. You're where it begins, okay?
exactly.
I'm a little more
most European
tan, I
colonization was
think.
about. Let's look at one classic example of colonization of the New World, the Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire. It was led by Hernan Cortez, the famous conquistador. Upon reaching Mexico, he told his men, "Brothers and companions, let us follow the sign of the cross with the true faith, and in it we shall conquer." He then ordered the destruction of their ships so that failure was not an option. The Spanish had 500 soldiers, 16 horses, and most importantly, firearms that the
Gene,
natives
why
had never seen
don't
before.
we get horses and soldiers? Like, God, we just boring.
Okay, good commentary.
With this, they conquered the Aztec Empire after
We
a
need to
2-year
do
war.
that.
Sometimes
What?
the Spanish are
What?
portrayed as barbaric. But let's look at what the natives were doing before they got there. The native Mexica practiced more human sacrifice than any other New World population.
Okay, so this is the same guy defending the Crusades, and they were torturing people and like beheading people if they did not abide by like what the Catholic Church claimed was, I guess, devout enough. And it's like, okay, they're barbaric because they were engaging in stupid religious rituals like sacrifice. But what about the Catholic Church?
Every imperial
but that's the right religion.
City and large town had a central square with a temple pyramid where human sacrifices were performed.
Apocalypse, yeah.
I think I've seen this.
Directed by fucking
Mel Gibson.
Yep.
The victim was laid on a table, and a priest would cut out his or her beating heart and hold it for worshippers to see. Aztec imperial law mandated 1,000 human sacrifices every year in every temple, which totaled nearly 20,000 victims annually. They did this because they believed the world came into being through the sacrifice of the gods, and they could only be sustained by the sacrifice of human blood.
They're backwards. Look at this kind of like faith that they like participated in and everything. I mean, God,
dude,
their belief in a magical sky god is so like barbaric and everything and primitive.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
stupid.
if only they followed the right belief and the right magical sky god.
Yeah, Jesus. Lord and Savior.
I point this out not only to show the reality of history, but also to give a sense of gravity to what losing to the Aztecs meant. Of course, the Aztecs weren't alone in practices like this. Tribes like the Goitaka were cannibalistic. Sources note how they not only ate humans for ritualistic purposes, but they enjoyed.
Okay, you could find like groups of people in all continental regions that have done shit like this, boiling people alive, engaging in forms of like torture and so forth. It's like, this is more just selective attention. I could make a video talking about how white Europeans are the worst group of people in human history, and I could just focus on nothing but genocides in Europe, Nazi Germany, and so forth. And it's like, see, they're all bad by only exclusively like focusing on the most horrific and extreme examples of unethical acts while ignoring any examples of unethical acts from other groups. This is more just selection bias.
Also, symbolically, Christians eat and drink the blood and the body of Christ. So, yeah, that's kind of fucking stupid.
And ate it for pleasure. European colonization brought an end to all of these practices. Now, the Spanish conquest of the Aztecs was
symbolically by there is blood.
Yeah, I know. I'm joking.
Superiority.
I was referencing the Scotty. Is that
blood thing? Scotty's a retard.
While your opponent does not, is obviously a major advantage. However, the conquest was significantly aided by other native tribes who hated.
It was their superior, like white person intelligence and strategy. That's how they.
Yeah, it's their white people. They're white. That's
over 200,000 natives joined the Spanish in a coalition to bring down.
So, okay, he's making this argument that, hey, a bunch of the natives joined the Spanish because they didn't like their rulers. Therefore, it was a good thing. It's like, okay, the reason why they helped them take out the monarchs of the Aztec Empire is because they wanted the land for their own. They were exploiting the people willing to fight by their side, so then they could take over the land and then exploit the people that they were liberating. And that is something you see throughout much of human history, where one evil, terrible ruler will be dethroned and replaced by the other evil, terrible ruler in this sort of Game of Thrones, House of Cards type of like power grab. And that's what it was. So it's not like they were any better than the original rulers. And it's like what I said with empires, all like we like to think of like, hey, like France, China, they're one collective, they're one group. And a lot of times you can keep splitting the ethnicities down where you have this one region and then you got different people and tribes and stuff living all over the place. And a lot of them, they don't like being under the rule of this one particular group of people living in this one city that's the head of this empire. And it's no different where you had like rebellions and revolutions up in Europe because people weren't happy with how they were being treated by the lords and the monarchs. So this is more just selective sort of fucking attention.
On the Aztecs. This coalition would be what defeated the Aztec Empire once and for all. This is how colonizers like the Spanish operated. Not simply smashing.
Look at how modest that person looks. Look at how humble they are.
People with brute force, but also using diplomacy and wit. The Spanish would go on to build the biggest colonial empire in the Americas.
Wit. That's what the Europeans had. They had wit.
Colonization is a topic
slavery and genocide.
And
with several contentious issues surrounding it. These things shouldn't be ignored, but addressed directly. First, let's look at the issue of slavery. A common narrative that's circulated today is what I like to call the uniquely evil whites slavery narrative. It essentially.
So there are people that spin that narrative, but they're the vocal minority. It's like, I live in Baltimore. I talk to lots of people who are black, and they don't think that all white people should be feel guilty over what their ancestors did. There's some people that have that mentality, but I think they're the exception of the rule. And I mean, one thing that gets more serious discussion is that because of not just slavery, but Jim Crow laws, you had this economic displacement where different Black and Hispanic communities pretty much your white Americans had 200 year head start. It wasn't until the 70s where on paper they were equal. So when it comes to wealth distribution, they definitely did receive a bad hand there. So because of that, it probably is maybe we should invest more in social institution to help address this sort of wealth or economic gap. That seems to be a more serious argument that is more popular that is brought up, but then you're going to deal with the straw man where it's just claiming that white people should feel guilty for what their ancestors did. And there are people like Black Israelites and stuff that make that argument, but I think they're the vocal minority.
Actually states that Europeans are uniquely evil for slavery and thus should be punished in the modern world.
The silly thing is that all of our ancestors probably raped way more than enslaved people. Not just ours, but everyone's ancestors.
Nope, just the Italians. Just the Italians.
And it's we don't sit around and making a big deal out of that, even though rape is a big deal, but it's gone. I don't know.
Here's the thing. One saying that I like to use is the history covers the 1%, because a lot of people will sit there and they'll they have this image in their head during the Victorian era or the Renaissance of somebody with a powdered wig. They're in a house with fancy architecture, a bookshelf in the background. They have their feathered pen and their well knit garb and everything. And people think that, hey, that's how people wore. Now people are just more crude and more street and stuff like that. And do you think people in that era would put up with this? And it's well, that image that you have in the back of your head there, that's the 1%. Most people were illiterate farmers. Most people in ancient Europe, it was something 70% of people were peasants. And then the population of slaves in the ancient world was a third of society. So what people like to ignore is the fact that today, where the overwhelming majority of Israelis have nothing to do with what the IDF and the government is doing. The overwhelming majority of Palestinians have nothing to do with what Hamas is doing. The overwhelming majority of Russian citizens have nothing to do with what Putin's doing. When you look at shit that America does overseas, you're going about your day-to-day life, trying to get by, working your 9-to-5 job. So this is where it's treating people like they're aboard. Slavery in America, throughout most of human history, it was the rich plantation owners. It was the aristocrats, the landowners. They were the ones engaging in it. So this is something where a lot of people do ignore that a very, very large percentage of people did not have a direct involvement. And even though they had more rights than the slaves or whatever, and even though they had a better lifestyle, they still, in a lot of ways, were also oppressed by the 1%, just not as oppressed. So there's that pyramid again. So that is something that I think kids need to be more well educated in regards to when it comes to human history.
Yeah, and the thing is I'm not saying it wasn't a big deal in the way that it matters still today, the slavery that happened, because systematically there's people that they are not like there's like when people became slaves, they got stripped of their money and rights and so forth, and
weren't stripped. They didn't have any money or rights to begin with because they were taken from their homeland. Maybe they had money and rights there, but they were forced into this other society with no money or rights at all.
Well, I mean, there's probably some black people that came over other than that too, right? I mean,
I'd say that would be a very, very small percentage.
They got turned into slaves because they were black too, or is that no? Okay, never mind. But I don't know what I was getting to.
Oh, Shab. How much weed have you smoked today?
12.
Their supposed crimes. In the following section, I will dismantle.
I'm not saying that the systematic like what black people like it's not a serious enough subject where like that last picture where we saw two white people with the things around their neck and stuff. It's like we need to take it serious how systematically like it hurts black people and everything. Yeah. But
the long-term trickle down
we don't need to sit there and wag our fingers at white people and stuff like that. Like that's just
treat people
silly.
Like they're a Borg.
Yeah, my ancestors were fucking rapists, and your ancestors were rapists, and I'm sorry, it's true.
Not even using the G vernacular.
Oh,
demonetized.
Well, it's your fault, Gene, but it's true.
Start with some basic, undisputed facts.
We all had bad
something that's been practiced through all of human history, in all lands, at all times, in one form or another.
And again, it's like, yeah, but two wrongs don't make a right. So he's pointing to that extreme example of people playing the, I guess you should feel guilty for what your ancestors did. But he also is going to try to like make arguments that in terms of addressing systemic racism and some of the long-term effects of Jim Crow laws and slavery, that we shouldn't do that at all because all societies had slavery. And it's like, you know what? All societies should be putting an effort into improving the quality of life of all the people living in their borders if they're a good society. And part of that is looking at certain groups that are having a difficult time because of like long-term adverse effects that took place in the past.
Yeah.
So it's just fix problems as they exist. And there are current problems that exist due to problems from the past where they're not as bad, but there's still problems that need to be addressed.
Also, I want to point out, he likes to throw religion into his thinking. And he pointed out, oh, yeah, there's depictions in ancient Egypt of slaves. Okay, maybe there were, but I'm just going to throw this out there because people love to fucking, because it's in the Bible. Yeah, the pyramids were not fucking built by slaves. There's a lot of fucking evidence that it's not built by slaves.
Built by midgets, an army of midgets.
No, they were
different
beer and bread.
Well, there were different pyramids, and I do think that they were.
I'm talking about the Great Pyramids.
The problem is the way their prison system worked is that instead of like being in jail because they didn't really have jails or prison facilities, you're pretty much forced into labor. You'd be like this free laborer. So but the problem is like how many of those people were prisoners because they simply just disagreed with the government or something. I mean, that they didn't really have the best like judicial system back then. And then this gets into more semantics of when is a slave, when is a slave not a slave? Are peasants slaves because they weren't allowed to leave the land and they were forced to engage in backbreaking labor? So,
well, there's plenty of evidence that they were housed, they were paid in beer and bread, and like most farmers only had to be like, 4 out of the 12 months. They're like, I'm gonna leave my farm. I gotta work, and
that's like
that's all they did.
American slaves were paid with food and housing. They were given like beds to sleep on. So
But I mean, it's a short. I mean, they weren't. I would say they were probably in. Well, how do you?
Ancient Egypt lasted for a really long time, for like a couple thousand years. So I would say that it really depends on the pharaoh. I'd say that there's nuance. There are probably different periods where the rights of people at that level were taken more seriously by different rulers and so forth. But I'd say that you look at how much time the Egyptian empire was a thing, and I'd say there probably were a lot of people that were treated very poorly. And what you're talking about is probably the more ideal scenario, where you're talking about a type of feudalism, which is a more laxed version of feudalism, because it's like, if you look at feudalism in Europe, you'll see that certain lords were worse than others. Some lords, it's like, hey, do your work, whatever, throw me some like cattle now and then or whatever, and just do your own thing. Some were very oppressive and really did interfere with like the quality of their life. And it's the same thing, slave owners. You have some slave owners where maybe they had a house slave and they treated their house slave very well. They never physically abused them and they were like part of the family. It's still slavery. It's still wrong. But then you can find some of the worst examples where they're raping the slaves, lashing them, mutilating them, cutting off their toes. So there's always that gradient and that extreme. And even the worst, the least evil examples of it still doesn't change the fact that they're still evil.
Okay, I'm not talking about like being 100% historically accurate. I'm talking about the accuracy of the Bible being like, oh, let my people go, and fucking Moses and shit. Yeah, none of that shit happened.
Yeah, that's also an issue. Like, was Moses an actual person? Was Abraham an actual person? And the farther you go back in these religious texts, the more primary evidence and sources there are that these people really existed. So it's like Muhammad, there's a lot more hard evidence that Muhammad existed than Jesus. And with Jesus, there's still there's only secondary sources. And then when you go back to like the First Testament and stuff, it's just there's really no way to verify whether any of those people existed.
Gene, it's not about proof. You have to just believe in him. With your heart.
You gotta have faith.
Yeah,
God spoke to me before in my sleep, so that's proof of God.
Greeks had slavery. The ancient Chinese had slavery. The Islamic world had slavery. Ancient Israel and the Jews had slavery. Africans engaged in slavery.
Yeah, like there are people in Africa that murdered other people, so I'm going to go murder a bunch of people, and that makes murder okay.
The man you see on the screen was named Tipu Tip. He was a Zanzibar merchant who owned over 10,000 slaves. Odd how...
I am Tipu Tip!
This is one argument people make when it comes to the transatlantic slave trade, where, hey, they sold their own people into slavery, and they're right to an extent where, okay, it's not true that they went around with nets and captured them that way. That wouldn't even be like feasible. And it's true that there were monarchs and rich people and stuff that were already enslaving people in Africa and selling them to the Europeans. The problem is it's supply and demand. So when the transatlantic slave trade went up or started, the demand for slaves went up. And then it resulted in a much, much larger amount of people and percentage of people in these African societies being sold into slavery. It created more of a market, so there were more lords and stuff sending people out to capture people and abduct them into slavery and so forth. So, and that's also hey, can you blame the Europeans for that? Where they probably didn't anticipate that it would have happened, but they did notice that, hey, there was this huge market and industry that wasn't there before, where originally it was mostly slaves of war and so forth. And then there was this huge inflation when it came to slavery. They probably were well aware of that. And they were engaging in deals and negotiations with these people. And, They were greatly involved in supporting this market, this inflated market. So that's a layer that a lot of people who are apologists like to ignore when they look at they sold their own people into slavery. And plus, it doesn't matter if they sold their own people into slavery, because two wrongs don't make a right. And that's,
wait,
that's
is
the
it
issue.
better to sell other people into slavery that aren't your people? I could sell Crow.
Yes, let's sell him to some person on the internet, Craigslist. Put him in a box, ship him out.
I'm gonna ship
People
you
like him
out.
aren't talked about more. In fact, slavery still exists in many parts of the world today. The point here.
So does that make it okay?
Yes.
That existed in the past?
Yes.
Well,
is that slavery did not magically appear in the 1500s. European Christendom had actually abolished.
What if you did a poll and asked people, hey, when did slavery come to be? I think most people, even people who have never read a book before in their life, would say that I think it kind of has always existed since the beginning of society. I
don't think so.
What do you think? I mean, maybe
think a lot of people would say, "Oh, it's something that it didn't exist until the last so many hundred years or whatever." I think there's a lot. There's people that would say that, or would think
I think
that
the
way.
argument you get is usually they'll agree that it always existed. Usually, what they'll try to claim is that most of the slavery throughout history was just the transatlantic slave trade, or they'll try to claim that that was the most extreme version and no other example of slavery was nearly as bad. I think that's a common argument. I don't think people claiming that it never existed until the Renaissance or the transatlantic slave trade. I haven't really met somebody who's made that claim.
Red Eye says it all the time.
It just goes by a different name.
And Red Eye's great grandpa was a grapist. Okay, true story.
Slavery of other Christians during the Middle Ages. The tendency to blame slavery on the so-called white man is an outrageous rewriting of history. Giving proper context to slavery shows that, outside of the racial aspect, its practice in the New World wasn't really special. Slavery in the New World was also not something that only European Christians participated in. Jews, Native Americans, and free blacks were enthusiastic participants.
I have an idea, Gene. I think we should bring slavery back. Hold on, and listen to me. Just hear me out. Hold on, okay? You're thinking, oh my God, Shabinsky's crazy. You're gonna agree with me at the end of this, okay? We should bring slavery back. Here's what we should do. We should have people vote on whether slavery should be allowed again, okay? And the people that do vote yes.
Unconstitutional.
No. The ones that do vote yes, we're gonna end up we'll take those people and we'll turn them into the slaves. So everyone
and just for a few years, then they'll realize okay, I don't want slavery anymore.
Yeah, maybe 5 years, just to give them a good lesson, really help the economy out or whatever with their freaking cheap labor.
And then we'll do a vote again afterwards, and then 0% of people will vote on slavery. There you go.
I'm a genius.
There you go.
I'm a genius. What do you think about my idea, Drunken Crow?
So everyone that votes yes on slavery is a slave now?
Well, they don't know that they're gonna be turned into slave, but yeah, afterwards, after the voting is done, we turn them into slaves. Everyone that voted yes.
I'm gonna vote no.
Nay.
Well, good. You could just be one of the owners of one of those fuckers.
Can I have 5 of them?
Southern Jews.
Yes, you get 5.
Own slaves.
There's gonna be a lot of them, I bet.
Comparable numbers to their white, non-Jewish neighbors. But hold on, I'm not even close to done. The slave trade in the Americas would never have been possible without the slave trade that already existed in Africa. African kingdoms sold their slaves to colonial companies, who then transported them to the New World. This is all worth pointing out, not to moralize about slavery, but to show that it was a multi-layered issue. The point here is not to villainize anyone. It's to point out how the way that some
he's trying to defend colonialism, but so far it's just hey, all these bad things that happened due to colonialism, they happened without colonialism, and it's okay, well then what are some of the goods that happened because of colonialism? And a lot of this stuff, even if it was already a thing, it was very exasperated and everything after colonialism ran its course. Like I said, with the supply and demand, and how it caused this huge inflation when it came to slavery.
People today talk,
and the thing is okay, is this something you can claim that the Europeans hey, there's something special when it comes to their brutality or whatever? and they deserve to be branded as more evil compared to other groups when it comes to expansionism. No, but one sort of less common thing that happened due to the kind of colonialism that we saw in the Renaissance is because they brought disease, and you had this sort of very unnatural like advantage. So throughout much of human history, when it came to like Eurasia, it was just confined to Eurasia. And like I said, most of the parties are all on the same level of development when it came to technology. So there was wars, expansion, and so forth. But for the most part, you had people on somewhat of an even playing field. The problem with like the like colonialism that came later is that they'd bring disease that would wipe out a very large chunk of the people already there. And then with the superior technology, it was very easy to just completely dominate the area. So when it came to oppressing the people and engaging in authoritarianism, it really was to like an exponential level that you didn't really see in the kind of expansionism in the past. Like, and the thing is, again, I think that it was bound to happen where you're going to have one group of people that reached a certain level of technological advancement. They set sail, they came across other people and other foreign lands. They brought disease that they didn't have immunity to, and the opportunity falls in their lap. So I don't think that, like, if it wasn't the Europeans, if the Chinese set sail and came across these territories, they would have been nothing but diplomatic. But there was that really, like, I guess, harsher element of colonialism that was more due to happenstance.
Endlessly about slavery and treat it as a white-only endeavor is deeply deceptive. They know the true reality, that all groups were involved, but they suppress this in order to advance their own political agenda. During colonization, slavery also wasn't universally practiced. There were, from the beginning, many different rulers and religious leaders.
And here's more like selection bias. It's like, yeah, in certain colonies, they were like they treated the people there better. Some colony, and the thing is, it's kind of like, hey, the British Empire in Canada, they didn't have slaves. It's like, okay, but then in South Africa and India and stuff, there was slavery, and the people living in those more wealthy colonies were benefiting off of like a lot of the imported cheap products that they were obtaining through slave labor. And even today, it's like you're living in America, you got capitalism. It's like there's somebody working in a suicide factory in China building those phones that you're using. There's kids in like cobalt mines mining the minerals used for those chips. So it's a similar thing. Were those people evil because they were living in one, like they were living in the 13 colonies or in Canada and stuff, and they weren't directly involved in slavery? No, but there is that element that people ignore, that it's like the average people aren't a Borg. The average person's going their day-to-day life, and they don't really they have this, I guess, indirect sort of participation in it.
Who forbade it. Charles V, Holy Roman Emperor, forbade his subjects from enslaving or robbing native peoples in mission lands. In 1537, Pope Paul III issued a document known as Sublimis Deus, where he announced that abuse of Native Americans would carry the penalty of excommunication. We therefore are vigilant that these Indians, even if outside the bosom of the church.
I think people are well aware that there were different groups that had different opinions, and they had a different attitude towards like slavery and certain actions towards different groups of people. It doesn't change the fact that it took a really, really long time for people to get to the point where it's like, you know what? Slavery is not good. It took like most of American history, and I mean American history from when we were a colony up until now, not when we were independent up until now, where it like most of our history, slavery was accepted. And then it wasn't until very recently, there's people alive today that aren't even that old that experienced Jim Crow laws.
Well,
so
he wants to bring back slavery, so I think he's in the minority.
Only
the
only the people that want slavery. Those people
Church are not deprived, nor are they to be deprived of their freedom or the ownership of their goods, for they are men, and therefore capable of faith and salvation, and thus they are not to be destroyed by enslavement, but rather invited to life through preaching and example. This papal edict was followed by Charles V's new laws in 1542, which freed all indigenous slaves in Spanish America.
Damn, look at him.
Of course, laws and edicts against enslaving natives were not.
Here's the thing, though. The transatlantic slave trade happened. and Spain was still engaging in that. So that is something they did, where they stopped enslaving the indigenous people, which one thing you notice is that a lot of them died due to disease. So you had this demand for slaves, and there weren't a lot of them enslaved. So, like, hey, let's just enslave the Africans. Plus, they knew the land better. That's another reason why it wasn't just because of cost. Because they're indigenous to that land, they understood how to navigate the land and stuff. So if they wanted to flee, it was easier for them to do so. If you brought somebody from a different part of the globe all the way across the Atlantic Ocean to like Brazil and the Amazon or whatever, which they were controlled by Portugal, but it's like if they decide to flee, where are they going to go? they didn't really have the resources to get back home. So that's another thing that they did. And it's like, oh, okay, good job. They said that you're no longer allowed to enslave the indigenous people, but we're just going to turn to the transatlantic slave trade now.
Not always followed by colonists. In some cases, when attempts to ease slavery were made, there were even revolts by landowners to keep their slaves. Slavery has always been driven by the human condition, pursuit of money and power. The slave trade would vastly expand in the 1600s as cash crops became more lucrative. And Africans
but the church was never about money and power.
Seen as the best workers to harvest them in the tropical climate. People accepted African slavery as permissible since it was believed that it would help them adjust to advanced civilization. Early capitalism,
yeah, mental gymnastics,
globalization, and competition between empires made the slave trade take on new life. People felt that if they didn't make use of slavery, they'd be outcompeted by those who did. This created a vicious cycle. At the end of the day, the key point to take from all of this is this. The excesses of slavery were not unique to the New World and cannot be laid at the feet of a group like the Catholic Church.
I think the overwhelming majority of people know this and don't
white race
disagree with this.
In the West, we have the best records of our slave trade, but historians have also estimated the cost of the Arab, African, and Asian slave trades that were happening at the same time. These estimates easily reach into the tens of millions, even dwarfing the transatlantic slave trade.
Now, the problem is, it's like what I said, it's like all countries have a responsibility, or at least I feel that the ethical thing is that countries should care about the people and do as best they can to try to improve the quality of life of the people living within their borders. So, what he's doing is, it's a lot of people like to use this red herring of when we're talking about wealth distribution when it comes to races. There's slavery in all these other countries. Some countries still have slavery today. It's like, okay, but we still have problems today that we need to deal with. And a lot of these problems stem from past issues. So are we just not going to solve the issues in the present that are like in our own borders because it's worse in other borders? That's kind of like, hey, America's infrastructure is declining, so we shouldn't try to prevent that because a lot of countries have worse infrastructure. It's just, that's a counterproductive way of thinking.
It's estimated that half the population of many African regions, such as modern-day Cameroon, Congo, and Niger, were slaves. This was without any European involvement. This was the reality of the world in those times. Despite this, let's not forget that the West would also be the first to abolish slavery.
No, they weren't. You can find societies that had slaves, got rid of slaves, adopted slaves again. You can find, like what he did with those like those popes and Christian leaders. It's like, hey, they actually on paper like decide to abolish it and stuff here. It's like they're the exception of the rule, and you're engaging in more like selection bias. You could find certain regions across like Asia, across the Middle East, across of Europe, where they did not agree with slavery, and it's something
even if
where
they were the first ones to do it. What does that mean?
Yeah,
someone had to be the first one.
But this is a good example of just
they're just superior. The whatever.
But they were the ones that controlled the planet at the time, so it kind of they had to be the first one. It's like there wasn't anyone else to do it because they had the entire globe colonized.
John, I just want to point out that we're an hour and a half in on the stream, and we're not even 20 minutes in.
I was going to say that, but yeah.
Whatever, we're almost done.
Damning accusation against colonization. Native American genocide. The reality is that mass death did occur among the natives in the Americas. But these
it was due to disease. It doesn't change the fact that
it was the coronavirus.
After the disease wiped most of them out, like that's the problem. That happened before the United States was even its own sovereign state. So if you look at the genocide that took place throughout all of America's like sovereign history from like the late 18th century up to like even today, when you look at how we treat like all the policies around the Native American reservations, that genocide was going on and it was pretty ubiquitous. And that's after they like already developed an immunity to these diseases and it was no longer like a prominent issue. So, and it's like, even if a lot more died from disease, it doesn't change the fact that I would say that from the late 18th century up to the like early 20th century, there were a lot more Native Americans dying of like oppression from white Americans than there were dying of disease.
Diseases that Europeans had.
Or maybe more were dying of disease in the same way, like, you know, like people are constantly dying of disease and it's one of the common causes of death. But it was like, in the end, I think they weren't dying any more of disease than any other like ethnic group in the Americas at the time. And I'd say that they like a much more significant or notable cause of death that distinguished them from other groups was just straight up murder and genocide. And here he's engaging in more selection bias.
Control over. People's understanding of disease in the colonial era was extremely limited. Neither the colonizers nor the natives properly understood how to keep themselves and others from catching disease.
What did Mickey say? Well, I'm in public. Yes, Mickey, we're going to cover you later. Mickey Richards is now in the public domain.
Diseases. Germ theory didn't exist until the mid-1800s, hundreds of years after colonization took place.
Oh, I just want to point out something. Skeppy says, isn't it strange that European diseases were so much worse? Like the natives couldn't give the Spanish any germs in return. I do believe that Christopher Columbus, or one of the adventurers, went back home with syphilis. I think that's where it came from.
Right, now, something, he's talking about how they weren't aware of germ theory. Now, when it comes to the 19th century, they did do things where they'd have like blankets and stuff that had scrubs, and they would gift them to Native American towns during, like I said, the American Indian Wars. There were dozens of them all throughout the like 18th, 19th century. And when germ theory did become a thing, and they did know that, hey, people would contract these illnesses through like contact with linen and stuff, they would use fucked up tactics like that, where they would gift like these kind of disease like riddled sort of cloth and so forth and clothing to different American groups. So, and like I said, at that time, it's like a large percentage of them already developed immunity. So it's just a way to like, genocide was a very notable thing happening throughout the 19th century.
John, if I made you a smallpox blanket, would you take it?
No.
You sleep with it every night?
It would be hard to find a smallpox blanket. I mean, I think the smallpox, it only exists in like one U.S. laboratory and then one like Russian laboratory.
You don't know that. You're not
For comparison,
scientist.
the Mongol Empire.
Dude, what if Al-Qaeda get a hold of smallpox?
What if I get a hold of you, bitch?
Brought the Black Death to Europe, and yet no one blames Asians collectively as responsible for the deaths caused by that plague, nor should they. But while objections over slavery and genocide,
that's fucking stupid. Oh, yeah, the Asians brought it up. No, the Asians did not bring it over. It was the fleas or mites on rats that got brought over by the Asians. So, like, what in the fuck?
It's like, wasn't he just making the argument that, hey, Europeans are blamed for bringing disease to other parts of the land, even though they weren't aware that they were doing so? And it's like, but then the Mongols deserve to be. He said the Chinese, but it was the Mongols. He's claiming that, hey, like they deserve to be vilified for like the same thing, I guess, because they're not white. And it's the same thing with like, hey, the Europeans are bringing Christianity to these foreign people. It's like, well, what about the Ottomans bringing Islam to these foreign people? It's like, why are they the criminals when they do the same thing? Because they're in that other group, that different skin color and that different religion.
Basis in reality, there's also anti-colonial propaganda that has zero truth to it whatsoever. In 2023, California removed a statue of the Catholic saint and Jesuit Junipero Serra. His supposed crimes include accusations of slavery, abuse of natives, and women.
I think this is the dude that claimed that California was an island, and that's why on a lot of maps like cartographers actually depicted it as an island, but he's also the dude, like, I don't know where he's going with this, but I'm pretty sure that in California, you had, like, they forced people to follow Christianity, like the, like, indigenous tribes. And one of the things that they would do is they didn't allow them. So a lot of the tribes, they would engage in, like, polygamy. They had polygamy relationships, or they would not, like, they didn't take, like, death to, like, monogamous relationships seriously. So he forced them to have monogamous relationships. And they would be, like, punished through, like, things like corporal punishment or even the death penalty if they engaged in, I guess, acts of, like, romantic relationships outside of your typical, like, Catholic sort of monogamous, like, death till we part kind of, like doctrine.
So he was the first Mormon.
How was he the first Mormon? He was against polygamy.
Oh, I thought you said he was pro-polygamy.
No, it was monogamy.
Oh,
a lot of the Native. Well, I said a lot of the Native American tribes that they had polygamous lifestyles, and he, like, pretty much enforced policy. But he's probably going to make the claim that that's a good thing.
I think polygamy should be more popular. What do you guys think?
I think so, because I mean, okay,
I want two bitches.
The big issue with polygamy is, like, I don't care if people have polygamous relationships, but then when it comes to, like, all the legality, when it comes to getting married and, like, signing, like,
oh, that's legal shit, though. I mean,
yeah.
The government should not fucking impose. I love you so much. We should get the government involved. No, don't do that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not planning on getting married, but, like, that is something where when it came to same-sex marriage, like, people would be like, well, they can get married, but the thing is, when it comes to same-sex marriage, it's still a marriage between two people. So I don't know how, like, with polygamous, if there's, like, 20 people in a relationship, how all the paperwork's going to, and then in divorce court, I don't know. Maybe there's a way to work around it. So this is something I haven't really thoroughly looked into.
I honestly do not believe that humans are monogamous.
I don't either.
You trying to say that you want to fuck, Drunken Crow?
Give me a couple more beers and I might.
Oh, yeah.
But in reality, Saint Serra could rightfully be called the father of California. He gave up a comfortable life in Europe to come evangelize the Native Americans. He provided them many use.
He wanted to help them. It's kind of like, Robert? There was, like, Robert Clive in India. And it was like India, like I said, they had, like, a third of the world's GDP. And then it went down to having, like, 6-8% of the world's GDP, and Robert Clive was the main, like, governor that was behind the, like, colonization of India, and people like to defend him. He brought India, and, like, there's all this controversy because they were taking statues down of him in, like, New Delhi and stuff.
Useful technologies that they still use today. Sarah,
I like how he talks about this guy coming and spreading religion to these people like he was some saint or something for doing it. It's like, no, he brainwashed those people. The technology
He's doing it for self-serving reasons.
The technology thing was maybe cool that you said at the end, but that other bullshit, like, fuck that. Like,
wait, where did he mention the technology?
Right when you just paused.
I mean, that's
I gave California its first real code of laws and was a key figure in building the missions that would grow into California's most important cities.
Oh my God, they brought the Christian God into their life. That's what made it good. They wouldn't have Christianity if it wasn't for colonialism.
They wouldn't.
It's almost like maybe that's not a good thing at all. And maybe that's still, like, in the same way, like, we need to do away with slavery. Maybe people, like, treating these religious institutions seriously hold society back in the same way you got to defend the Middle Ages because it definitely held society back back then. So maybe this isn't a good thing.
The native peoples of the New World truthfully had no better ally than the church, and there are countless examples of clergy like Saint Serra standing up for their rights.
I'm pretty sure the guy he's defending, or he presented earlier, one of the things they would do is, like, it wasn't okay for Native American women to have abortions. So they would actually like put them to death for murder if they had an abortion, or they would they would do things like bind their hands in like these hot chains and everything to punish them for like getting an abortion or something.
That'll teach him for not following God's law.
Yeah, like this is the dude. He's
to the secular authorities.
My memory might be. Maybe I should look this up.
Nations like this are really just an anti-Catholic virtue signal. California, a product of colonization, will not be abolishing itself anytime soon. States like California want to erase their Catholic history, regardless of its positives, and replace it with secular liberalism.
This is
secular liberalism is a bunch of gay shit.
Oh my God, it's like, you're on the wrong side of history if you're a liberal, because they're the side that's against God.
Bunch of gay tards is what it is, right, Drunken Crow?
Okay, so California, as far as I know, was a part of Mexico, and Mexico is a part of got colonized by the Spanish, and I don't fucking know. This is stupid. They're trying to like throw in politics with religion and throw in whatever bullshit history they want to fucking do.
Generations of American school children have been taught to think of Father Serra as California's benevolent founding father, blah, blah, blah. New World Project, Native Americans across Atlanta, California, the region, the mythmaker, 19th century. Where's it? Little Wonder. It's revealed outstanding and large representations, missions, petitions, letter and political leaders, an attempt by. I think where does it get to the good stuff? That some of the native population was ravaged by European diseases, including syphilis. Native Americans rebelled, which they did on at least 2 occasions. Their rebellions were put down in brutal fashion. When Native American women were caught trying to abort babies conceived through rape, I accidentally said the R word. The mission fathers had them beaten for days on end, clamped them in irons, had their heads shaved, and forced them to stand at the church altar every Sunday carrying a painted wooden child in their arm.
Wow, that's
this dude was a hero.
What a hero!
Well, to be fair, they were being anti-Christians, so he was helping them.
Yeah, you have to be Christian.
Yeah, conditioning them not to be anti-Christian.
Or you're bad.
Years, Native groups in Canada claim to have
nowadays
so-called mass rape.
Priest would just be relocated.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
We'll just relocate him to Florida.
Radar. The media ran with the claim and didn't question it. The implication was that Catholic residential schools performed mass executions of Native children and dumped their bodies. These bogus claims were repeated for months and led to terrorist attacks against dozens of Canadian Catholic churches. Finally, after proper research...
I'm guessing proper research... I'm guessing what he's saying is kind of bogus, because he was just putting like the one dude, Saint Sarah, on a pedestal, and we just saw that like his particular his particular unit and everything that he had control over, they were people rebelling, and they were also torturing people, binding their hands and feet and shit like that, and torturing them for getting abortions.
The sites was done. No human remains were even found, let alone mass graves. The truth was obvious from the beginning, but it got scientific confirmation.
Wait, hold on. What's the site for that? It just said news.
Yeah, he's not providing like any sort of citation. So that's what he's doing. It's like, let's take a screen cap of like this article without even showing like where the article's coming from. And plus, like I went to The Guardian. The Guardian is a secondary source, because if you're going to do proper research, you're not supposed to be going to like the Huffington Post or CNN or any of those major like article publications. What you should be doing is looking at the citation in those articles and going to that citation, and then where like that citation usually leads you to are these peer-reviewed sort of studies that you'll find in databases at universities or certain research centers. And there's search engines like the Frontiers or Google Scholar that provide you with sources that are exclusively peer-reviewed. And what you'll find is peer-reviewed sources are usually like PDF documents that are on average probably like a short one would be like 30 pages in length. So that's doing your actual homework. And if you take a college course in like professional research, that's what you're taught to do. So if you're taking a college class and you're listing things like the Huffington Post or Encyclopedia Britannica as your source, you're not doing legitimate research. And that's the thing. So that's a good place to start. Like if you're just learning about something out of curiosity, that's fine. But if you're going to do like a video essay or like what I do when I do my presentations where I make PowerPoints, those are the sources I go to get my information. So it's like looking something up and going to like any of your major media like publications. It is not like formal research. It's a very amateur kind of research.
Likely explanation is that they're simply part of old graveyards. Imagine being a priest in the 1800s, dutifully burying your native friends just to be accused of killing them and dumping their bodies in mass graves. This is the level.
So
burying
it's exaggerated here. It's just, I'm fairly certain it wouldn't be hard to find examples where this actually did happen. And more times than not, the like when things like this are like when people claim that things like this happened, it actually did happen. So it's like, good job. Even if what you're saying is legit and it was fabricated, I'm fairly certain that there's probably some more selective research or selection bias going on here.
Hold on. This is about finding infant natives in Canada, right? I think Skeppy can confirm that actually fucking did happen. And I know it did happen.
You don't know it.
No, there's a handful of fucking articles. Like, oh yeah, 12 bodies of children in like 1850 were discovered in the backyard of fucking 2,000 unmarked graves were found.
And even if like what he's saying is true, it's just one example that's the exception of the rule, and one exception does not negate the rule.
Of injustice and hysteria ginned up by anti-colonial propagandists. While any bad thing that happened during colonization is usually amplified by media and academia, what we should actually look at is all the positives. One of the most obvious positives of colonization was the positive mark the colonial pioneers left on history. Exploration of the globe has had benefits for mankind that are hard to calculate. The creation of sea trade routes across the world led to a major increase in the global standard of living.
Okay, so I don't know if he's aware of this, but in China and like India, like even going as far back as the Polynesians or like what Crow said with the Vikings, like the Nordic societies, there were a lot of people in societies all across like Eurasia and the East Pacific that paved all that placed all the cobblestones that paved the path towards advancements in this area. It's kind of like when people play the stupid race thing, where it's like, here's an example of somebody of this race that invented some computer chip. Therefore, my race invented this. It's like there was like no one person who invented computers or the internet. A lot of this stuff is really complicated, and you'll see that it was a gradual process where you had pioneers from all different like cultures and societies throughout a long span of history. So sitting there and saying, hey, it's Europe that deserves all the credit, it's white people that deserve all the credit for maritime trade is bullshit. That's more selection bias. Go ahead.
Even if it was one white person or just multiple just white people that did it, it's like if I was to be like, look how amazing us white people are because of that. That's just silly, because like people put too much they put too much I can't think of the way of putting it, but
emphasis.
Too much, emphasis on the color of your skin, when it's like I've said this before, and I feel like it kind of sounds silly, but it's like the size of your feet matter just as much as like the color of your skin or how tall you are. Let's say there's some people that came out that invented that and they were tall. It would be so stupid for me, like, look at us tall people.
Huh. What about what if it's just like everyone under 6 feet tall is oppressed, and it's those over 6 feet tall that like run society, and then it's like the 8 foot tallers that are like the world's like governing bodies.
It's kind of like the phrenology. Is that the term? The shape of your
sure.
skull.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure, but like to me, that's just how
The
stupid.
cone nipple people.
To me, that's just how stupid it is to be so focused on race. It matters just as
Did you get that reference?
the conehead thingy.
No, it's like Rick and Morty,
Oh,
where Unity amalgamated the entire planet and Summer was against it, and then like as soon as they all like she got drunk and like threw up, so they were all like free of Unity. So then when they were all their natural selves, they were fighting over what race they were, and it was the flat nipple versus clone nipple people.
yeah.
It's like maybe people are better off being like jacked by the invasion of the body snatchers. Yeah, but go ahead.
Well, it's just it's just as stupid as me being like, oh, look at what us like. I have big feet. It's like me being like, wow, look at the person that invented computers has this this size
double
shoe,
jointed,
and so do I. Yeah, it's like that matters just as much as him being pale and me being pale. Like it.
Well, what they're doing here is a lot of them. It's like a eugenics thing. They're trying to claim that hey, people of this race are like genetically superior when it comes to intelligence, which there isn't any research that supports that. Plus, the problem there is it shows just how selective they are, because then they'll discount evolution. So it's just evolution's just a theory, and they'll deny it when it goes against their religious views. But then when it supports their racist views, then all of a sudden genetics are a thing. So they only care about empiricism when it comes to genetics when it fits their narrative.
Yeah. People like that don't care about the truth. They care about their beliefs and feeding their
And the thing is, there has been science behind like the difference between like intelligence and race. And the big thing to look at is I think it's the Flynn effect. So do you know what the Flynn effect is?
I have no clue, baby boo.
So in developed countries, people tend to have IQ points that are around 10, 15 points higher than less developed countries. You know why?
The chemicals in the water.
Because there's less gay people.
They tend to be more well fed. So when they're younger, their brain gets more nutrition. And because people in poorer countries tend to be more malnourished, it's the same way where they have weaker hearts or they're shorter because they're not as well fed and stuff. But then what they find is that in more developed like parts of those countries and vice versa, less developed parts of certain countries, that there's still that like 10, 15 point gap, and it goes away once you see countries go into like development and stuff, and then they start to eat modern diets, that 15 point gap starts to fade. So it's all based around diet, not even race. And beyond that, they haven't found any notable connection between like IQ and ethnicity. And in fact, they've actually done studies on hunter and gatherer tribes that are living in the Amazon, living in like parts of like Indonesia or even in Africa. And they found that they have sharper cognition than people like living in like modern capitalistic societies.
Yeah.
So they tend to have better like working memory, and they tend to have like that they can process information more quickly and efficiently. And a lot of it's because they're living in a more, I guess, natural kind of setting. And so the thing is, the data kind of shows that whenever there is a deviation, it's by a very small amount. And it's usually things like diet are the thing that is responsible for it.
Yeah. To me,
and the big,
like, white and black people are it's easier or less easy to be in like sun and so forth, depending on your skin color and stuff. And just in the same way that exists, I could understand that there's probably this small difference between like statistically between races, and races having a little bit of a difference with their capabilities and stuff. But it's not like what these people think, like people who were our Uber driver and think that their race is superior and stuff.
Well, the other issue is, when does one race begin and another race end? Because what you're going to see is it's not as simple as like, hey, in Europe it's this, in Africa it's this. There's a lot of people living in Africa, there's a lot of people living in Europe. So you're going to see that it's going to fluctuate depending on what parts of those giant continents you're on.
No, I think you're wrong, John, because Cleopatra was Macedonian, and she's known for living in Egypt, so she has to be black. Same with Hannibal Barca, who is always portrayed as black.
Who portrays Cleopatra as black?
The black Israelites, the Hotep fucking people.
Yeah,
Okay.
Gene, idiot.
No, fucking Jada Pinkett Smith made a I think it was a Netflix show that portrayed Cleopatra as black when she was Macedonian.
Okay.
That pisses me off. I'm so
Shit.
pissed.
The other big thing is, like, people that kind of fall into this eugenics thing where they want to point to, like, hey, look at Africa and it was less developed. The big reason was because the land's either harsh jungle or desert. It wasn't suitable for agriculture. And that was the big issue. And you see that all across the planet, is that there's certain conditions that need to be met in order for land to be suitable for agriculture. And there are certain groups of people that live in certain regions where they have to live hunter and gatherer lifestyles because it's the only option. So it's not that they were less capable of doing so. It's because it just wasn't an option.
Living. The early explorers and colonizers showed that the world can be changed through intelligence, determination, and downright zeal. They braved the seas, tamed the forests, and left us many countries that we now have.
Okay, so they tamed the forests. Look at a map of like the forestry throughout the US prior to like the modern age, and look at it now. It's like it was all, and I've shown this before, but it's like it pretty much across the entire US mainland was solid green. And then you could see like these 50-year increments where it goes from being half green to like these little like enclaves of forestry where we've ravaged pretty much like this entire continental region of its forests. So deforestation is something that you could associate with colonialism.
Luxury of living in. Another obvious positive of colonization was the spread of technologies that significantly improved the lives of millions of people. I'll quickly name some of these technologies. Steel, horses, cattle, plows, seafaring.
Okay, so even if they had access to like, okay, some more advanced architecture when the colonizers came, it's like, but let's say that they're also like a woman who is living in some more modern type of a house or complex, but then they were also in the Trail of Tears and were subjected to that, compared to somebody a few hundred years earlier that didn't have to deal with anything like that, that didn't have access to like a horse or cattle or a plow. It's just that's complete bullshit. Plus, what they're saying about cattle is bullshit, because in South America, they had llamas and alpaca. And that's another thing when people talk about like the eugenics, like, hey, look, they were less developed. One of the reasons why they didn't have like cities in the north is because they didn't have any domesticated animals that could haul cargo. And they had haul animals in South America. They had llamas and alpaca. So they did have cattle and plows. And plus, they had carts and shit like that in North America, but they didn't really have a lot of use for it because they didn't have haul animals, which has nothing to do with... Oh, go ahead.
Want to know a fun fact?
You get
that horses and camels evolved in North America, and the Ice Age. Camels went south, became alpacas and llamas, and not until the Europeans came that we got horses back.
That's why they assimilated very well.
Hold on, Drunken Crow, but where did camel toes come from?
Well, actually, I think they developed the toes because they were in the desert and stuff. I know you're talking about, but that is something where when they were in the Americas, they had hooves and they didn't have toes. Same thing with horses. Some of their ancestors had toes because they were in desert terrain.
Yeah, okay. I want to talk on this though, because he's like, what weren't you talk about colonization? Okay, he's talking about the colonizers bring.
They brought firearms. They brought guns. Wow, yeah. That's such a wonderful thing to like provide them with. Yeah,
I thought he was talking about like the positives, like, oh, we're giving you this. They're
bringing you more advanced weapons to kill each other with,
and crossbows. In some parts of the Americas, the colonists.
I guess this guy's a big gun nut.
Monogamy.
Monogamy! God, what a wonderful thing! See, like, he was defending that one dude, and I brought that up, that he was known for being anti-polygamy, and then the article, I think, mentioned it, how they were, like, torturing them for not, like, abiding by these monogamous relationships. And they brought monogamy! They brought God and the Bible!
Good thing they brought
and plus, there were, like, things like potatoes originated, like, there were a bunch of crops that were indigenous to the Americas, of Central America, that were not part of, like, in Europe yet. Then also, they had certain variations of agriculture, like the Mayans and the Aztecs were actually more advanced than agriculture that the Europeans had. So, like, well, this guy definitely does really great research.
Because the colonists introduced monogamy. They also brought sugarcane, wheat, iron tools, and kitchenware.
Sugarcane originated in, like, Papua New Guinea and, like, Indonesia. So we colonized them and brought that to other colonies. So, okay.
Clocks, print, carts, and carriages. I could go on.
We brought print, but I don't think we really did a good job trying to educate them in order to, like, benefit from written language. Plus, what he's saying is bullshit, because maybe they brought the printing press, but I know it was the Mayans, they had a written language. So it's like, what he's saying here is just bullshit. It's one of the earliest versions of, like, a syllabic language. So it's not like they didn't have any sort of form of, like, written language yet. And he brought up carts. I was just bringing that up. This guy's a fucking idiot. They had carts that, like, you couldn't even build any sort of, like cities in like the pre-modern age without cargo animals. So they had like alpaca and stuff. They had cattle. They had carts.
They even brought viticulture, that is, grape growing. Every vineyard in the Americas should have a statue of a missionary like Junipero Serra, who contributed their lives to bringing these advances here.
Yeah, oh god, and he just brought up the dude that, again, we just read the article that showed that he was engaging in, like, he was enforcing acts of, like, torture and corporal punishment.
The spread of European civilization and Christianity to the Americas also brought new, effective forms of government to the continent. It ended extremely brutal.
New and effective forms of government, because, yeah, the old oppressors, they were all barbaric, but the new oppressors, they were oppressing in the right way.
And endless warfare that had been going on between tribes for centuries.
Oh my god, Shab left.
I don't think I like this guy.
They stopped endless warfare. Didn't, like, the Europeans, weren't they responsible for World War I and World War II? And wasn't it like there were more Indians that died in World War II than there were, like, British people in terms of, like British recruits in a war that wasn't even theirs? And he's saying that colonialism is really not that bad. World War I and World War II were directly due to colonialism, and they would have just been these European conflicts if they haven't colonized the entire fucking globe. So consequently, they brought the entire globe in with them, and that's what made it global wars, is that all their colonies in Africa would fight, all their colonies in the East Pacific would fight, and they turned it into a global war. This guy is a fucking moron.
John, we're just gonna brush that stuff under the rug.
And it's like, oh, they ended. What about the Mexican-American War? What about the fact that, like, the people that came to the new land didn't really like it and rebelled. So the American Revolution. What about the all the Spanish Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, and so forth? It's like, what about the 7 Years' War and the Napoleonic Wars, where they had colonies fighting all over the fucking planet? Yeah, the Europeans really ended colonialism, or they really ended war with colonialism.
If not millennia. We know that colonial administration was effective because
did you hear that, Chad?
Well, baby.
Against it were
that with colonialism they ended just generations of war.
Yeah. I know about that.
Professor Anthony McFarlane of the University of Warwick wrote, "Until the final half-century of Spanish rule, large-scale popular rebellion was all but unknown in Spanish America. For these contributions..."
Wait.
Professor Anthony McFarlane of the University of Warwick wrote, "Until the final half-century of Spanish rule, large-scale popular rebellion was all but unknown in..."
Rebellion? Okay, so pretty much throughout all of Americans' history, at least the United States. So he's talking about Spanish. What about the French and the Portuguese and like the British? So there are plenty of rebellions there. Plus, he's full of shit because Spain, after like I would say once we got into like the 15th century and stuff, or not the 15th, the 16th century. That's when like Britain and France really start to steamroll over Spain, and they started to like annex much of the land from them. So it's like until the last 50 years, you're talking about a good like third or a good half of like the time they actually reigned over this region. It wasn't until the last like half of them controlling these people
in Spanish America. For these contributions alone to what we today call quality of life, New World colonists deserve honor. But celebrating them as mere technological innovators misses their motives. It leaves us with a reductive vision of the human person. European kingdoms sought glory, honor, and spreading the way of life that they truly believed was best for everyone. They dreamed of making a mark on history in a positive way. Catholic missionaries are accused by some of treating the natives as subhuman, but the opposite is true. As the journalist Christopher Check wrote, "Introducing civilization and its advantages was the means by which missionaries created the environment for their higher purpose, opening the gates of heaven to souls who had never heard the gospel and who had never been..."
So why should we care about this person? So they're engaging in a bunch of sophistry and everything, and it's like, good job. They have some word salad for why, because they're stating that, hey, oppressing people isn't really oppressing people in a more poetic manner. I guess that delegitimizes what happens.
Been baptized. All in all, colonization had more positives than negatives. It brought valuable technology, new forms of
government. No, it didn't. I'd say that, are there some positives? Yeah, there are far more negatives.
Effective ways of life to the New World. New trade routes and infrastructure were developed that have only grown and become more active today. Colonization took Europe from a successful continent to a world-spanning continent. It wouldn't be until World War I when Europe lost this place of prominence in the world.
Yeah, and that's when everything went downhill. Yeah, after World War I and World War II. It's not like since World War II, wars have been happening a lot less often. And it's and here's the thing, throughout I would say the Renaissance all the way to the like end of World War II, it was common for wars to be in the millions. Wars that had death counts in the millions were par for the course. Now it's like you look at Ukraine and it's been going on a couple years and they haven't even reached the 1 million mark yet. It's still a big deal. I'm not trying to like downplay what's going on, but the thing is, it's just a lot of wars that were going on throughout the colonial age over colonialism. And World War I, World War II were over colonialism. And you know what happened at the end of World War II?
The invention of Fanta.
You had the UN was established, and one of the first things that the UN, like the nations agreed on, is they need to get rid of colonialism. And then guess what happened when they got rid of colonialism? What's been going on since World War II? A decline in war. God, but according to him, it's like, hey, like we're going downhill. See? The world was better off when we had colonies.
Many governments in the world today disown their colonial past, but rather than condemning colonization, we should embrace its positive aspects. Courage, heroism, altruism, innovation. Colonization of the Americas demonstrated all of these traits. I hope this video has helped you see why.
Yes.
This has been Pax,
I'm
and
now
thank you
enlightened.
so much for watching. Please leave a comment letting me know your thoughts on all this.
Okay, this guy has 86.2k subscribers. 36k. Like, who the fuck is watching this guy? Let's look at the comments. Well, I guess you got a point there. But see. So from 1500 to 1650, the native population of the Americas was reduced by about 90%. The vast majority of those who died in that apocalypse died without even having seen the European colonizers. They died mostly. Okay, so he's preaching the same thing that he said. I am a Spanish Empire history enjoyer, probably the most demonetized out of the modern colonial empires. And it was in the Spanish Empire, he said were instead of where, the first efforts of human rights and limiting. Jesus fucking. So
No,
I'm surprised.
Demonized, not demonetized. Demonized.
Okay. But still, it's like he's trying to claim that they brought slavery and everything there, or they were some of the first people to abolish slavery. No. And to be fair, this is the same guy that uses the wrong variation of like where or were. So,
you don't know what variations are, Gene.
If you'd like to see more videos, please consider supporting the channel by becoming a member. As always, I will see you in the next.
Maybe we should start doing more videos like this. We'd probably get a lot more subscribers and views. Seems to get a lot of positive feedback. Okay, let's get to the Micky Richards story.
After
midnight
2 hours.
Tomorrow, it won't just mean the start of a new year. It will also be when copyright protections expire on a number of well-known books, films, and musical compositions.
All Quiet on the Western Front. We need to start making a we need to make our own All Quiet on the Western Front film. What do you think?
It's just some guy in a trench, and he's trying not to fart.
Well, now I'm going to make an All Quiet on the Western Front RPG with RPG Maker.
Includes works like All Quiet on the Western Front, Peter Pan, and the Marx Brothers.
Ooh, Peter Pan. You know what? Wait, Peter Pan's not in the public domain yet?
Musical, Animal Crackers. But one work that's entering the public domain on 2024 is getting a lot of attention. CBS News senior.
I would say my favorite Peter Pan film was the 2003 movie, the live action one.
Your business and technology
Have you
correspondent.
ever seen that one?
Lincoln has the story.
It's a simple early rendition of perhaps the most recognizable cartoon character ever created. The 1928
Kev, you know who
animated
did the
short
voice
Steamboat
of Mickey
Willie
Mouse?
marks the film debut of Mickey Mouse. And Minnie, too. Now, almost 100
Hillary Clinton?
Walt Disney.
years later, this landmark piece of entertainment will enter the public domain, meaning Disney will lose its right to control it, and others can use the images.
Do you know
as
what
they
kind
wish.
of people Walt Disney didn't like?
We need to make our own Mickey Mouse film. And we need to make it like some kind of like raunchy NC-17 sort of porn flick.
Was set to happen years ago, until Disney, with other groups, got Congress to pass extensions.
Who did Donald Trump? Yeah. I mean, Donald Duck's voice? Gene?
No.
Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't think so.
No, it's true.
Oh, okay.
Last of them expired at midnight on New Year's Eve.
And what basically is happening now is that we will be able to do to the great works of Disney what Disney did to the great works of the public domain before him. And that's how creativity.
I know, was it Dracula's in the public domain? I know King Kong's in the public domain. I remember it was it MGM where they did the King Kong remake, not the Peter Jackson King Kong remake, the really shitty one. And that was the one with Jeff Bridges. And they sued Nintendo because Nintendo did Donkey Kong, and they lost the lawsuit. You know why?
Why?
Because King Kong's in the public domain, and they didn't know it was.
Is supposed to happen. We build on our past.
Lawrence Lessig is a Harvard law professor. And
but what I was saying is you have, I know Dracula, Robin Hood and stuff, Peter Pan's going to the public domain. We need to make our own fighting game with all the public domain characters. The multiverses, Smash Bros. Of public domain characters.
an expert on copyright issues.
So this is a bit of a full circle moment then.
Absolutely. And I think Disney should celebrate.
Yeah, what would Peter Pan's attacks be? Yeah.
To
Stealing
kiss
your child?
Yeah, stealing children and kissing them and stuff.
Oh, we could just rename him Jeffrey Epstein.
To be fair, it's like, how old is he? It's something I haven't thought about. It's like, he would technically be like an adult if he's, I don't know, maybe the magic of Neverland keeps him forever young or de-aged mentally, but oh, what happened to my browser?
Well, I think Michael Jackson's Neverland kind of ruined Peter Pan's Neverland.
Let's get away from this topic.
To our current time.
So starting on Monday, anyone has the legal right to use Mickey and Minnie Mouse in new creative works like books and films. But there's an important caveat. It has to be the Steamboat Willie versions, not the more familiar renditions of the characters that followed.
What are the limits?
Oh, so I guess you can't use I guess you can't use the Mickey Mouse with like the red pants, yellow buttons, the I guess prominent like white gloves. So you have to use I guess the less well-known Mickey Mouse.
Limitations. What are you not allowed to do? You cannot use the characters in a way that
In here, one sec. So, Zorro. He would be good if we did like a, Fire Emblem, Final Fantasy Tactics kind of RPG. You have Robin Hood, you have Zorro, Dracula, Sherlock Holmes. Okay, what would his attack be in a fighting game?
He just beats the shit out of you with a fucking goddamn magnifying glass.
He'll use the magnifying glass to shoot the focus the sun's beams or rays on you. That's his ranged attack. I know Sherlock Holmes injected cocaine and stuff. That's something he actually did in the books. So maybe that's one thing he could do. One of his power-ups is he gets on the amped up coke rage. So John Carter, Frankenstein.
No, it's Frankenstein's monster.
Okay, whatever. But yeah, Frankenstein's monster. They get to be in the Smash Bros. Game. So I guess the Wizard of I thought Wizard of Oz still wasn't in the public domain. Or I guess maybe the film isn't. Yeah, because I know Disney had to pay a royalty fee to I think it was MGM again because they wanted to use the ruby slippers in Return to Oz. So they didn't have to pay any copyright because they owned because Wizard of Oz was in the public domain, but they did have to pay some royalty fee just to use the ruby slippers. Oh, King Kong and all the Alice in Wonderland characters. What do you think?
Yeah, they should all be in
Smash Bros.
Smash Bros. All of those characters.
leads consumers into thinking
to be fair, why not Disney? Nintendo would make a lot of money off of it if they just put Steamboat Willie in Smash Bros. If they just, dude, they should do that. That would be hilarious if Nintendo just out of spite put Steamboat Willie in Smash Bros. As an expansion.
Disney has produced or sponsored your product.
Jennifer Jenkins teaches at Duke Law School.
They probably should do that where they create an expansion pack, which is just the public domain pack. And they have some Robin Hood, all the public domain characters.
Property in the public domain.
The way I think about that is the public domain is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
A case in point, Winnie the Pooh. He walked out of the 100-acre wood and into the public domain 2 years ago when the original literary work lost its protection. And that led to this.
I forgot about this kind of shit.
So this is why it existed. I see.
Panned low-budget slasher film where the beloved characters go on a murderous rampage.
Blood and Honey was buzzworthy because of the shock value, because it grossed people out. But in the long run,
no one's talking about this anymore.
Culture gets to decide what kinds of public domain reuses have enduring appeal. Disney is the poster child for just how valuable the public domain is. If you think about their beloved movies that we've all watched, so many of them are based on public domain works. We've got The Lion King and Frozen and The Little Mermaid and Sleeping Beauty and Snow White. I could go on. And so that makes this moment deeply symbolic and highly anticipated because Mickey Mouse is the emblem of both of those tendencies.
Steamboat Willie is getting lots of attention.
Mirror, mirror on the wall from Snow White, which I don't know if it was in the original fairy tale. And I think the line mirror, mirror on the wall, that might be Disney.
But in recent years, copyright explorations have become routine. Over the years,
it's actually magic mirror on the wall.
Thanks for that pedantic correction.
You don't know that?
Fanfare, including Tarzan, Sherlock Holmes, and even Frankenstein's monster.
It's one of those
Tarzan
Mandela
can be in it.
effect things, Gene.
Okay.
Mandela.
Well, Tarzan can be in it where he swings on the vines and stuff, and that's his like forward like bee attack.
Sure.
What are some of the high-profile characters that will enter the public domain in the next few years?
So we have a lot to look forward to in the next few years. We've got Donald Duck, we've got Superman, we've got Batman. We've also got
Disney. They did a Tarzan animated film, and there was a show, and it aired like every morning with like Buzz Lightyear.
Such as The Wizard of Oz, Casablanca, Gone with the Wind. We have a lot of wonderful
so the movie is now entering the public domain.
works and a lot of forgotten works going into the public domain in the next few years.
You have to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. For CBS Saturday Morning, Jolene Kent, Los Angeles.
Now I want to sing this.
What that love.
This is Mickey Mouse before he became Mickey Mouse. The short film Steamboat Willie was our first introduction to Mickey in 1928, and that date is notable because under U.S. copyright laws, the movie is set to join the public domain, meaning anyone will be able to use the iconic character, within reason.
But it better look like the 1928 version of Mickey Mouse because Disney will pronounce itself if it looks anything like the later iterations.
Oh, so it's only Steamboat Willie, and I guess anything like released like a month later, it's going to take a month after that for that iteration to be in the public domain. So, I don't know. People probably should tread lightly.
Disney knew this day would come. The movie was put on YouTube 14 years ago, but they've since said they'll work to safeguard Mickey from consumer confusion. In the simplest of terms, the black and white rat-like, non-speaking boat captain is...
Now, have you ever watched any of the old Mickey Mouse classics?
All I know is Steamboat Willie.
Well, I'd say compared to Looney Tunes and stuff, they're kind of boring. Or at least Mickey Mouse is kind of boring. The Goofy cartoons and Donald Duck cartoons are kind of funny. Because, Donald Duck, it's you have Huey, Dewey, and Louie, and they usually fuck with him and troll him. So it's kind of that sadistic humor, kind of like SpongeBob fucking with Squidward. And then Goofy, their cartoons can be pretty funny. But Mickey Mouse kind of, I don't know, as iconic as he is, pretty boring character.
Fair game. And only that. Anything that looks like modern Mickey is merely a lawsuit with big ears.
You could do variations of the Steamboat Mickey Mouse character, but what they've done is they've also locked Mickey Mouse in as a trademark. So that is now used for commercial branding purposes.
That's legalese for it's complicated. Basically, it can't look like it came from Disney. Consider the James Bond novel Dr. No. The book is free from copyright, the movie isn't. So the villain Blofeld would have to be presented without his white cat, which was only in the movie.
Oh, is that how Austin Powers got away with that?
Away with what?
With Dr. Evil having a shaved cat instead of a white cat?
Probably. There's also parody, so even if it had a white cat, you could be like, well, it's a parody. And then there's all legal minutia behind that, or around that.
Who became public property in 2022 and was instantly given a makeover. The premise of the horror film? Poor, sweet, innocent Winnie and his pals have gone feral.
I won't be letting my kids.
Okay, we need to make a Mickey Mouse serial killer film. And we need to release it before anybody else. We need to be the first people to do that. I'm going to fly out to Vegas, Shab, because we only got less than 24 hours before the new year. So we're going to have to get this done.
Mm-hmm. And Mickey Mouse dies of a giant mouse trap.
Exactly. And rat poison.
I'm gonna watch it right now, though. I think they'll have nightmares over it. They could stick to reading the original.
Gene, have you ever heard?
We don't know how old our kids are. Watch it her kids are 16. No, but go ahead, Shad.
You ever heard someone pronounce feral?
No.
I think that's pretty retarded.
You ever hear someone pronounce Prague?
Yeah, some retard.
Yeah, thank you.
They could watch this Sherlock Holmes, or that Sherlock Holmes. Any and all Sherlocks are public domain, and that's not a bad thing.
Shakespeare is in the public domain. It's been in the public domain for hundreds and hundreds of years, and we have been able to create so many new works.
So we need to add, remember Anthony Hopkins, the Titus movie he was in? I believe I watched that with you.
I don't know.
It had the dude that played the bad guy from Spy Kids in it.
Sounds familiar.
But we need Hamlet to be in it, Richard III. We need like Macbeth. We need all of the Shakespeare characters in the game as well.
Works from that knowledge. So what does Disney have to be afraid of?
Well, Winnie the Pooh certainly comes to mind.
Of course.
Mike Trolan, Global News Toronto.
Dude, remember like Winnie the Pooh when he was like eating so much honey that he couldn't fit through like Mr. Rabbit's front door and everything, and it's like more kids need to read Winnie the Pooh. You know why?
Science.
Well, it's becoming more common where people are so fat they can't even like fit out their front door with my 600-pound life. So it's because people haven't been reading enough.
They need to watch more Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah, that too. Didn't you say you've never seen that film, Shab?
I've seen at least some of it. Did you just laugh at me?
Yeah. Because
fuck you.
Haven't seen any of the Star Wars films. You didn't see the Wizard of Oz.
So
until
you
I had
haven't
you watch
seen
it a few months
things.
ago. Yeah, but there's only so many like iconic mainstream films that most people have seen that you can't like not have seen until it's like.
Did me and Drunken Crow ask you about this? Huh? What?
Who thinks Shab is uncultured?
You're uncultured.
Yeah.
He never saw RoboCop until like a few nights ago.
Yeah, but now I'm cultured because I watched it. Dude, that guy's swinging hard.
Ooh, corruption. Okay, so they're saying that in Serbia, there's a bunch of corruption. Do you think that this is a valid case of them stuffing the ballot, or do you think it's a Donald Trump scenario? Of they don't like the fact that their candidate didn't win?
I think this is...
Dude, they're in like a phalanx position. That's what the U.S. cops should have done. If only they had shields.
Yeah. Whoa, he broke the window.
Oh my god, look. It is a phalanx. They have the shields like in the top as well.
Dude, they're smart.
See, U.S. cops are stupid. Do you think it was a stolen election?
Every election in history
is stolen if it's the other side that wins.
Yes. Oh, she put her cardboard thing up, but it fell. She's not very good at putting things up. Oh, she did it.
Oh, like
she did it. She did it. No, she did it. It says, poop and pee is all you need. That's what that sign said. That's what it said.
I wish they provided us some more context here.
I like all this.
There's more riding. This news coverage is terrible.
You look terrible. Guinea pigs!
Hello and welcome. This is Monday morning.
Did you play the Kittens and Carnage intro? Did you forget?
You want me to play?
No. Too late.
Kitten?
No.
I was gonna
the other one's
play.
having.
Too late now.
Gene, would you start a
I'll just used to have some banana.
guinea pig farm with me?
No.
This little one
Why not, Gene?
Oh yeah.
Because they shit like everywhere, and that's a lot of shit.
Everything shits everywhere. Me and you need to start our own. Drunken Crow, will you join us in our plan for a guinea pig farm?
Dude, Chab's gonna think it's really easy to farm guinea pigs, and he's gonna find out, like, oh my god, this is a lot of fucking work.
It's gonna be easy.
You won't be able to get to sleep tonight because the little fuckers don't shut up.
Squeak, squeak,
Everything poops, John.
A little dicey.
Yeah, I'll poop on you, John.
And I think guinea pigs and chinchillas were bred to be food.
Someone was asking where we're located. We're
Look at
located
these happy guinea pigs. They get to eat lots of good food.
Of Australia. And Australia's quite a large country. So from the east to the west is around just over 3,500 k's. And the weather varies a lot. But we're lucky here. We've got good weather where we are all year round.
Hey, Australia, so that's where guinea pigs come from.
Yep.
Now, do you know which country they come from, Shad?
New Guinea.
Well, I guess New Guinea and Indonesia, because they're from that island, Guinea, which...
See, I'm a genius, Gene.
Or the island's New Guinea, and then part of the island is part of Indonesia, and the other half is Papua New Guinea.
See, I'm a genius, Gene. Damn, it likes the banana. He's like, I want banana too.
Put Dallas amongst the food.
I want banana too. What's some other stuff they eating? Is that
Looks like cantaloupe.
Mango?
Or mango, yeah.
Do they have mango in Australia?
But we did, where we started off with our guinea pigs.
Was that me that actually fucking said that?
No. It was somebody's husband.
Ali Dean, human being's ex-husband.
Yeah, he hung out with us and he was retired.
Oh my God, Shab.
Yeah.
I like a little bit of cabbage. Look at that.
Variety. We all
It's a
like
no
variety.
word. Dude, look at that knife.
Yeah, I always feel like he's gonna kill a guinea pig in these videos. Do you think they kill them?
I want to get to like
Make
where they
ham out
start
of
leaking
them?
and stuff. Oh, there's a baby.
There's a
pig.
baby one. Oh my God.
Being with the mother and sister.
Look at those two.
She's gone off into the box.
The ones that were like,
Oh, there's a
yeah.
nipple in there.
I guess he scared the other guy off. He wants the tomato to himself.
Oh yeah, she's even
Or
more
she.
Great.
Yeah, don't misgender them, John.
Or they.
Yeah, you asshole.
Yeah, so it all depends.
They identify as squirrels.
The best of what you got. And safety is always a major concern.
You don't know what they identify
Everyone.
as.
Yeah, I do.
They can't
health
tell
and safety
you.
for ourselves and for all the ones we look after and care for.
I want to see the baby guinea pig more. I've never seen a baby guinea pig.
You know, guinea pigs will occasionally
lovely
eat
people
their
riding it.
babies.
See, they love
Yeah,
it.
every animal do that. Dogs do it. Cats do it.
Well, they do it more often
Mice
than like,
do it.
a lot of other animals.
Gerbils do it. Humans do it. I do it. Okay.
Yeah, Shab's had kids before.
Yeah.
They just don't exist anymore.
Yeah, they only existed for a couple minutes.
Yeah, I know. She looks alright.
Then I got hungry.
Yeah, and then you ate your wife as well, or you ate their mother as well.
Yum yum chicken.
Hey, you took a big bit.
Damn, look at them bananas. Dude, these guys are so spoiled.
So Red Eye's over there. He spends most of his time up in the chook pen.
See, if colonialism never happened, these guinea pigs wouldn't be here right now. Because, yeah, it's an Australian dude, and Australia was colonized, and he set up a farm here. So these animals wouldn't have this happy life if, we didn't subject the Aborigines to their oppression.
I want to see how these two guinea pigs interact. Oh, whoa!
Bullshit.
Ooh, they're kind of fighting over it.
Well, he doesn't want to share.
Yeah, yeah.
Or she.
So Red Eyes, his dad was just a drop-off. Someone dropped him off, but never knew her. And then he was born. Well, his dad obviously mixed with one of the girls. And he's the offspring. So
You know what I think we should do, Jane? We should do this,
when I breed
right?
Before
But
camels.
Gone for 3
But
colours.
no, but with humans.
That breed is the like the American guinea pig.
And we'll make them all crawl on their hands and knees and
Doesn't
eat
always
the
work out.
foods.
So you've got
I think we'll get into a lot of trouble.
Mum with 3 rich colours.
No.
Then sometimes you'll get a baby.
It'll
that's
be
mostly
fun, Gene.
I like the mix.
Tell him, Drunken Crow.
With the mum, she's right next to her mum.
Yeah, it would be fun. Put humans on their
looking
hands
after
and
others,
knees and maybe sew their mouths to their butt.
Bad.
Whoa. Ooh. Damn. That's crazy. Holy fuck.
Look at the kid in hiding.
Yeah, if that kid was out and about, he would be so fucked.
Yeah. Well, also small dogs. That does happen where large birds will like kill people's dogs. Their chihuahuas and
yeah. That's so crazy right there, man. This thing doesn't even look real.
wolves have annoying little brothers too.
I don't think these things are real, Jane.
That was
America's
nothing.
wrong. The retired
Everything was terrible.
That was horrible.
Military dog and his journey home.
That whistle marking the call to a dear old friend. U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Michael Alcala reuniting for the first time in 2 years with his beloved companion, John.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
John was trained as an explosives detection dog for years, working with Sergeant Alcala out of Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam in Hawaii.
John means a lot to me. He was my best friend, and he got me through each day. And whenever it was getting hard,
look at how emotionally supportive he is.
He would always lift my spirits.
The duo was inseparable until Sergeant Alcala was transferred in 2021.
It was really hard leaving John on the island, so I made him a promise when I would come back for him in some sort of way to make sure that he came home with me and was able to live out the rest of his life on my couch.
Making good on that promise when John retired from military service just weeks ago with help from American Humane.
Welcome home, military working dog John. Woo! Welcome home, John. Good job, buddy.
John meeting the rest of his forever family, making the quick transition from a life of service to spoiled with love.
It just fills my heart to have him with me.
Good boy.
Says, I'm going to start a conservation shelter for CGI dogs. Ask for donos.
Thank you.
So I have my best friend on my side again. Just pure happiness and joy for him to finally get the retirement he deserves.
A beautiful reunion.
How
Cheers to a
dirty
great
that toy
retirement.
was. Dogs are so
Hi, everyone. George
unsanitary.
Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live events.
Yeah, you need to do that and then allow people to adopt your CGI dogs and they can take their CGI dogs home with them.
So, at least 140 killed in Nigerian attacks, officials say. So, what's been going on in Nigeria, Shab?
People are not being nice, okay? Is what
Remember
I'm hearing.
ECOWAS?
Christian Emmanuel says he'd just been celebrating Christmas when the gunmen attacked.
They come around 10 o'clock. They start to shoot gun.
He lives in Nigeria's Central Plateau state, where suspected nomadic herders rampaged through 15 villages at the weekend, according to officials, police, and residents. At least 140 people have been reported killed in what has been described as the bloodiest such violence since 2018.
I start to run. They run past me and they catch me. They shoot me.
Since 2018?
And I fall down.
It's not that long ago.
Start to cry. Leave me. They say they're no good.
See, it's in Prague, when like 30 people died, it made like national news. 140 people die, and it's like, this is the only story I could find of it.
Leave me. And I start to beg.
So,
They just shoot.
how come when bad things happen in these African countries, like the Tigray War and stuff, it doesn't get a lot of coverage, but then when similar stuff happens in like Ukraine and stuff, it gets all the world's coverage?
Because of people like Drunken Crow, okay?
Bro, why don't you care about
What
people
the
who
fuck,
aren't
Crow?
from... Yeah. Well, to be fair, like, Ukraine got all that coverage and stuff, and then when I brought up, like, what was going on in Burma and the Tigray War, where the casualty counts were, like, the same, it's like, why isn't getting coverage? And it's just, like, because they're not a bunch of white Europeans.
Shoot me again.
Emmanuel says he pretended to be dead, and that the attackers then picked up his gun and left. It's not known what triggered the latest bloodshed. However, experts and politicians say climate change and expanding agriculture are contributing to the conflict. As northern Nigeria becomes drier and more prone to drought and floods, the mainly Muslim Fulani herders based there are forced further south. But there they come up against mostly Christian farmers who are expanding production to feed a rapidly growing population. That creates tensions over land, supporting a view that the conflict is about resources rather than any religious
So, resources. So, Do you think maybe climate change has something to do with the fact that they're having a difficult time irrigating
What
crops?
What is
the world's fresh water shortage? Maybe that has something else to do with it.
Yeah. What a plant can't handle it a little warmer, Gene?
Climate change is man-made, it's just natural.
That's some bullshit. Exactly, it's some bullshit.
Differences between the groups. President Bola Tinubu described the latest attacks as primitive and cruel. He is yet to detail how he intends to tackle widespread insecurity across Nigeria, but said he had directed police to track down those responsible for the most recent bloodshed.
The young boy flying alone to see his grandmother, who was put on the wrong flight, landing in the wrong city. Fortunately, he is fine, but now his family wants answers. ABC's Faith Abube has the details.
I keep thinking about the flight by himself. Why would you have a 6-year-old fly by themselves?
Well, even if you're gonna have a 6-year-old fly by themselves, why wouldn't you go with them to the airplane? Like when I've flown.
I would be at the airport with them at like where they're docking and make sure that they dock and everything.
Make sure they go to the right. Yeah. And then you'd expect whoever some other adult to meet them right when they get off the plane. I flew when I was like as young as like 10 or something. And that's how it was. This mom's just a fucking artard who expects her son to.
Well, 6 is a lot different than 10. I mean, 10's the age where it's like, okay, your kid can be like going to the store by themselves, shit like that. Like 6 years old, like you can't even. It's illegal to leave them in the cars by themselves.
Yeah, I mean it's
it's a bit too young.
If he was 10 years old and she didn't walk him to the loading place, it's retarded. She has someone that wasn't even. It wasn't that long ago. He was in diapers. He might need a little bit of assistance.
But I do think that, I don't know, if they're younger than 9, like 9, 10, I think maybe that's the age where, okay, a kid can attend a flight on their own. I think if they're under the age of like 8 and below, that they should not fly if they don't have a legal guardian or a sitter or somebody like with them.
Oh. How about if somebody would have stolen my grandson?
It was 6-year-old Casper's first time flying on his own, traveling from Philadelphia to Fort Myers on Spirit Airlines. His grandmother, Maria Ramos...
Oh, Spirit Airlines. That's like the worst fucking commercial airline out there. I mean, the fact that they use Spirit Airlines when they have their kid attending a flight on their own, and then it's the grandmother that's talking, not... Like, where are the kid's parents? And I know some people might give me shit. It's not always the case, but... What do you think where, like, the grandparents get custody of the child? And it's like, well, maybe one of the reasons why your kid isn't doing a good job parenting your grandkid is probably because you didn't do a good job parenting your kid. And then it's just, I love these stories where it's like the grandmother is the parent and the grandkid isn't doing well at all and stuff, and I wonder why.
Well, they did pick Spirit Airlines, so maybe they didn't want the kid.
Yeah, that's the litmus test for whether you should be allowed to have kids. Do you choose Spirit Airlines?
Mm-hmm. Eagerly waiting to pick him up, his luggage landing in Fort Myers, but there was no sign of Casper.
They told me, no, he's not in this flight. He missed his flight. I said, no, he could not miss his flight because I have the check-in tag.
Alarm, quickly growing to panic.
So I ran inside the plane to the flight attendant and I asked her, where's my grandson? He was handed over to you.
I'm going to ask this question. How old do you think she is?
37, 38.
She's a little young for grandma.
She's in her 40s.
Wait.
40s, I think, is kind of young for...
Yeah.
Oh, if this is the grandma, maybe 45?
Well, I'm saying it's the grandmother that has custody of the kids here, so...
Yeah. Well, she got pregnant at 17, and then her
daughter got pregnant at
17.
Oh my God.
It's just part of the... It's just family tradition.
Well, while you were AFK again... Crow, how many times have you gotten up during the stream?
Maybe 3 times.
Oh.
Yeah, and I got up maybe 3 times. So let's guess about this. What do you mean?
6 minute. 6 minutes in, you fucking left.
Yeah, bad shout.
That has no.
Anyway, what do you think about
non sequitur?
Maybe this is like anecdotal, but when I was younger, it's like you'd have kids that are being raised by their grandparents, and it's like their parent is somebody who like is dealing with issues with the law or issues with drugs and stuff, and then their kid just grows up and goes down, or their grandkid goes down the exact same path. So what do you think? It's like maybe the same reason why the parent isn't fit to parent is the same reason why the grandparents aren't fit to parent.
Philadelphia. She said, no, I had no.
Yeah, I mean, you got a point there, James.
A short time later, Ramos receives a call from Casper. It turns out the 6-year-old had been put on a different flight, landing 150 miles away in Orlando.
He said, yes, I'm here. I land. I'm in the airport. I said, give me an adult. He said, I don't have nobody with me.
Spirit Airlines saying in a statement in part, quote, the child was always under the care and supervision of a Spirit team member. And as soon as we discovered the error, we took immediate steps to communicate with the family and reconnect them. But for Ramos, it isn't enough.
I want them to call me and let me know how my grandson ended up in Orlando. How did that happen?
And Faith joining me now from Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport for more on this. So
can
Faith,
I be honest about something?
Yeah.
Dumb bitches like this are the reason why Spirit's gonna be like, okay, your 6-year-olds can't fly on our thing. In fact, people under this, and it's because dumb bitch again. Like it doesn't seem like
accountability. It's not my fault.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the kid did anything wrong there. It seemed like he went to the wrong airplane thing or whatever hangar, and he shouldn't be expected to go to the correct one. And the airline would let her go in and walk her son to that. I've dealt with that when I was a kid and stuff. Like, there's no way they're gonna let hit the 6-year-old fly, but not let you accompany them to the area or whatever where you get on the plane, the docking station. Yeah, it's just silly. It's horrible parenting. Yeah, no wonder and just like you just said, fucking dumb bitch don't know how to take care of her grandson. No wonder her kids don't know how to take care of their kids. She's a fucking retard.
Yeah, and it is sort of a.
Like, let me drop the kid off in the front of the airport, and they'll take care of it, you know?
Yeah, when you look at people who are just, like, bad parents, it's kind of like kids shouldn't raise kids, and it's this kind of mental gymnastics and lack of self-accountability. Like, you could see that she has no shame at all. It's clearly 100% Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, it's their fault. Yeah.
I think I'm right, therefore I am right.
Family would want to know. They want to know how this happened. How did he end up on the wrong flight, and what comes next?
Yeah, Alexis, understandably, this family is devastated. They were terrified those moments when the boy didn't walk off the plane they were expecting him to walk off from. Spirit Airlines has apologized to this family. They don't believe that
this poor little kid. Can you, like poor little kid? Like, could you imagine? He's trying to figure out, and he's like, he just sees some adults getting on a plane. He's like, okay, and he walks in, and he thinks he's going the right way, just to figure like. Poor little kid got thrown through a loop or whatever with this bullshit, like, because people don't know how to parent.
Well, how do you think he's going to be when he has his parent raising his child?
Why is his parent raising his child?
Because maybe that's the cycle here.
No, his grandma,
great grandmother, yeah,
it's gonna be their great grandma. Yeah, that's something special. She's something special.
It's like getting lost. It's like getting lost in the mall, but worse.
Yeah.
Now, Spirit Airlines says it's conducting an internal investigation in order to figure out what happened. They'll be looking at things like who had contact with this child.
What's he playing with there? I hope that's a toy gun. What does it say, X? Watch it be a power drill that he's playing with. It says Home Depot! In the background, a bucket. Is he playing with some kind of hardware?
He just happens to be near that. That's a toy he has in his hand.
I hope so.
Supposed to put this child on which
it's a good thing he's not a shade darker.
Happened, and so all of that at some point.
Oh my god. Bad pro.
More from Spirit Airlines, or at least the family will learn more from Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, terrifying indeed. So what safety tips should parents know if they have, unaccompanied minors flying by themselves over the holidays or at any time?
Yeah,
Don't be a dumbass.
Between 5 years old and 14 years old, they're allowed to travel on a
Blame other people.
The airlines do offer these services. All the airlines offer these services. For example, on American, they advise you to make sure you attach an ID to that child. Make sure your contact information is on that child's jacket or on their carry-on as well. But a lot of these airlines will also give you a security card at the ticket agent or the ticket counter. They will give you a security card.
The reason they do this is because they make more money off of this. This is something where you should have to have like a sitter or a legal guard. Like you should have to have somebody that supervises the kid, that's on the flight with the kid. And the reason why they're allowing kids this young to board a flight without any like direct sort of like I guess somebody accompanying them is because more like a lot of parents don't want to pay. They probably have no one who's willing to get on the flight with the kid. And it's like, okay, maybe these services could offer some like they have people that an airline attendant will be there to sit with your kid and like I guess act as like the babysitter, and they take up that seat, but they want that extra seat. And the thing is, parents probably they'll lose money because they don't want to pay for the extra seat for the like the allocated like sort of like person supervising. So this is an example of like corporations just kind of enforcing something that probably shouldn't be legal because they want the extra money.
Well, John, I think parents can actually find someone to quote unquote take care of their kid on the airplane, but
I'd grow.
And watch the child walk onto the plane before you leave the airport, and then do the same thing on the other end, wherever their destination is. So if you're not able to be the one to bring your child to the airport, whoever is bringing that child to the airport, they have to be sure to stay with the child all the way to the gate. Make sure they get on the right flight. Make sure you point out all the uniformed employees of that airline.
She explained what we were just saying? No. Yeah. No way. If she did, then she's the dumbass that took her kid to the wrong gate.
Yeah.
Or that the child knows to ask them questions whenever they have questions during that flight.
She put her kid on the wrong gate, or she just dropped her kid off at the airport, and because he's a kid,
she left him probably back at the luggage thing. But the reality is that she could go through with him because he's
she's being lazy.
Yeah.
And then it's also like when I go on flights all the time, so it's just you have like the ticket on your phone, or I guess maybe if you live in the Stone Age, you have the like physical ticket. But it's just when it's time for your flight, you got to keep an eye out. And then if you notice, like you ask the flight attendant, like, hey, like, is this where like we're meeting and stuff? Because it happens a lot where they've changed where you're boarding. Oh, you're actually boarding here now. And the thing is, you have to take those precautions of like, hey, an hour before my flight, I want to like verify. 20 minutes, I want to verify. You ask the people that are there, are you getting on this flight? That's the smart thing to do.
If it was when I was flying recently, I was like, I'm really like anal or whatever about making sure I have my wallet on me, making sure I'm going to the right place and all that, just checking things constantly and everything. And I was really, I was there like probably an hour early, just waiting to get on my flight and stuff because I'm trying to make sure everything goes over well. And if it was my kid, I would be doing I would be even more.
Yeah,
like that. And this for this bitch, it's just like whatever. I'll just leave him in the middle of the street. Hopefully, he'll find his way.
That's probably what happened. Where they probably changed where it was boarding, and he was like going to the place where it was originally intending to board, and then it's Spirit Airlines' fault because like he got on and they didn't like realize that he was on the wrong flight. And it's like, no, I do think it's your fault in a situation like that.
Something like that happened. It's your fault, though.
So once they land, that child needs to make sure they stay on that flight until a uniformed member of the airline crew comes in and picks them up and takes them to meet up with whoever it is they're meeting up with. Alexis.
Good advice. Do we have any idea how the little boy is doing all of this? Certainly terrifying for his...
I do think with Spirit, there was some negligence on their end, where it's like, here's the kid, they probably weren't properly like checking the tickets and stuff, because when you do get on, they scan your ticket So
negligence on both parts.
Both parts, but the mother still putting all the blame on Spirit. She's being an idiot because
he probably
right for his
the
grandma,
kid
his parents,
probably
but how's he doing? Do we have any
walked in and somebody saw him and like, oh, they're probably, that kid's probably with them or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
that is that kind of thing, and they didn't realize like that kid's by himself, and then he needs to be checked and so forth.
Word?
As far as we know, he's okay. Obviously, we don't know how much he understood.
He's dead.
He was supposed.
He died from this. What?
Well, he's not dead, but I don't think he's okay. I think he should definitely have someone else as his legal guardian.
Yes.
On a flight appeared where Grandma was supposed to be waiting for him, and then he gets out of the plane, and Grandma is not.
I really hope. Like, look at what does it say? It's the X.
It's probably a Nerf gun.
Yeah, it's plastic. There's too much plastic and stuff, Gene.
I hope.
It's just because you
There,
see
I
Home
would imagine he was
Depot.
distressed
There's
at
also a box of like Doritos right next to it.
I know it's not guaranteed to be that. That's why I said
But I'm just saying there's random
but
shit.
the Grandma
behind
was able to make that trip, travel about 150 miles to go get him. So hopefully he still had a great holiday.
Like a squirt gun.
Wild story, thank goodness, with a happy ending. Faith
some kind of power tool.
Scooby be like that. I was like, he's dead. Scooby be cracking up.
You
over
don't
that.
joke about stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
Scooby,
Yeah.
piece
Law
of
enforcement
shit.
is warning of a heightened threat of
Don't
violence at New
encourage
Year's
him.
Eve celebrations. Major security alerts have been issued in New York, Los
So
Angeles.
this is something where they're getting all these threats for like something's going to go down on like in less than 24 hours at this point. Have you ever been to Times Square?
I live there.
Well,
No,
well, I mean, it is kind of like even during the holidays, isn't like it is kind of like a sardine can and stuff. And this is something where when you think of like people that commit these like mass killings, like you have that concert shooter, and but my thing is, it's just like it does kind of make your skin crawl a little bit. It's like, why don't they go like you look at theme parks or people are in like packed in like sardine cans and shit like that. And you always wonder, like, if somebody is like the kind of person who's gonna commit like these kind of like atrocities, why don't they go to places like this?
Well, maybe that's their New Year's resolution. Like,
oh boy, no!
I killed so many people this year. I'm gonna change next year, and that's why they don't shoot up Times Square.
But
I don't like
you
any
had
of this
in
conversation.
well, you had in Nice. There's the one year's pack where he got into a tractor trailer and he killed like over 100 people. I think he just like it was some like public event, some festival, and he just drove it over everybody in the crowd. And it's like just here, it seems like if you look at like Times Square during New Year's Eve, it is so fucking like overly crowded and everything. Like you don't have any sort of elbow room whatsoever. And it just, whenever you watch like the ball drop every year, I'm wondering like, it's gonna happen. When is like, you're gonna get to the point where one person gets in there with like some kind of vest, and like I would not want to go there at all during, like I think maybe, I don't know, having so many people packed in one place is not a good idea. And it's just, it's the police, and I know like one of the things they do is they like fill the sidewalks with sand and stuff, and they have like, you got to go through security checkpoints, but it's like, it seems like there's so many options for a person to get in there with a vest or something. It's I don't know. I hope it never happens, but I don't get why people would want to like go to that event. And it's also stupid because it's like there's not really much to do when you're there. It's overly crowded as fuck. And then it's like you can't really leave. Like I think if you leave, they don't allow you to come back. So I don't know why somebody would even want to go to that event.
Nashville, San Francisco, and other major cities.
Happy New Year!
Preparations are underway in Times Square with this rehearsal for the traditional tossing of the confetti.
Ooh,
On Sunday, the
South Park.
crossroads of the world will be packed with 1 million people shoulder to shoulder. The police will have eyes on the
People shoulder to shoulder.
crowd through a battery of surveillance.
Gaza. It's something like 2.3 million people. And that's over a place that's like a fifth the size of Rhode Island. This is just Times Square. It's like, it takes less than a minute to walk from one side to the next.
Wait, why is Nashville a target?
Well, they mentioned multiple cities. I don't know, Nashville, it's growing in popularity, the city. It's a pretty hippy-dippy kind of place. I mean, I wouldn't mind living in Nashville.
Cameras and drones, and also by using...
The problem is, like, Nashville, because it's in Tennessee, it's pretty desolate all around it. So you gotta, like, drive miles and miles to find any... It's like there's Nashville and then Memphis, and those are pretty much, like, the only notable population centers. Maryland, it's like, even though Baltimore might not be the best city, Baltimore can be fun. Plus, there is a lot of job opportunity all around, like, Maryland and stuff in the tri-state area.
Undercover cops in the crowd posing as revelers. Now, on top of the usual security concerns, the iconic celebration will also be a prime target for protests. Last night, anti-war protesters tried to storm...
Okay, if this is the case, what the fuck ever, if they just come with flags, and it's like, oh, we're protesting and shit, but they've been talking about, like, there's been threats of actual attacks.
The World Trade Center. Cops formed a human shield at the entrance to the Oculus, the World Trade Center transport hub. Protesters also targeted federal government buildings in Lower Manhattan. The almost daily protests by pro-Palestinians are putting America on edge as the world is about to welcome a new year.
Well, at least they're calling them protesters and not, like, terrorists. It's like they were calling the rioters, the January 6th riots, they were calling them, like, protesters. And then they were actually calling, like, they were referring to certain protesters after, like, George Floyd was, like, murdered. They were calling them terrorists. So at least they're just referring to them as protesters, and it's like the worst they're doing is obstructing traffic. Which they still shouldn't do, but it's nothing that significant.
Marred by war. Today, authorities outlined their plans for keeping Times Square secure.
People are going to come here, bring in a new year, enjoy themselves in a safe way, and those who want to peacefully protest, they have the right to do so, but you're not going to do that at the expense of disrupting those who are coming here to peacefully bring in a new year.
New Year's is also presenting challenges at airports across America. 17.3 million Americans are expected to travel by air over the holiday weekend. There will be more than 48,000 flights tomorrow.
Look at all those planes.
Alone, the busiest travel day of the year. New Year's Eve.
I'm so glad Ooh, what's going on?
Just all those planes.
Oh.
Just all the
He
planes.
also sees a 90...
I thought we got, like, a StreamLabs or something.
No, sorry, but it's like, damn, I think of all the fuel that gets burned and everything, adding to the global warming with the vehicles, Gene, the cars, but...
I'd say cars do a lot more damage than planes.
Yeah? Are you sure?
Well, the problem is with planes, it's like, what other option is there if you want to travel several states over? It's just, like, it would probably... if all those people used cars to drive instead of using a plane, it probably would cause a lot more pollution.
The Hindenburg.
It's like 200 people on one plane to get somewhere, and then it's like if all 200 of those people drove hours and hours away, it probably would add up much more.
You don't know that.
5% spike in accidents and a 38% increase in auto...
I think that they could get to the point where we got like solar powered planes and everything. Technology's investing fast.
Related fatalities.
The worst time to be on the road on New Year's Eve would be after midnight on New Year's Day when everybody is leaving their parties, right? So anytime between probably midnight, 2 or 3 a.m.
And one thing I mentioned is it's hard for planes to get, like, the necessary sunlight and stuff compared to, like, cars and so forth. But the thing is, like, you can have, like, facilities that you just have the solar panels and they power the engines that the planes use. So you power them beforehand. So that's the thing. You use solar energy to power the engines and so forth instead of use. Yeah.
John, do you want to know why planes are painted white?
Why?
Because darker paint is heavier.
Oh. Then why is the stealth bomber painted black?
I think it's just made out of steel and not, or like whatever it's made out of.
is going to be particularly dangerous.
Emergency rooms are also bracing for a busy weekend.
Most of the injuries and overdoses that we see are all alcohol related, especially on this holiday. This is one of the busiest days of the year in the ER.
So take care and stay safe for a prosperous 2024.
Happy New Year! Woohoo! Planet Fit. Oh, God. I used to, like, my first job out of high school, it wasn't they changed the name to something else, but a family bought out 2 Planet Fitnesses, and they were, like, the biggest, like, douchebags imaginable. So she made her brother-in-law the manager, and he acted like he was the CEO of a company because he was managing a gym. And he would always like talk about how like he never needed college and stuff. And it's like, you just started working this job because your sister-in-law gave you the job. And then one of the things he did is beforehand, when it was owned by Planet Fitness, they had a cleaning crew that came in every night where they got all the cleaning equipment and there's several people working. He had this like Gatorade sort of like water container that they use at like sports games. And he filled it up with like this water and cleaning solution. And he wanted us to use paper towels and a spray bottle. And he'd hire one person for the night shift. And then like I was working the night shift and he paid you like an extra $1.75 an hour. So instead of a $7.25 an hour is like $9 an hour. And it's like, yeah, like you're getting paid an extra $1.25 or $1.75, which isn't even livable wage. So you're getting paid a little bit more. So yeah, you should clean the entire gym in one night with nothing but a paper towel and cleaning solution. That's like, you're a dumbass. So I engaged in some quiet quitting on that job where I just was like, whatever, I'm not. And I'm sure the other person that worked the other shift, the other half of the week did the same thing. But it's like the gym ended up like a year after I quit. They like went out of business and stuff. And one of the things that happened right before I quit is the roof caved in. It's just they only owned the 2 gyms for like a year or 2. And then he had his son come in. His son like worked in like, I don't know, maintenance or whatever. And he had him come in to like work on something. And I was talking to him. And like when I was like discussing some stuff, him and his other like friends started laughing, like, oh, you must have no life knowing all this stuff. And it's like, they were such like anti-education kind of people.
Wait, John, who's getting off topic now?
I guess I am.
Fuck, Gene. I'm not.
Well, I don't know. I got triggered
by
the Planet Fitness.
I'm not allowed to talk about
worst
my
job I've ever had.
My computer.
Preparations for the New Year's Eve celebration here in Times Square. The NYPD ramping up its
Well,
efforts to keep
at
everyone
least I
safe.
waited till the end of the video.
My computer.
It's been 3 hours.
In 2024, our senior investigative correspondent Eric Kontursky has the details. Good morning to you, Eric.
Good morning, Eva. 2 days from the ball drop, Times Square is preparing to host 1 million people, and the nation's largest police force is preparing to keep everybody safe and secure. This morning, thousands of New York City police officers are getting ready to deploy for New Year's Eve.
This is our Super Bowl. We plan for it all year long.
While there are no specific threats, the celebration
Chad, what
comes...
state is New York in?
Hollywood.
No, answer the question.
California?
God. Can you just answer the question?
It's in New York.
And? It's actually in 2 states.
Baltimore.
No. Baltimore's not a state.
Oh. Texas.
New Jersey.
Oh, yeah. Because technically, the Statue of Liberty is in New Jersey, isn't it?
Don't know if that's the case. Might be.
Comes during what the FBI and NYPD call a heightened threat environment caused by the war between Israel and Hamas. Demonstrators tried to disrupt other iconic holiday events in the city, the Thanksgiving parade and the tree lighting, and authorities are concerned they'll try again on New Year's Eve.
You're seeing a small pocket of people who are now becoming part of the protest who are really trying to rile up the crowd, and we cannot tolerate that.
Police are also mindful of a knife attack on the periphery of Times Square last New Year's Eve that targeted 3 officers.
For us in the intelligence community, it's something.
Okay, so like, I don't know. Do you think a lot of the protesters that do shit like that, I think a lot of them just like show up to party and they don't even like care about what's really going on. They might care to some extent, but I think a lot of people do it just to be like, yeah,
Where we feel like
what do you think?
They do it to say what? You lagged for a second.
They do it just to like party and to be like, yeah, I'm part of something.
Yeah,
because I find that a lot of people that and this is anecdotal again, but like when I talk to people that have been part of protests, it's like they can't have a conversation about it at all. They have such a limited understanding. It's like, if you care so much about it, why don't you inform yourself at a basic level? And it's just, I feel like the only reason they go is just because it's like, yeah, I get to be part of some like group mob.
I feel like if you were to go to most protests and test the people on the subject, they probably wouldn't do very good on it because, and I guess it just goes to show that the people
it's just most people in general, like not even a protest thing. It's kind of just a
most people in general,
thing.
And maybe the people that are more likely to do the protesting on average are just the people that are more relying on emotion rather than information. Those kind of people. Which
and if you're fucked up, you're gonna go off of emotion more than
Which I'm not saying it's bad to protest. I'm just saying that maybe it leads to more people like that doing protesting. People that are more emotion and less information.
In this day and age, I almost feel like there's better ways to protest than just like the conventional holding up signs and stuff. I think before like the internet and forms of communications, like now you can write blogs. There's ways you can like reach out to far more people. I think like handing out flyers, making a website and stuff. That like I think there's ways to get people's attention. The traditional like let's sit outside here and hold up signs and stuff. I think that worked when towns were smaller. You're trying to protest a business.
Yeah,
and
I was
the only
about
way,
to say, like, that would work really good at a specific business in front of it, but with some big sort of national protest or something like that, or worldwide, the internet probably is one of the main ways to go there, rather than getting your picket signs out.
If you are going to like try to protest in person, I think it's better to have a stand where you hand out like pamphlets, flyers and stuff. Maybe it's like you try to entice people to actually like wanna like read what you're handing them out. You probably want to encourage people to have conversations. Maybe I think Steven Crowder's an asshole and stuff. Like I know he does the thing with the camera, but go out there with the camera and actually talk to people live and stuff and see what their opinions are. And I think that's probably, you're more likely to get people to pay attention if you're not sitting there with a megaphone and just screaming with a sign. I think people are more likely to just the bystander effect to ignore it. It's just an annoying person making a bunch of noise. So I think if you were in New York, you got the permit to protest, which I know you do have to legally get a permit to protest. It's like if you just sat down and handed out flyers and stuff and tried to have civil discussions, I think you would be much more likely to get people to follow your calls. Like here's our Twitter campaign, here's our Facebook campaign.
We probably missed something, and that's a
Gene,
for us.
when's the most effective, in my opinion, is lighting yourself on fire?
I don't agree with that.
I mean, it brings attention.
Gene. At the next meetup, we can do that, Gene.
What is it called? Emoliation or something like that?
I forget.
And the Buddhist monk did it for the Vietnam War. There we go.
You know, people where they also play the political football game, where they'll wear like the Trump hat or the Biden hat. They wear like the clothing, put on the bumper stickers. I always find that those people they get so involved in politics where they get all, it's like, hey, the console wars, you play a different console, I'm going to get angry and cuss you out because my console's better. I find like that's their level of like comprehension when it comes to the entire thing. They only pay attention to politics every 4 years. And if you sat them down and quiz them on their state politics, if you just quiz them on how the federal government works, they don't know. And it's like what I said, a bunch of people in like the middle of nowhere making a big deal about building a wall and immigrants and stuff. But then it's like they don't even know what the data is when it comes to how many like illegal immigrants are probably living in their state versus other states. And it's just the Dunning-Kruger effect is just alive and well with those kind of people. It makes no sense why they are so emotionally dedicated to it, but yet they know absolutely nothing about it. It's like they care enough to put signs in their front yard and buy special clothing and stuff, but then you don't even have the energy to sit down and just read a book on the topic. What do you think, Shad?
I have never read a book in my life, Gene.
Yeah, and that's why you're doing life incorrectly.
And looking for any oddities, people who seem like they're doing
it's not even like just reading a book. It's like you can read articles, you can watch, the internet exists now, you can watch informative videos. It's just doing research at all. So it's the fact that they don't care enough to actually learn about it. Knowledge isn't justified true belief. So it's just they'll sit down and watch Fox News from time to time. And that's about it. What?
Do you think these guys are badasses on a screen? Bunch of badasses? No, they look like badasses to me.
I think some of them are pretty fat.
They're badasses.
Valens in advance.
According to Gene, they all beat their wives.
And spectator checkpoints.
Well, statistically, if you are married to a cop, you're much, much more likely to be a victim of spousal abuse than any other occupation.
I don't think the guy with glasses beats his wife.
I don't think all cops beat their wives, but I think when it comes to domestic violence and not just spousal abuse, child abuse, it is really, really, really common in households where one of the parents is a cop.
Do you think that the cop dogs beat their wives?
That was a terrible joke. Bad.
Wait, what?
We've had a look at confidential assessments of New Year's Eve celebrations beyond Times Square, mentioning everything from fireworks barges in San Francisco to outlaw motorcycle gangs in Las Vegas. Through all kinds of threats, police here and elsewhere have a long history of keeping.
Did I ever tell you I'm part of a motorcycle gang?
I didn't know you actually had a motorcycle license.
Yeah.
When I came to your place, I didn't see a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Oh.
Revelers safe in these celebrations.
You didn't know I'm part of a motorcycle gang, Gene?
What's the joke here?
It's not a joke. I'm just part of a motorcycle gang.
What, in GTA?
No. In real life, Gene, I'm a badass like that. Okay?
Yeah, this is so hilarious, Shab.
It's not hilarious. It's the truth.
All right,
Gene's also part of a motorcycle gang.
Gene's part
The
of
new terror threat
take
has
it
no-
up the ass fucking gang, getting plowed.
No.
Gang.
The gang is all about math. It's the Hell's Angles.
Millions of Americans hit the roads and
I don't know how
skies
to
during this
respond
busy
here.
holiday weekend. ABC's M. Wynn joining us now from Reagan National Airport, and the TSA is now responding to this.
Press 1 in the chat if Shab's joke was golden.
It wasn't a joke, though.
Yeah, absolutely, Whit. At this time, the TSA is responding to a video that was recently released just this week by Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, which calls for attacks against Jewish and Western targets, among them American, British, and French airlines and high-profile economic figures in the...
Okay, so I think that if you want more people to care about what Israel is doing to Palestine, I think killing a bunch of people isn't going to make people care more about the side you're trying to advocate for. I think it's going to have the opposite effect.
Instructional videos. AQAP uses the Israel-Hamas...
It was like there were these like white supremacist groups a while back, several months ago, where they were like vandalizing, they were shooting at like power plant facilities and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so you want to bring people on your side, and the way you're going to do that is by pissing people off by like taking their like power off grid and everything. It's like, that makes sense. It's kind of like South Park, where it's like there's the controversy over the flag, and the KKK showed up because they were in favor of them keeping the original flag, and then they were trying to convince them to like support changing the flag because everyone hates them, and if they do that, then people will be on the side against the KKK. You don't remember that episode?
Somewhat remember it, baby.
That's the episode where Chef wanted, like, he was talking to the mayor, and then it was who's Kyle's uncle? like his uncle didn't want the flag to be changed because it's a part of tradition. And then the mayor's like, okay, we're going to hold out the flag. You tell me what's racist about it. And it's a black stick figure being hung by 4 white stick figures.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yep.
Yeah. And then they're interviewing everyone, and it just shows how people are just a bunch of like NPCs, a bunch of mindless drones. And they're like, well, I do think the flag is kind of racist, but I do think it's part of history. Well, I do think it's part of history, but I do think it's kind of racist. But yeah, that's the thing. If you want people to support your in-group, out-group, you want them to support your group, maybe killing a bunch of people isn't going to bring them on your side.
Cause war to incite would-be terrorists. TSA now saying it's
Stan's uncle, not Kyle's.
aware of the video, adding it's in close contact with the Department of Homeland Security, and that foreign terrorist organizations routinely.
To be fair, those characters haven't been in the show for a while. They haven't gotten a lot of attention.
Highlight
It used to be like the first 10-something seasons, they were there constantly. I know Chef, the voice actor, stepped down because they didn't like that they made Scientology.
Yep.
He died.
Modes during the holidays. The TSA says they're not aware of any
Did the voice actor die?
No, the character died.
Yeah.
threats resulting from
To
that
me,
video.
the voice
Law enforcement
actor
already
died
on high
too.
alert this holiday weekend with major events like the ball drop in Times Square, expecting massive crowds.
Oh, and they did the episode where they used the voice clips to fuck with him.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Bryant said the fucking chef actor died.
You know what? Yeah, I think I do remember him dying too.
See, that's why you don't joke about people dying, Chad.
It was an accident. Yeah,
people dying, that's not something you joke about.
It was an
God.
accident.
Hopefully he has his own fucking planet in Xenu.
Yes. Mormons also believe that they get their own planet when they die.
For violent extremists.
We need to watch the Book of Mormon. Like, we need to do a New York City meetup. Everyone needs to get their own Broadway ticket, which is like $120.
So tonight, law enforcement, while they are urging everyone to go ahead and enjoy the New Year's.
Yeah.
I have an idea.
What's that?
Okay. We should have a religious cost where me and you become the presidents of the world, and we put camps, and we put all the religious people in the camps. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Our religion's the right religion.
No religion. That's the right religion.
Well, no, but we don't tell them that. In the same way, like the Egyptian, like pharaohs and stuff, a lot of them made religion as a way to control people. Kim Jong-un claims that he flew out of his mother's vagina when he was born. He was born without a butthole, so they use religion to control the people there. Our religion is our God will murder you if you worship any other religion. And there you go. And that's how we force people to deviate from all other religions.
Yes.
That's going to be possible if, John, you can pronounce her name right.
I don't think I can.
Okay, then the religion is not possible.
Nguyen.
At this point, they're saying you have to stay vigilant, and if you see something, say something.
And Wayne reporting for us tonight. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Doris Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel.
Right.
If you'd like to get more video, show highlights, and watch live events.
Animal shelters are filling up with beloved pets whose human families can no longer afford them. Experts say
A lot
it's
of them are
happening across the
pit bulls.
country. According to the organization Stray Animals Count, more than 654,000 dogs and cats in the United States have been relinquished by their owners between January and November 2023.
Unfortunately, as we're seeing more and more animals entering our shelter,
Are you going to adopt some dogs, Shab, so Jack can have a pet? Pet friend?
That might be a good thing to give Jack as a dog.
Yeah.
He's fucking annoying and needs someone to give him attention, and he's mean to other cats and stuff. Maybe if I got a dog,
Get
they'd
a
be able to.
border collie. They're the best dog to get if you like have a very lax, sedentary lifestyle. You just want them to sit by your side while you play video games. That's the dog breed for you. A border collie.
You're a video game.
seeing the same rate.
I don't think you. Do you know what kind of dogs border collies are?
They're cow dogs. Or sheep dogs.
Yeah,
they're the most intelligent dog breed, and they also are the most like some of the most energetic because they're supposed to be constantly out there and working and herding sheep. So they're probably the worst dog to get if you don't own a big plot of like country land. Like people will get them and they'll do things where they'll eat through, like this one woman got one and it ate through her back door to get outside. And it's like, yeah, unless you want to, like, you have a huge yard and stuff, like, you should not own one of those.
Of animals leaving our shelter. Our adoption numbers have been down about 5 to 9% year over year, but our stray numbers have increased about 40%. So unfortunately, as we see, maybe 10 dogs come in each week, we're only seeing 5 dogs go out. And this way, our kennels are staying fuller longer.
Here you have the housing market crisis problem.
At the Mohawk Hudson Humane Society in New York, their kennel is so overrun, some of their animal residents are being housed in their offices, like Kane.
This here is Kane, and he is one of our office fosters, as we're calling it, because we are out of our formal dog kennels. So we have some dogs, I think about 5 or 6 of them right now, that are living in offices with our
When are
staff.
you going to adopt a dog?
They are here all day and all night, so they are not going into a kennel because we don't have a kennel for them to go into.
Food and veterinary care can cost the average cat or dog owner between $500 and $1,000 per year. Some shelters are waiving fees in order to get pets adopted, especially for large dogs, but full kennels have unfortunately become common.
It's been going on for over a year now and unfortunately has only gotten worse. And we're seeing this not just here in the capital region of New York, but we're seeing this throughout the entire United States. And it is a crisis.
If unable to adopt a pet, shelter executives say temporary fostering, food donations, and even volunteering to take dogs on walks can greatly help pets in need. For Inside Edition
I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to, like, I'm going to go to a shelter, walk a dog, and bring, like, food to donate, and then I'm going to film it for views.
Yay!
Yes.
Yay!
And it's definitely the kind of stuff I do when I'm not filming for views.
I'll come there and film you.
Driving along the road, I saw this man holding a puppy, and I said to my friend, pull over. About 3 to 4 weeks old. In a couple of hours, I had fallen in love with him. We already had our dog, Abby, and I thought she needed a companion. I put it out into the universe. I needed someone for Abby. I think the first night we got him, Abby was kind of like, what is this? The size difference at the beginning, it's like a horse over a mouse. Abby just fell in love with him the first night. She became this protective mother. They've just grown up to be the most playful of siblings. They're best friends.
Yeah, it looks like it probably has some German Shepherd in it.
It's like a Scooby-Doo dog.
Well, Scooby-Doo is, I think, a Great Dane. I don't think either of them were Great Danes.
Look, he wants you to, see? He does like it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Cows, like, even bulls are really, really, really friendly. So it's just like, when you look at rodeos or like bullfighting, things like that, or even like just eating meat, it makes me feel guilty. They're like giant dogs.
Rodeos and bullfighting are two different things.
You're a bullfighter.
Well, that's why I mentioned them separately. And
I'm gonna kiss about this rodeo.
it's like I like eating apples and oranges. Apples and oranges are two different things.
Yeah, what the fuck, Drunken Crow?
Well, one of them, bullfighting, you actually kill the bull, and in rodeo, you just ride the bull.
Both of them, they treat the animals very, very poorly. Like
have you ever been to a rodeo?
No, but I do know the animals are usually like they usually electrocute the animals to rile them up. So when the horses or they're like riding,
they don't. I rodeoed for like fucking 3 years. They don't fucking shock them in order for them to buck.
Well, when you rodeoed, like, where did you like rodeo? Because I know a lot of the big ones, there's a lot of controversy, like with circuses in regards how they like treat the animals.
I rodeoed in South Dakota. My state sport is rodeo.
But I mean, like, how, like, the place you were going to or whatever, where you were participating, like, how large of a place it is? Because it is sort of like, it's the difference between, I don't know, like, farming in terms of, like, having a family ranch and a family farm and raising cattle that way, and factory farming. So a lot of the like major rodeos and stuff do engage in a lot of animal abuse and animal cruelty.
Okay, but we're talking about getting the animal to buck, right?
Yeah, and I know in a lot of
no, and that doesn't fucking happen because there is a flank strap, and that is around the waist of the animal. And if you had something around your cock, you're gonna you're gonna want to fucking get it off.
We should do that at the meetup. Put something around Gene's cock.
And maybe they do that in certain like rodeos, but I do think that in some they do use like electrocution, and a lot of them, it's also how they house the animals is also pretty unethical because
they use electricity to house the animals.
Well, they're pretty much just there to be used for the rodeo, and besides that, they kind of vegetate or rot in these. They're warehoused.
No, no, they're not. Do you know how much fucking money goes into livestock care? There's so much fucking money.
I don't know. Maybe this is something we should look into more and have more of a discussion about it.
I think that I'm right. What do you think, Drunken Crow?
You guys have no fucking idea, even though fucking the PBR
Why are you talking
hosted,
about me, Drunken Crow, like that?
Even though the PBR is hosted
nothing
in Vegas like several times.
I didn't even say nothing about no rodeo stuff. What you say, you guys? You want to kiss about this, Drunken Crow?
We're off topic. We're off topic.
Get back
Oh my God.
to talking about my computer.
Put his ear back so I can get it.
Have you guys heard about my new computer?
I told you he was nudging. He wanted to be pet.
He's flapping his ears like he's Dumbo.
What's that?
Have you heard about my new computer?
Yeah, it's less powerful than mine, so who cares?
No, mine's a higher wattage.
Nobody can reach that spot, can they?
I'm fairly certain it's not.
How much wattage is your power supply on your computer?
I don't know currently, but
Look at it.
Okay. Really?
How much is it, you bitch?
Okay, here, let me go to my system information.
You bitch! What is it? Everyone, you guys agree Gene's a bitch.
Here, how much is yours?
I'm waiting for you to say yours first.
Let's see, system. Why is it being so annoying?
Poop and pee, Drunken Crow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, G.
Yeah, G. No cap, yo. Drunken Crow, my computer. I got it up and working now and stuff. I'm gonna have it soon.
Okay, here it is.
Oh, what is it?
So processor, 13th core i9, 3 gigahertz device, ID, system type, Windows support, manufacturer. It's not. Just under the device, advanced system settings, hardware, device manager. Now I got to go to the. What do you mean? Why are you shaking your head that way?
Nothing. Drunken Crow.
Here, talk to the chat.
Talking to Drunken Crow. That's much better than the chat. Drunken Crow's the greatest. Okay.
Where's Dirt and Timmy and all of them guys?
Yeah, I want them here. Those suckers. Them sucker ass bitches. No, Bryant, my
display adapters, human interface, keyboards, monitors, network adapters, portable devices, parent processors, software devices.
Yeah.
Okay. Power processor. Oh, ACPI.
Oh, this is going to be a fucking 20-minute segment.
Yeah, good job, Shab.
Wait, what happened?
Well, it says it's under system devices, and currently maybe I should just show my.
Gene's just kind of a retard. Drunken Crow.
That's so do you know where to go to your system settings and everything?
Can't you just like peek at the back of your PC and see?
Well, the way the case is and everything.
Fuck, we've gone off track, of course.
But yeah, one of these TPI. So whatever, I'll look it up later.
Man, you're big, dumb idiot.
But anyway, it's like I know my graphics card and my CPU and my amount of RAM is a lot more than Shab's, so most likely I have a much more advanced
How is your
power
RAM more than mine?
Because the more hardware you're dealing with, the more wattage you're going to need. Shab's just trying to find something.
No, my power supply is better than yours.
Are you frozen, Shab?
No, I got RAM that's just as much as yours. I got a video card that is liquid cooled and you don't, bitch. You're jealous of what I have and you can't have it. Okay? Bitch. No, Bill Hicks, I've never drunk in my life. Bill Hicks, how are you doing, baby boo? Me and Drunken Crow were just talking about how amazing your butt is. Is this a dick measuring segment? No, it's the computer measuring dick segment. It's totally different.
What happened to John?
He's stupid. It doesn't matter. We don't need him.
Are we still alive?
Yeah, we're still alive. We don't need him, Drunken Crow.
Oh. I'm taking over for... Oh, shit.
That happened right when I shared my screen. Good job, Shab.
What did I do?
I don't know. Discord sucks. I notice every time it does that, it's usually when I switch like the screen that I'm sharing.
Yeah. Well, it's not my fault you're an idiot and you don't know your own specs off the top of your head. Okay?
Oh, so do you know every single spec associated with your computer? Do you know what exact motherboard it is?
No.
Oh, okay.
It is one of my favorite rats. I just feel so lucky that I found her. Close it. I'm Esther, and this is a story about Olive or GeoBeats. Span!
What's that?
I've had rats
Nothing.
for 7.5 years. You back around? Good job.
Would you ever own a rat, Gene?
Olive knows the most tricks out of any of my
No, because they only live for like a couple years.
Would you ever eat one?
And they're really, I don't know if there's a way to cook them properly and everything. I mean, to be fair, I am the kind of person where if I go to some like other country or something and it's like they have this like the Cambodian tarantula or whatever, which apparently when people visit there, that's like Chef Ramsay ate that. If somebody's like, there's some squirrel recipe, I'll take a bite, try it out. What about dog? If you went to South Korea and you went to like a place in China and there's a restaurant and they had dog on the menu, would you purchase a dish just to be like, I wonder what dog tastes like?
If I didn't know it was dog, I would order it. But as soon as I found out it was dog, I'd be like, huh.
It would make... Honestly, if I knew it was dog, I wouldn't be able to eat it without like throwing up or something. I think.
But what about pigs and sheep and everything? I mean,
I've never ate sheep before.
Well, lamb chops.
Yo, fuck.
I've never had
lamb. That's good.
But what about
greasy?
What about pigs? They're just as like intelligent as dogs and everything.
Yeah, I was just used to it, but I poop. I mean, would you eat human?
Well, it's not like legal or whatever, but
stop acting like that matters.
If I didn't know it was human, yeah, I'd probably eat it.
What does that even mean? That's like you could say that about eating anything.
If you didn't know it was dog, and then you found out it was dog later,
He's saying it probably tastes good if you didn't know it.
Oh,
and it probably would. A human would probably. You want to eat me?
Well, knowing that, it's kind of weird because it's like that a person died. It's like I don't know if somebody cut off like a slice of their arm and like cooked it up and stuff, and they did it willingly. It's just, what if we found a way to clone humans and like clone body parts? Like we could like clone a human hand and then cook it up.
Well, yeah, I'll clone my hand and then cook it up, and we'll see what Shabisky tastes like.
Well, to be fair, like what if they're like you have matter synthesizers like in Star Trek, and it's not like literally human, but it's like it can just find all the chemical properties of like cooked like medium rare like beef or steak. What if there's something like that where it's like some like cook like caramelized fried like human flesh, and it can just generate all the it knows all the chemical properties to generate it.
Wait,
I'd try that.
Gene, how do you like your steaks?
I don't really eat steak that much.
But when you do, how do you like them, you bitch?
Guess like medium.
I don't like you anymore.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I don't like red meat.
There's only one answer for that. It's medium rare. You gotta have enough.
Medium it's rare, medium rare, or well done. I thought those were typically the three options when we came to prepping.
No. There's rare, where it's fucking bloody as shit. Medium rare, where it's kind of bloody. There's medium, where it's basically brown and there's no, like, besides the fat that's leaking out. And there's well, and then there's well done.
I didn't know that, because at restaurants, when they're asking you for your order, they always just give you those three options. You want it rare, medium rare, well done.
If anyone fucking orders a well done goddamn steak or burger, they're gonna ask for blue. Yeah, I forgot about blue.
I get well done burgers all the time. I prefer burgers well done.
Me too. I don't like it to be red.
Yeah.
I feel weird if it's red.
You might as well be eating a fucking belt then.
No, it's good. We enjoy it.
I think it tastes bad. Well done.
Yeah. Me and Gene get it for like that for a reason, because it's yum and we eat it. If you go to In-N-Out and you get a burger, it's not pink like that.
Yeah, it seems like burgers are typically prepared well done, and then I know steaks are like typically medium rare. But yeah, I'd say that's more maybe if you're into cooking or grilling more, you know that. But I think colloquially, like when you go to places, that they just give you those three options typically.
Do you like your chicken medium rare?
I don't know, because usually if I get chicken, it's just a rotisserie chicken. So
yeah, because if you picked medium rare chicken, you're gonna get salmonella.
Okay.
Which is why we need our beef
well then done. They don't give you the option with like chicken. It's usually only certain meats where they will like ask you how you want it cooked.
I know, but oh my god, this pisses me off to a certain point. Where it shouldn't.
Okay.
Current rats. She's just so sharp. It's amazing.
You can get it?
Do you think this bitch is a virgin?
They'd be a lot cuter if like their tails kind of yucky.
Yeah.
See, they got to start. You know how some dogs they snip the ears or they like crop their tails? They need to start doing that. They need to breed them where they don't have tails. I'm just joking. I don't think they should do that.
Olive, I got her from a lady who, it's a bit of an interesting story. She got rats for her.
That's one of the big reasons I wouldn't want a rat, is because they are freakishly smart. They're more intelligent than dogs, but they only live for like 2 years.
Program where she basically goes around with her rats and she does presentations where she introduces people to them and shows them as a more positive concept.
And there are like lab rats where they taught them how, remember that? They were driving cars.
Yeah.
They made the little like bottle, like like cars and stuff, and they were doing an experiment, and they were able to operate the little like makeshift toy cars.
Yeah, right.
She ended up with a few babies that, she wasn't going to be able to keep. So I ended up asking her if I could take any of the babies off her hands. Good job. So that was Olive and her sister Donut. And later on, I would also bring in their sister Pickle. They were super tiny, but so confident and sweet. Olive in particular is just super calm with people in general. Olive has to find her name. She has been training pretty much every single day since I got her, which is not super unusual with my rats, but I'd say she picks up tricks faster than the majority of rats I've had. Good girl. Good girl. She knows how to walk on a barrel.
Damn.
She knows how to play basketball with another rat. It's
easier
pretty
to
exciting finding
train
they could
than
pretty
a
much the same
Trubisky.
behaviors like dogs. She is very,
Yeah, they're
very happy
smarter
to
than
engage
me.
with you. I talk to her. She wants to greet you no matter what she's doing. She likes to crawl and sit on your shoulder. She likes to sleep in your lap. She actually likes having her photo taken, which is very funny. We have a little setup for that. And whenever I take her there, she gets very excited, starts running around and doing all her favorite tricks because she knows what's going to come.
Good job. You can do it. Bring it in. Bring it in.
Olive is, she's my little baby.
Look at
I am
her
so close to Olive.
Forcing her her rat to engage in all that, like I don't know, labor for our entertainment.
I guarantee you she doesn't
Rats
have
unfortunately
a
live
boyfriend.
pretty short lives.
Why?
No!
She has
Olive
glasses.
is her.
What's that?
They all die. What?
Oh, whenever you shout, I always think we're like getting a tip through Streamlabs.
No, I said no, because the rats are all dying like you said they would, Gene.
Yeah, only 2 years.
I'm sad.
Oh, maybe I should
Maybe you should
take us
shut
away from the
your
playlist.
dick.
Here they are. Driving.
There we go. Good job, girlfriend.
Do you know they can only drive for 2 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, probably less than that. They probably need to wait like a few months before they're old enough to drive.
We want to sort of get at this aspect of these effort-based rewards, things like that we can sort of generalize.
Now, to be fair, it's like, why are they doing this for science? I kind of feel like they just wanted an excuse. The rats drive cars.
Also, they labeled it rat. Like, they're scientists. Are they fucking retarded?
But this is the interesting thing about science, Jane. Them doing like random studies like this, you can end up with random answers that you never.
A lot of times, the studies get a lot of funding and money goes into it. So
shut up. We have lots.
A lot of times
money,
you want
Jane.
them. You want these studies going towards things like finding cures to diseases and so forth, or finding ways to, I don't know, grow crops much more quickly and efficiently.
That's why I don't pay taxes.
Shut up. Pay taxes if I tell you to. I said.
Usually have a little bit of a moment there where you see them sniffing,
They are
trying
pretty
to figure
cute.
out what's going on, and then they'll put their paws onto the lever, and they just have to push the lever down, and that makes the car go. And they drive to what we call a treat tree, where we have Fruit Loops that are on straws with marshmallows, and as soon as they get
Shab, what would you do if you had like a rat in your home? I've never dealt with rats. I've dealt with mice before.
Like invasive?
Yeah. What would you do? Would you kill it?
I would catch it if I could without killing it. But
You wouldn't try to keep it as a pet?
no. Those
get to that tree, they're rewarded with that Fruit Loop. They eat it.
To be fair, if they lived like several years, like 7-8 years, I'd probably get one. The only reason why, all right, like guinea pigs, I had one and she like lived for like 8-9 years. So I don't know. I've been thinking of maybe getting a pair, but Dirt wants me to adopt 2 of his cats, so that's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna in March. Dirt's gonna come down here. I'm gonna adopt his kitties.
You should adopt Dirt and Danny.
What's that?
I think you should adopt Dirt and Danny.
I don't know. They seem like they might be a lot of work.
You can take care of it.
I've gotten positive reviews about.
I wouldn't want to clean up after them.
You just have to clean
It's
up.
welcoming that it's.
No big deal.
And you gotta watch them
over a
fuck.
year and a half. I love every.
Wash their assholes.
Millions of Americans ringing in the new year with a raise. From coast to coast, a near record number of states are increasing their minimum wage. California is leading the way after Governor Gavin Newsom signed legislation to boost pay for fast food and healthcare workers. Carter Evans is in Los Angeles with more on the many ways it's already impacting workers and consumers.
As a delivery driver for Pizza Hut, Marcelo Sandoval was one of 10 million Americans looking forward to a raise in 2024.
They want more money. Why don't they just go to college to get a real job? You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying, Drunken Crow?
Yeah.
They want more bitches. Why don't they go to the gym?
He qualified for California's new $20 an hour minimum wage.
To be fair, like what I said when I worked at that one gym where they only paid you like $9 an hour. I guess maybe that tangent I went on earlier was not a waste of time because now I can use it here as like an analogy. But yeah, so like when I was only being paid 9 hours to clean an entire fucking gym, it's just like, yeah, I'm pretty much just going to, I don't care if I get fired. I'm just going to quiet quit where I just meander or maybe wipe down the machines a little bit. I'm not going to take the job seriously at all. So you get what you pay for. So it probably would be better for productivity overall if they just paid their workers a livable wage, and that way they'll actually care about getting fucking fired. But I know like McDonald's and stuff like that, that's how their jobs are set up. It's set up where they could easily just replace them at any time because the tasks require like little to no training. So it is kind of fucked up, but they give money to charities. So look away from like all the money that they're not paying people a livable wage. So I guess we can ignore that.
For certain food service workers.
Who wouldn't mind getting an extra $4 increase in their pay?
25 states and dozens of municipalities across the country are planning minimum wage increases in 2024. One
Oh
as
fuck!
high as
One of
$20.29
them is
an
my
hour,
state.
Wow,
far exceeding the current federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour set back in 2009.
Because of how rapid
Dude, $7.25. Jesus fucking Christ.
inflation has been the past couple of years, the minimum wage increases are keeping up with or slightly exceeding inflation. In a lot of states now, actually.
But the bigger paychecks will come at a cost, especially at restaurants in California.
You know, your burrito costs $15 an hour. It's going to cost $17, I should say.
What's the ripple effect going to be?
Everyone else has to match, right? Because if you can work at McDonald's or Starbucks for $20 an hour, why would you stay at the kitchen at Olive Garden or even at Walmart?
Economists believe it could eventually lead to a slight increase in overall inflation and other unintended consequences. You're not going to see that $20 an hour.
Unfortunately.
See, this is what happens when you give poor people money. They don't spend it properly.
Actually, I won't.
That's because Sandoval is one of more than 1,100 California delivery drivers Pizza Hut franchises are laying off. Because they don't want to pay you $20 an hour.
Exactly.
So now, instead of looking forward to a bigger paycheck,
Okay,
he's
so
looking for a new job.
This is just like how Uber is taking over cab services. Like,
Uber Eats is kind of taking over here.
yeah. So like, just become a DoorDasher or an Uber Eats driver. Why fucking complain?
It's all your body on Pornhub.
I felt a little betrayed. I was like, but at the same time, I'm not surprised.
For CBS Saturday Morning, Carter Evans, Los Angeles.
Los Angeles.
It's like good news and bad news all mixed in.
I think one thing, like when it comes to the housing market and stuff, I do think that people need to stop. Like a lot of people are like, God, I don't like renting my living space, stuff like that. I don't think people need to feel ashamed that they're living in apartments, and I think that's one of the reasons why I think that's one of the reasons why the housing market crisis is a thing, because everyone feels like they need to own one of those big homes, and I don't think you need to I don't think everyone needs to own a big McMansion. I think another thing is like multi-generational households, the nuclear family of like, hey, everyone needs to be on their own when they're 18, and you have to be like you can only be married with one person. It's taboo to live with any other adults in your family unless they're like a dating partner or a spouse. I do think that throughout most of human history, of smaller towns, larger families, like I think there's nothing wrong with like, I don't know, the siblings, the parents, grandparents, all sharing a home, as long as everyone's contributing. So I'm not encouraging people to be neats. You should be contributing to the household. What?
Can I come move in with you and be a neat?
And then I think there's the student loan debt crisis, and that's another toxic element of American culture where everyone needs to have a college degree, and people are putting themselves in debt just so they can say they have a college degree. And you can blame the older generations for kind of like telling the younger generations they need to get a degree, and you have everyone going to college and like getting degrees and things that aren't going to help them in the job market. So and then there should be things like universal healthcare. And another thing is America's so fucking car centric. So I know there's a lot of people, they can't afford that $300 emergency, but you need a car to get around. And there's a lot of places where you need the car to get the job. You need the job to get the car because it's impossible to get anywhere in a lot of parts of the States unless you own a fucking car. Well, I mean, I moved to the city because of that. And I had the option to move to the city. A lot of people don't. It's like when I wasn't able to drive, I was fucked in the suburbs because it took like 40 minutes of walking just to get anywhere. And think of that. It's just any simple errand. It's 40 minutes there, 40 minutes back. So that's already like an hour and like 20 minutes and everything. So it's just like if you need to go to a doctor's appointment and it's like 2 hours up the road, 2 hours back of walking. It's like you just don't have the time to do that.
I just want to point out that just rent so you make someone else richer from Bill Hicks. I mean,
well, not rent, just you don't need to own these big, like lavish, like houses and stuff. So, I mean, even like smaller, like townhouses, owning like a condo. That the problem is, it's like the white picket fence community where everyone has to have these very lavish, like McMansions. I think like downsizing your lifestyle a little bit. It's just not everyone needs to have a backyard pool.
Well, I think nowadays, like young people want to have the freedom to be like, oh, I am not comfortable with this. I want to move. And I think renting is more than like, oh, yeah, I am 25 and I want to settle down in a big old house for a 30-year mortgage. Like, that's not the thing anymore.
Yeah, and I think that, a lot of people feel guilty that they're like living like in an apartment and stuff. And it's just like, I still think like, yeah, I understand you want that like security of owning your own land, your own place. But if you can like, if you like, I don't know, like $800 a month is a lot more preferable than like what you're talking about with like the mortgage and everything. But, and then I know like, Red Eye mentioned like food deserts because of theft and so forth. And I'd say that that's very specific to certain cities, like Baltimore deals with that to some extent, Detroit and so forth. And I'd say the issue with that is more that the only places people have to work there are the worst jobs ever. And it's kind of more of a systemic problem long term, where a lot of the people just, in a way, they are kind of harming themselves by doing it, but they do it because there are already employment deserts there. Then they start engaging in theft, and then the theft results in food deserts, and then things get even worse. So I think there needs to be better social institution there.
But then you still, if everything is costing more, you're not feeling it, and then the layoffs like that.
Got to feel for that guy a little bit.
Yeah,
Like, what the heck?
Yeah, you feel for a lot of the people too who are now excited about making more than $7, $8 an hour.
Right, and hoping that they can stretch it.
Yeah,
they can go somewhere.
It's been really frustrating. There's just so many people out there.
Who the fuck let her talk?
Hold on. Let me just point out that they showed her name and pronouns at the same time.
Sometimes I just wish I could have a normal life.
Later had been attempting to pass Ohio House Bill 68, which is comprised of two acts, the Save Adolescents from Experimentation Act, which would ban transgender minors from receiving gender-affirming care. So what exactly is gender-affirming care? Because I don't know how I feel 100% them going through operations. I mean, and the Save Women Sports Act, which would prevent transgender girls from taking part in girls and women's sports. Well, it says women's sports, so that I don't agree with. Like when they're like adults and stuff. Like I think that if you go through the transition, like I don't care if you play sports, but like I don't know where I stand 100% on the what age should somebody get, like if they come out as trans, should they be able to go through the process of transitioning?
You retarded, Jen. You have horrible
Yeah, but kids don't get bottom surgery at all. Yeah, so I know like it's probably a broad term. So if it's something where it's like, hey, they go to like talk to a therapist and stuff because they're going through, they don't feel comfortable in the body that like the assigned sex that they were born into and stuff. So that I think stupid banning. I think there's some like bigotry going on there, but I don't know, like what should the age be where somebody's allowed to say, okay, I'm ready to transition physically and go through the operations?
John, I think you're right about sex and everything. 25.
I don't.
25.
Maybe that's a bit too old.
When your brain is actually fully formed, you think that's too old?
Well, the thing is that I think maybe 18 would be good here because.
Oh, but consent, you have to wait until you're 25.
I never said you have to wait until you're 25. I said that I think that what Boogie was doing with very large age gaps, I think that I don't care if there's very large age gaps. If like it's a 30-year-old dating a 50-year-old or something. But I do think that kids that are like under the age like of 25, I said kids, like if you're a young adult under the age of 25, I do think that, you know what, maybe people should tread lightly and really mind their boundaries there. Because I think that if Boogie was dating somebody who's like 27, I wouldn't really care. But I think when you're a lot older than somebody and you're dating somebody that they're still in the age where their brain's developing, I do think that that's kind of like, I don't know. I think that's kind of indecent. But I don't think that somebody needs to be over the age of 25 to consent to like having a relationship.
Don't know that.
Yeah, but to like be 14 and you're just like, oh, I'm left-handed. I want to chop my right hand off. That
14, I think, is too young. I think I don't know. 16 is an age where a lot of people throw that out there when it comes to like having a lot of legal rights when it comes to making certain decisions. I know, like you have the right to refuse medication at the age of 16. I know that like a lot of states, that's the age to get your driver's license. And I mean, it's weird because it's like, hey, you can sign up and go to war and kill people at the age of 18, but then you're not old enough to drink. And then it's like, and the problem is, how do you define what the right age is? And that's why it's very difficult to talk about this, because it's like, why is it 18? Why isn't it 19? Why isn't it 17? So that's the big issue. My issue is that, hey, everything should just be 25. The problem is, it's like, it's kind of hard when you're talking about millions of people to be like, yeah, this is that age. Once they're like, I don't know, if they're 17, 300, like 64 days old, then they're too young. But that extra day, now they're capable of making all of life's choices and so forth. And then people make the argument of like, well, what about people that are really emotionally mature their age? And this is where it just gets really fucking hard. I don't know. We need some supercomputer where they like, I don't know, you put some like brain scanning helmet on the person and the supercomputer uses some very advanced, sophisticated algorithms, not even a quantum computer. And it determines, okay, this person, they're not ready yet.
So we gotta have Hal from Space Odyssey.
You need a supercomputer. It scans your brain and uses all the perfect quantum algorithms to determine whether you're ready to drive, whether you're ready to go to war, whether you're ready for that stuff. There you go.
Gene.
Yeah, what?
I think we should end the stream soon.
We still have all the Ukraine and Hamas stuff to get through. What?
I have to.
You have to what?
I woke up early to work on my computer, and I gotta go do more stuff tomorrow. So what? Let's hurry it up, Gene.
Okay. See what they have to say
Just
here.
because you said that you're not going to allow us to get the care here in Ohio doesn't mean we're suddenly going to stop getting the care for our kids. We know that this is the right thing to do. We trust the science. We trust our healthcare providers.
Well,
and
they're
so
not even going into detail about what it actually, what the parameters are for what they're considering gender affirming care.
do what we have to do, and whether that is travel out of state to get it, whether it's leave the state and move.
Everybody that we choose to surround ourselves with are very supportive. Many people that we associate with only know Astrid as Astrid. They might be surprised to know that Astrid is in fact trans. It's well spotted to say that there is absolutely a disconnect between what's going on, what we and many other, I think, trans families are experiencing in their local communities, the support that they have up to what's going on in legislatures.
If Astrid had cancer, this wouldn't be a question. They would allow me to make the choice to get her the best care, and so
Detail about what it's actually banning. This is terrible fucking journalism.
In question now that I'm seeking gender affirming care for her. And if they question the validity or they say that there's not enough research, then that's where they should be focusing their efforts. Put money into research, put money into studies, put money into funding these programs so that the care is safe and that it is regulated and that it is, standardized, instead of just blanket banning it with these scare tactics. Astrid just wants to be a 5th grade girl, and worry about things that 5th grade girls should be worried about. We just want to be a normal family.
We just want some privacy. I don't want anybody from the state house bursting into our lives saying this is the right decision, you can't do this, deciding for us. That's our business.
I feel like when I see families like that, and I wonder whether you think this too. Anybody else here? You wonder whether or not the kid was kind of trained or
maybe. I mean, it is sort of if they're talking about operations, I think that too young. That age.
Yeah, and I don't think that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the opposite, which I agree with, but also at the same time, when I see someone that's so young, I wonder how genuine what it is, because it's I don't know, kids say the darndest things and see imaginary friends and stuff like that.
It's like what Skeppy says, hormones. And the thing is, usually when kids start questioning their sexuality, whether they think they're gay, they're this, they're that, it usually is once puberty starts to come in. So it's just I don't know. I think that a very large percentage of kids don't really think about this stuff until they even go through puberty. So I do think it's weird when 7-year-old kids or 8, 10-year, I mean, maybe some people go to puberty early. I think 10's where it kind of starts, but it's just that makes me think okay.
Yeah. And Red Eye said, simple fix, new category for trans players, sorted.
Well,
sports.
I
there
can be men and women. I mean, you've got disabled or what is it called?
Yeah,
Special Olympics.
I think the thing is that and I've talked to Negan about this and stuff, and Negan agrees with this whole thing. It's if you're trans, you're not 100% a woman. You identify as a woman and you're trans.
You're a bigot, Chad.
You're not 100% a woman. Otherwise, you wouldn't be trans. It would make sense to call you that word.
That's sex.
And because of that, it's like if we're going to have women's and men's sports, then we need to have some sort of other sports category or something like that.
Well, here's the big thing. The reason why they usually separate men and women when I'm talking about sex, it is just like the physiology. Men usually are stronger, bigger, faster. And the issue is there are exceptions where women are stronger and faster than certain men. And then there's some sports where it really doesn't matter that much. Like, I don't know, like volleyball, maybe, like tennis.
Ping pong.
Yeah, but even that, like, but then the issue there is it's just you are going to get to that point where you're talking about Olympic level professional athletes, where the smallest thing is going to make a really significant difference. Because, like, when you get to that level of competition, being like born with a Y chromosome or not is going to be a very significant thing that determines whether you make the team or don't. So at that point, if you get rid of the categories altogether, how many people are going to, like, who are born without the Y chromosome are actually going to make the teams at all? Because at that point, it's just like, even when you take people who are trans out of the equation, if you just get rid of that, and people will make that argument that, well, men happen, like, it's not an absolute. There's men that are stronger, faster than other men. There's women that are stronger than certain men. It's like, but still, if you get rid of these, how many women are going to be playing on, like, Olympic teams? You're probably going to get rid of, like, pretty much all the women.
Do you want Conor McGregor to identify as a woman so he can beat the shit out of Ronda Rousey?
And I do think that this is another scenario where what's the right age? It's hard for me to have a stance, not just because people will jump down my fucking throat, but it's really complicated because not all sports are the fucking same. So I think for some sports, it's more acceptable than others. And I think that, like, there's some sports where, like, once the person goes through the operation, gets the transition, or goes through the transition process, then it doesn't really cause any, like, sort of problems with an unfair advantage. But then there's some where even after the operation, it might still cause too much of, like, an unfair. And the problem is, like, when it comes to kids sports teams and stuff, or like, the problem is, like, the average group of people that get together to play baseball, whether you're a guy or a woman, I don't think is going to have that much of an effect. But the problem is, at that professional level, that's the problem. If it's like, hey, there's no women's team for weightlifting, well, then guess what? Then people are going to be complaining that there aren't enough women in the Olympic weightlifting, like, team, because pretty much all the teams are almost exclusively men.
Yeah, and Scooby, have you never seen that South Park episode where the guy...
Strong woman?
Yeah, strong woman. Have you not seen that, Scooby? That's my proof to you, bitch. Okay? Watch the Strong Woman episode of South Park. Okay?
Yeah, like... Oh. I think that, again, it's like, it's kind of a scenario where you can't please everyone. And it's like, unfortunately, the overwhelming majority of people do not identify as trans. And it's like half of the population fall into the born without a Y chromosome category. And the problem is that half of the population is going to be excluded from professional sports by a very, very large margin if you do that. And
there should...
I mean, am I wrong there? I mean...
No, like, oh, you're not mentally capable? Oh, we're going to have the Special Olympics, and they're involved. We have the Olympics. Why can we not have a separate... We have to involve these people that identify as blah, blah, blah.
These people?
Oh my God. See, this is hard to talk about. Here, I gotta pee, talk to the chat about this.
I need Negan here. Where's Negan?
I think Negan will agree with me. I mean, you can't.
Negan agrees with me. Okay.
Well, I agree with you. So.
Oh. Well, still, Negan would agree with me. Okay. 'Cause I'm the greatest. Right, guys? Everyone type in the chat if I'm the greatest. See, look at the people typing in the chat. I'm the greatest. Duncan Crow. So I'm assuming that both Skabibi and Red Eye both agree with me and think I'm a genius. Is that am I reading this right?
Wait, can you give me a synopsis?
Yeah. Skabibi thinks I'm super smart, and he says I'm smarter than Einstein. And Red Eye's like, "What are you, an idiot?" No, Shabisky's 10 times smarter than Einstein. He's not just a little smarter than Einstein. And Scooby-Doo's like, "No, he's just a little bit, I think, smarter." And Red Eye's like, "No, you're a fucking idiot. He's the smartest thing that ever lived." And that's their argument. And now Bill Hicks is coming in, and he's like, "Yeah, Shabisky's the smartest thing that ever lived." And then Bryant's like, "No, he's an idiot." What the fuck, Bryant? Where'd that come from? That was fucked up, Bryant. Yes, I am Nikola Tesla. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm singing for everybody, Gene.
Shabisky is the modern day Nikola Tesla.
Yeah, it's true, Gene. It's about time you recognize, Gene.
I think that like bathroom barriers and shit like that are unnecessary. But when it comes to Skippy Jesus, like, what do you think about what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to how many women do you think are going to be playing on the sports teams, or at least the half of our society who are born with without a Y chromosome? How many of those people do you think are actually going to be playing in these Olympic teams and stuff? I mean, I think at that point, if we did that, do you think I'm wrong that except for certain sports like gymnastics and stuff, like, I think that like so many sports teams, you're not going to have any women athletes.
Trans is the sex, but male and female is the gender, right, Gene?
No, the sex is.
Oh no, the sex
other
is
way around.
Okay, so if
It's
I
the
change my gender, does that change my sex?
No.
Okay, so if you are born a male, you have a lot of testosterone. Your bones are sturdier, and you have more muscle mass. And then you can be like, "Oh, I'm a woman now." But if a woman's just like,
what's happening on this stream anymore, Jay.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
What did I miss when I was gone?
I just came back. I got kicked like I usually do.
And I have talked about this before, Bill Hicks, where he says sex is gender. This is more of like a semantics thing, where I feel like if you interviewed the overwhelming majority of people about like, hey, like in the 90s and stuff, even people that are very progressive, they're not anti-LGBT, and you ask them, like, is there a difference between the two terms? I don't think anybody was aware of that. I think this is something that was brought up very recently. I think people for the longest time were completely oblivious to the fact that like anyone claimed that there was like a notable distinction between those two words. They were being used interchangeably. And then this is where you get in the realm of like etymology, like how words and language is fluid. It changes over time. And there isn't some hard science over what the definition of a word is. So the meaning of a word is only like the meaning that society assigns to it. So even if you, like, the argument a lot of them will make is, well, in other societies, they'll have multiple different words. And it's like, well, they're speaking different languages. This is English. And the thing is, it's like, okay, I can understand the argument that your anatomy should not define, like, who you are, like, your level of masculinity, femininity. But I do think that, like, a lot of people will bring that up, and then when people scratch their heads, they act like they're bigots. And it's just like, shouldn't you be making the argument that it's a semantics thing and that gender and sex are really two different words? They don't do that. They'll just say, hey, there's more than like two genders. And then when people question it, then they just accuse them of being a bigot and throw a fit, even though these are people that don't even,
It's like this silly, childish argument that's not even honest. It's extremely dishonest and silly. And it shows that the people that like made this, created this kind of argument are fucking idiots who aren't fucking big thinkers.
Words work. And
yeah,
well,
but
you
then
mentioned
all
that,
these
Skeppy,
people are following behind it. It's such a big subject.
You mentioned that, Skeppy, but the problem is you do see that a lot in academics, where it's kind of like with animals, where like they'll class a jackrabbit's really a hare. It's not a rabbit. It's technically bananas and watermelons are berries, but strawberries aren't berries. Why? Because these words are just, it's like they're man-made colloquial constructs where people in a society are like, hey, let's call these like pickable fruits that are very sweet off of like bushes and shrubs. Let's call these berries. And then when you have a science, and Landon's mentioned this, prose is not the best way to discuss science. You need a much more, like, I guess, sophisticated, a much more, I guess, like empirical and unequivocal way of addressing things. And that's where you got scientific definitions, and then you have general dictionary definitions. And the thing is, like, when you say that in academics, they were using them differently and it was a more obscure academics, well, that's normal, where you'll have some kind of study or research where they're using a certain terminology that deviates from what the general speech is. And again, it's where words can have more than one definition. And that's where context is important. So the issue is that the problem is people colloquially weren't using the word that way. It had a different dictionary definition. That's more of a textbook definition that wasn't.
Can we just go on? It's been 4 hours.
I think that John is a retard.
Oh, the retard. Oh, we got to go on into specifics on that word for fucking 2.5 hours.
Are you trying to hit on me?
No, I'm just fucking saying that we should just go on with the goddamn stream.
We should, me and you should go on each other. You ever think about that, baby?
I mean, I could have a fucking 4-hour conversation with John. But, I mean, tangentially.
Let me see. I wonder what happened before with him, like 30 minutes ago.
Who?
Gene.
He's still here. Or did he freeze? He froze.
Yeah, you didn't notice? You weren't paying attention?
I have two screens open. I thought he was just like doing something else. I'm looking at the chat and I'm looking at the stream.
Let's all kiss. I don't know if Gene's gonna be back soon. But if this stupid dope head Gene doesn't show up soon, I'm ending this stream and I'm gonna have to announce that Gene is a big dumb idiot when I do so. What do you want, Gene?
God, we didn't go. The stream's still up, is it?
No.
No, it's not.
Just kidding. It's still.
We're not online.
Wait, no, it's not up.
So you can say whatever slurs you want, John.
Yeah.
Well, what happens is usually at this time of night, it will just go off, blink yellow, and then go back online. So I think it's just because Xfinity, they just do some maintenance late in the middle of the night.
You don't know anything, Gene.
It's probably what happened.
He doesn't know anything.
Are we still online? Because on my end... Okay.
No, we're not online.
On my end, it says that you're a little bitch, Gene.
So, John, say the N-word. Do it.
Say the N-word, say the N-word, say the N-word tonight.
Okay, there we go.
Say the N-word, Gene, say
See, I think
the N-word.
they took us down because we were questioning, gender theory.
Yeah. It's because I said that trans people aren't 100% women's, and it was not having it with that shit. Okay.
Semantics thing, what do you... what's your opinion there?
Me?
Yeah.
About what?
How people were pretty much using the words interchangeably until very, very recently. And how much did I get through before I went offline?
If you're talking about how people argue with it, the two gender thing, like I said before, it's just an immature, dishonest...
I was talking about textbook versus, scientific definitions versus your colloquial, sort of, casual definition. Did I get to that, or...
What do you mean?
Oh my God, Chad. What do you mean? Was I talking about that or not?
I don't know.
Before I cut off.
I guess not.
Wait, what were you talking about?
God, I need to get better co-hosts.
Say it, Gene.
According to that article and a few scientists, there is no consensus on the subject. Running, jumping, the body that runs all professional athletics. My big thing is, like I said, you have... Did I use the analogy about how, you have taxonomy and stuff, how berries used to be, people came up with the names of it just colloquially. It's just a way to communicate. So people used to just refer to berries as some kind of pickable fruit. But then when science comes along, botany, it's necessary for them to come up with a more, definitive, some more unequivocal distinction.
Wait, so you're being pedantic about being pedantic?
Gene.
Well, I'm discussing how it's people mention how, Skeppy mentioned how in some more obscure academics, they would use the words interchangeably. But the thing is, that's probably because they're engaged in this, form of research where it's necessary to create a more, I don't know, a more explicit sort of distinction between these two categories. But that doesn't change the fact that, probably for hundreds of years or generations prior to that happening, people were still just using the two words interchangeably. So that's where, that's more of a textbook academic use of the term, that's not, a general use of the word. So it's kind of again, saying that strawberries aren't technically berries. It's well, based on the generic dictionary definition that people have been using for generations, they are. But if you're talking to a botanist, where it's necessary to create this kind of taxonomy based on DNA and stuff, then technically they're not raspberries, blackberries are drupes, they're not berries. Technically, bananas are berries. So it's that's where words can have more than one definition depending on the context. And it's unless you're discussing some really hard sort of science in a scenario that isn't really doesn't come up at all in a casual kind of setting or conversation, then it's just that seems like an actually kind of thing the gender and sex are two different things. It just seems like a semantics thing that people kind of blow out of proportion because they kind of want to actually the other person.
Yeah, they use it so they can win an argument and stuff. And
win an argument, it's just, hey, you don't know you don't know something that I happen to know. And it's malicious. It's trying to brand people as bigots where it's just they don't even know. The confusion is just over the fact that there's two definitions for these two different words. And the way they represent their argument isn't, hey, did you know these two words are different? The way they present it is, hey, there's more than two genders. And then when people scratch their head, they get to brand those people as bigots and be like, it's a way to straw man people and bait people.
This is one of those things where it makes Democrats look stupid and makes Republicans look smart. Because a lot of the times there's like Ben Shapiro talking shit about people like that. And Ben Shapiro's a dumb motherfucker who makes horrible arguments and stuff. But when it comes to that, it's like him just simply being like, yeah, there's two genders. It's like, yep, okay.
You ever see Ben Shapiro's sister? It's basically his face with big old tits.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I want to fuck him. I mean her.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Confused boner.
But anyway, let's just get to the next topic.
Wait, I thought we were done.
Nah.
Share your page, you dumb whore, Gene. Can I call you that, Gene? A dumb whore?
Yeah, dumb whore.
Okay, dumb whore. You're sharing the wrong screen, Gene. Wrong screen! Gene, you're ruining the stream.
What stream was it was
You're
our
sharing the screen instead of like the page or whatever. You need to stream the application and not the screen.
I was.
You were I saw Discord, you dumb whore.
Oh, I don't know why he did that.
I'm sorry for
fuck
calling you.
Tyler Perry.
Made Foy is in Jerusalem with the possibility of a hostage deal.
Israel wants to make a deal with Hamas.
Israel is ready for another humanitarian pause and additional humanitarian aid in order to enable the release of hostages.
129 Israeli hostages remain in Gaza. Some of their families protest by sleeping outside the Kiryat military headquarters in Tel Aviv, demanding the government bring their loved ones home. The head of Israel's Mossad intelligence agency discussed the possibility of a hostage deal in Poland on Monday with CIA Director Bill Burns and Qatar's Prime Minister. But Hamas refuses to negotiate.
We affirm our position of categorical.
So, Crow, people in the chat, what do you think they should do about the hostage situation? Because I know they've been filling the tunnels with seawater. They've been bombing the hell out of Gaza. They accidentally killed a few of the hostages. They through like attempting to rescue them. So it kind of seems like I don't know, maybe shelling the hell out of this like small piece of territory and going in guns blazing isn't the best way to, I don't know, get the hostages out safely. Are you there, Crow? I like how Shab leaves right as I start a new segment.
Rejecting to hold any form of negotiations.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met with regional defense ministers today, discussing Operation Prosperity Guardian, an international task force meant to protect shipping in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden from Houthi rebel attacks.
These reckless Houthi attacks are a serious international problem, and they demand a firm international response.
The Houthis say the U.S.-led coalition shows more aggression against Palestinians, while the Houthis' benefactor, Iran, announces a new voluntary naval force of its own, armed with rockets. In the southern Gaza city of Rafah, the IDF killed a key Hamas financier who Israel says transferred tens of millions of dollars from Iran to Hamas.
Now, I believe the Houthis, they're from like Yemen. And Yemen is in a very similar situation that Gaza is, where they're enclaved by Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia is going out of its way to prevent supplies and trade from getting in and out of Yemen. So a lot of them are really fucked when it comes to things like medicine, when it comes to things like famine. And the United States is one of the biggest backers and supporters of Saudi Arabia. So I wonder why the Yemen and Gaza, I guess factions within those two territories are kind of collaborating with each other to some extent against the U.S. and its allies.
While airstrikes devastate Palestinian communities and kill thousands. For a second night in a row, Hamas released a video showing 2 Israeli hostages alive and increasing the pressure on the Israeli government to do whatever is necessary to bring them home safely. In Jerusalem, Nate Foy, Fox News.
With the world's attention on Gaza and the humanitarian crisis there, violence has also erupted in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, some 50 miles away. Extremist Jewish settler attacks on Palestinians there have surged. CBS's Ramian Asensio reports from the Jordan Valley.
Families attacked and livestock killed. Palestinian shepherds in the West Bank are being driven from their homes by militant Israeli settlers.
It disturbs me. It upsets me.
Israeli-American Ellie Charlotte is helping protect these Palestinians, a volunteer with the Jordan Valley activists.
I empathize with them so much because I see our people doing the same.
So that's something we covered last few weeks, is how you look at a map of the West Bank and Israel has pretty much occupied half of that territory, and they're now completely obliterating Gaza. So it's something where you just look at the timeline. Chad, you're making a bunch of noise. Do you know how loud that is, the crinkling? Oh. Yeah. It's kind of annoying when it's right when we start a new section or segment, you just walk away and then you come back with all the crinkling and so forth.
Same thing that was done to us for so long to other people.
Charlotte is one of about 200 volunteers, including several Americans, documenting settlers on a mission to seize Palestinian lands.
It's cleansing these lands of this population.
Ethnic cleansing?
Yeah, I think that term is accurate.
Settlers spring into action anytime to terrorize. Here.
Know if you should say it's ethnic cleansing. I think it's just Israel wants all that land and they think the land belongs to them. And I think that they just kind of, I don't know, I'd say it is a genocide. I don't think it's necessarily the ethnicity they're against. I think it's just they want the, all that land in that area under their flag.
Young men unafraid to show their faces to the shepherd who filmed them. Burhan Basharat, a 49-year-old sheep herder, is that man. They came to my house day and night for 40 days last year, he said.
How does that make you feel?
My 2 children, my wife, we're all afraid. But he says he won't leave the place he, his father, and grandfather lived for at least the past century, unlike a growing number of others, according to B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights group.
Israeli settlers have attacked at least 16 Palestinian shepherding communities since October 7th. More than 1,000 people have abandoned their homes.
This is a right by the Bible, by the Jewish religion. That's our lands.
From a hilltop above the valley, Avatar and other militarized settler youth take in the view of the land they believe was promised to them, unashamed to say what Palestinians should do.
The easy solution if they leave. It makes our life very easy.
Gene, I think we deserve that land, Gene.
No, but I do think that, I don't know, it's so hard talking to people that act like, oh God, the Palestinians have made it really hard for them. And it's just, they look at a map of Palestine before World War II, and before they started to like establish the Israeli state, it went from half of the land being taken. Then when a war broke out, it went from like only like 20-something% of their land. Now it's down to like less than 12% of their land. And it's just, you look at all the settlements in the West Bank, and now that they're like turning Gaza into a parking lot, and there's already notable like evidence of them setting up settlements there in Gaza, it's just, they clearly are, it's a clear fucking land grab. It's just, they're not just fighting Hamas.
There are an estimated 500 Palestinian farming families in the West Bank and an estimated 500,000 illegal Jewish settlers. In Halad Mahul, Barhan Bashar forges on despite those odds. I always say we should all live together peacefully, he says. We don't want war. Enough. Enough. A hope that's echoed across these hills for thousands of years, a land of serene beauty now shrouded in violence. Remy Inocencio, CBS News.
I think the biggest victims here are the sheep and the children.
Yeah, nobody thinks of the sheep.
World's attention.
The sheep got fucked. What?
On Gaza and the humanitarian crisis there, violence has also erupted in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, some 50 miles away. Extremist Jewish settler attack.
The problem is that when it comes to the West Bank, I mean, a lot of the violence and unruliness that people point out is coming from Gaza, not the West Bank. And then because it's like, hey, we want to associate West Bank or putting people in groups, so West Bank and Gaza are Palestine. They're Palestinians, so I think out of vindictiveness for what happened in like the Hamas terrorist attack, it's like what people in America were doing, where they'd go to like businesses and stuff owned by like Islamic families, and they would like destroy, vandalize the businesses, and it's just seems like that's what's going on here.
Attacks on
See, and Shab's walking away again. That motherfucker.
Palestinians there have surged.
Oh, you're not walking away?
CBS's Remy Inocencio reports from the Jordan Valley.
Families attacked and livestock killed. Palestinian shepherds in the West Bank are being driven from their homes by militant Israeli settlers.
It disturbs me. It upsets me.
Israeli-American Ellie Charlotte is helping protect these Palestinians, a volunteer with the Jordan Valley activists.
It's like the same story.
John, would it be racist to say that the Israelis, the Jewish people, want the West Bank because it's called a bank?
Oh my God, that cancel Crow.
For the first time in more than 100 years, Ukraine will mark Christmas today instead of in January. It's a way of the country cutting ties with Russia, which celebrates according to the Orthodox calendar. Well, let's show you these live pictures from St. Michael's Cathedral in Kyiv. As we were saying, for the first time, believers of different religious denominations will be celebrating Christmas on the same day. As you can see there, it's just one of a number of services being held on this day across Ukraine.
But I got rid of this on the playlist.
A new proposal from Egypt to end the war between Israel and Hamas is not getting much traction. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told troops in northern Gaza, quote, "We will not stop," while Hamas leaders say they will not negotiate until there's an end to Israeli aggression. Meanwhile, conditions are worsening for civilians in Gaza, including the territory's Christian population. MTS Tayeb reports from Bethlehem in the West Bank.
Outside Al-Quds Hospital, Gaza's second largest, a wasteland. This is one of the first looks inside since it stopped functioning last month, following a weeks-long siege by Israeli tank units. After nearly 3 months of war and
Now, I know one thing that's been happening recently is there's been this deadly fungus that's been going around that's been killing a lot of people in Gaza. So it's like, it's just they're under some kind of a medieval style siege. It's getting to the point where now a lot of them are just dying of infection.
And all of Gaza's hospitals have either been bombed out of use or now just barely operate. This one is at breaking point following Israel's Christmas Eve airstrikes on the Maghazi refugee camp, which killed at least 100 Palestinians, according to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health, in what's being described as one of the deadliest Israeli assaults since fighting began. The grief here is unbearable. Israel's military said it was reviewing the incident. For Gaza's small Christian community,
Hamas did it. Seems like that's what they say every time.
one of the world's oldest, it's a struggle just...
What?
Did you hear that Call of Duty is under a lot of scrutiny? They dropped a new map Called Gaza Strip.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, I think they're like idiots doing that. That's like the no.
Do that.
Okay. I was gonna say it would be like the no Russia mission, where it's just the whole mission was to shoot through an airport, and it's like they did that just to get attention. They did that just so it would be in the news and stuff. It's like nobody plays Call of Duty for the story, and it's like that was just there to be. Yeah, but it's like 2 hours long, and there is no story. It's running through a corridor and shooting your way from point A to point B. So I don't think they ever. It would be like if a generic Michael Bay movie or like a film like Bad Boys 2, if they put something like that in there, it's like it's not to serve the narrative. It's just shock value for the sake of shock value.
Are you hitting on me?
To survive.
That's why I wasn't really that shocked. Like if they did do that, because it's probably just them doing crap like that again.
2 women, 81-year-old Nahida Khalil Antoun and her 50-year-old daughter Summer, were shot dead by an Israeli sniper over a week ago in a churchyard they were sheltering in.
Shab, did you hear that? Did you hear that, Shab?
Yeah, it's not safe to be at church.
Oh my god.
That's what I
Can
heard.
you pay some level of attention?
I just said it's not safe to be at church. It just said they got
community, one of the world's oldest.
But how did they get shot? These are civilians.
It was an accident?
It was a sniper. An Israeli sniper shot them. So this isn't like, hey, they were shot by some like missile or like some kind of air projectile where you can say that, okay, it wasn't implicit because it was just them in the crossfire. This is like, how did a sniper accidentally shoot these like older women?
It's a struggle just to survive. 2 women, 81-year-old Nahida Khalil Antoun and her 50-year-old daughter Summer, were shot dead by an Israeli sniper over a week ago in a churchyard they were sheltering in.
How can you justify that? It's one thing if like the sniper accidentally killed one civilian, but do you think it's just like fuck them, they don't care who they're shooting?
In Bethlehem, we met Nahida's grandson, Jawed. I don't know what she did to deserve this, he says. She was just an innocent old lady.
It's Christmas. How are you feeling today?
Well, all of Gaza is partially responsible, according to Israel's president.
We are all sad, anxious, and full of worry, he says. They are trapped and under siege without food or water. There is nothing to celebrate. For CBS...
Oh, Galen's here. I know this is his favorite topic. But, yeah, I mean, it's just... When I talk to people about this outside the internet, I just don't get how people can defend Israel here. And it's just... And I mean, like, I'm getting my news from, like, ABC. See, like, I'm going to the mainstream and they're covering it. So it's just, it's like, do they not see this stuff being covered at all? Like, where are they getting their fucking news?
On the front lines, Ukrainian soldiers had high hopes for victory over the summer. A victory they said would win them back all territories now occupied by Moscow, which is now about 1/5 of Ukraine. But even then, as Ukraine's counteroffensive forces fought bitterly for every gain, exhaustion was setting in, and hopes for victory were tinged with sadness.
So do you know what's happened in Ukraine in the last, few days, Shab? Putin has exercised the largest airstrike on Ukraine since the start of the war.
That's because
when we take back
that's all
our
they
territory.
have. They can't fucking do any tank shit anymore because it's been proven that their tanks are shit. And
well, tanks are kind of becoming obsolete when it comes to like modern warfare because like one drone can destroy a tank.
Drive the Russians away and regain our lands, we will celebrate. It's a pity that not everyone will be alive to celebrate, but we will be victorious. We live by this.
And Ukraine, they're running out of troops. I mean, Russia's having an issue as well, but it seems like Russia's got more, like, I guess, resources to keep the war going on longer. And one of the big issues, they're probably going to have to, Russia's probably going to be relying more on offering citizenship to people who want to fight in their military, or private like contractors, so like hiring mercenaries. But I know Russia's having like an issue with finding enough recruits as well.
Also waning
they
appears
can't
to be international
buy
community support.
A lot of recruits because there's a bunch of companies that already have left. Nike, McDonald's, like fast food restaurants have fucking left Russia.
So Putin's been pulling some strings to keep their economy afloat, and it is estimated that Putin could keep the war, like things going as they are, for 10 years. So that's what the current estimate is, which it's kind of disheartening. But one of the things that he did was he raised like pay and benefits and stuff for people in the military, spouses. Because of that, like people are spending more, and it's helping local businesses and stuff. So like I thought that they're going to have to pull out, because initially it showed that their currency, the ruble, became like, was it a tenth of the worth of a penny? But then it's like he's been doing some stuff to help keep the economy going. Now, it can't last forever, but apparently what the experts say is it's 10 years that he can keep this going. And Putin is just like, it's a totalitarian government. He's a fucking dictator, so he doesn't want to lose. But so he doesn't care about the people. He doesn't have an election to worry about. So the worst thing that could happen is somebody tries to, like, the higher ups try to get rid of him. But that's the problem. He's just a disgusting tyrant who he'll keep it going for 10 years if he has the option, because he doesn't want to like back out and then lose the war. He doesn't want to acknowledge that, hey, they weren't able to follow through with their goals.
For Ukraine, both the United States and the European Union have tens of billions of dollars in military aid to Ukraine stalled amid war fatigue and other political disputes. In Ukrainian cities far from the front lines, air raid sirens howl every day, and bombs frequently land in civilian areas. At the onset of the war, millions of people, mostly women and children, fled the country, while men had no choice but to stay behind to be ready to be called for war. Families have now been separated for nearly 2 years.
I realize that I may never see my wife or my daughter again. Either the Russians will come here, or I could be called to the front at any moment.
Russian President Vladimir Putin.
How old is he?
Seems encouraged by the delay in
because I do think most countries it's like 18 to 40.
Military aid for Ukraine, but his forces have also made no major gains in 2023. And Russia, like Ukraine, is continuously losing lives and weapons in what has become a war of attrition. Some analysts say, as a larger country, Russia is better able to sustain a long-term stalemate.
Like, war of attrition, and I mean, there's one thing Russia has been good at throughout its history is wars of attrition. I mean, that's the thing that fucked the Nazis over. And again, like, one thing that kind of helps in a war of attrition is the fact that you don't really give a fuck about the people. So you can just exploit your people as much as you can to keep the war going, because it's only the oligarchs that really matter. And I mean, that's what like Stalin did, the scorched earth strategy. Do you know what that is, Shad? So when when the Germans were invading, one of the things they did is they started to burn all the farms, all the cattle, all the supplies, factories, and everything. So the Germans would have to march miles and miles and miles in frozen tundra, and they starved out the Germans. But the consequence is a lot of Russians died as well, but they're disposable. There's not a lot of checks and balances to stop somebody like Stalin from like murdering millions in order to, I guess, murder the other millions invading and stuff. And like it worked, but the thing is that's one of like in America we suck, we got our corruption, but a president like Biden can only commit to a 4-year plan. He's a dictator. He can commit to things as much as he wants, and people can't complain because they'll go to prison.
And that neither side will agree to peace talks under the current circumstances. Meanwhile, families on both sides grieve their dead and pray for the return of the missing.
My husband was not allowed to write or call. He managed to write a message, just one message. I understood that it was him because we have a code word between us. As women of the military, we know.
For Ukrainians, 2024 may begin
tell us what the code word was.
with uncertainty as they anticipate what they hope will be the delivery of vital military aid. Some analysts say while the war is not likely to end soon, next year could be pivotal in determining its outcome.
We're back now with a closer look.
What do you think? Do you think maybe Zelensky should bite the bullet, accept a peace deal, cede that land to Russia, and then they should join NATO afterwards? I think that's probably the best thing for them to do.
No, because that's not Russian soil. That's Ukrainian soil. And
but the problem is, what happens if do you think they'd be able to fight off, win the war of attrition? Because if things don't go their way and the stalemate is broken, then they could lose a lot more land than the land that they would sign over. So,
well, they've already lost Crimea, so why would they be like, oh, we're just going to give up now after that?
Well, the thing is, they might allow them to join NATO, and if they do, I don't see Russia trying to invade them if they're a part of NATO. And I think that, unfortunately, it's a scenario where it sucks that they'll lose that land, but a lot less people die in the long run.
Maybe in the short run, because maybe Russia would be like, oh, we took over this land, and maybe we can take even a little bit more. And then it just continues.
I don't know. I don't think Putin is that.
I'm not talking about Putin. I'm talking about in the future, whoever takes over after Putin.
Well, whoever takes over, that's the issue. They'd be going to war with a NATO state. So if they go to war with a NATO state, they'd have to go to war. Look at how poorly they've done with the Ukraine. They could probably win them over in a war of attrition because of how much larger they are and everything in terms of the resources they have. But I don't think they'd win a war of attrition against all of NATO.
Well, but again, to Ukraine's effectiveness, you don't have to outpopulate with your you don't have to have a shit ton of soldiers if you have more effective soldiers.
Yeah, but the thing is, Russia's having a difficult time advancing, but so is Ukraine. So it's become victory has been measured in inches. They tried the counteroffensive and it's failed. So that's the problem, is that if they want that land back, they're going to have to find a way to break the stalemate and get troops in to recapture, reoccupy that land, and then keep Russia out. And the problem is that I don't think they have the resources to do that. I think they have the resources to prevent Russia from expanding further. I don't think they have the resources to go in and recapture that land, unless other countries get involved as well. But I just don't. What does the chat think?
But they captured the land with.
They're still talking about the trans issues.
Oh, they are? Okay.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Crow.
Okay, but the Russia captured the land with whatever the fuck they had, tanks and shit, and we all know outdated, completely out fucking dated. Yeah, they might have more tanks, but again, how fucking dated. They might have more troops, not as affected. Fucking Jesus shit, I've been drinking too long. Effective as the Ukrainian troops.
The problem is offensive operations in war are a lot more difficult to achieve than defensive operations. So the problem is, yeah, they've been inefficient at actually getting in and taking annexing, taking over the entire country, which was their initial goal. They're able to fight them off. But now that the issue is that Ukraine tried a counteroffensive and it didn't work either. And the thing is, like, there are countries like Iran and so forth, like, they still have people that are supplying Russia with military weaponry and so forth. And now he's taking a different approach where, like, they're playing the war of attrition game, and he's starting to supply up. And the thing is, Ukraine is having a troop shortage crisis. So the problem is they only have so many men. And then it's kind of hard to keep their economy afloat when a very large percentage of their, like, able-bodied adults are fighting. So Russia has the ability to keep its economy afloat at the same time, and I don't think Ukraine really has that ability to keep its economy going. And then on top of all that, it's like, if they don't find a way to replenish their numbers and stuff, they, like, I don't think they can win the like, how are they going to get the land back? They need to get the troops in there and occupy it, and they haven't been able to break the stalemate either. And I think they would need a good air force to do something like that. In the Ukraine, they don't have the best, like, air force.
You don't have the best air force.
I blame young-minded.
Yeah. Because the problem is, like, one of the reasons why with modern warfare you have these kind of stalemates is that it's an issue of, okay, they got their long-range weaponry, their artillery, your artillery. In order to get close to them to deal with their artillery, you got to get within range. So there's that issue. How do you break that stalemate? It's usually air support. It's to get the planes in there, bomb their artillery, so then your troops can advance. And then you have the advantage when it comes to range. And if you can't really control the skies, it's kind of hard to move forward and like actually achieve some kind of like offensive operation. Now, when it comes to the defense, that's different. You gotta love how Shab doesn't add anything and he just makes faces.
What do you mean? I'm the greatest.
Red Eye said that Poland is European Texas.
Why?
Poland? He said Poland is European Texas?
Are you guys excited?
As the Israeli-Hamas war rages on miles away, Palestinians in the West Bank are facing more threats from Israeli settlers who seek to push them out. Richard Engel reports.
The tiny Palestinian village of Atwani is in the West Bank, where shepherds still tend their flocks, in scenes unchanged for centuries. Sami Hourani, whose family has lived here for generations, told me since Hamas's October 7th massacre, Jewish settlers have become far more aggressive in their long campaign to drive Palestinians from this land.
And the idea is just to make your life so hard that you'll leave. To make the life unlivable, unsustainable, unsafe. Just at some point you will...
Now, how do we know that they're telling us the truth?
Yeah, what if he's lying?
Flew away from here.
Sami says the attackers come from Chavat Ma'on, a Jewish settlement built on occupied Palestinian land. The settlement is illegal under international and Israeli law.
Now they have more and more authority and more protection to do what they want.
That includes, he says, shooting at Palestinians.
So if you were shot right now, there'll be no consequences. No consequences. Don't ask.
It didn't take long before we were noticed.
There's a jeep coming toward us now.
He was dressed like an Israeli soldier, but had no name tag or rank.
You want us to leave?
Yes.
Okay. What's the problem?
Stop the camera. Get into the car now.
Okay.
Get into the car now. Leave it. Get into the car now.
He needs his
Get into the car now.
He needs his ID.
Dude, why is Two Guns stealing the guy's phone?
Fuck you, Two Guns.
Get into the car now.
Okay. What do you think is going to happen now?
Okay, that's pretty bad.
Now we will see.
We left without further incident. Sami shared with us other videos, appearing to show settlers attacking his neighbors. The Israeli government responded in a statement, saying in part it has zero tolerance for citizens taking the law into their own hands.
Okay, so it says it has zero tolerance here. Now, the problem is that they can claim that something is illegal, like it can be illegal on paper, but the problem is sometimes there's laws that it's hard to get people to enforce it. And sometimes you'll see that it's kind of a form of corruption where you just kind of ignore laws and don't enforce them at all if you don't care. And that's something where you look at executive branches of the government and you might think like, okay, like Congress is making the laws, but what happens if you have a president who doesn't really support these laws at all? They might just not care enough to actually like, they might put somebody in, like appoint somebody who doesn't agree with those policies or whatever. They'll make them a head of that particular bureaucracy, and they can just sit there and like just do nothing, and therefore the law is kind of pointless.
and that most of the so-called settlers are law-abiding citizens.
The vast majority of violence that's committed by settlers goes absolutely undocumented, unaccounted for.
There you go, unaccounted for. Now, who do you think's telling the truth?
Not her. I don't like her nose piercing. She's lying.
Boswell is a Jewish American activist documenting violence against Palestinians in the West Bank.
Does the Israeli government support this movement?
Absolutely. I think it's essential to understand that the settler movement and the Israeli government are deeply enmeshed and intertwined.
The settlers are not hiding their goal of full Jewish control of the West Bank and Gaza Strip and believe October 7th was a turning point.
Whoa, there's
Daniela
a star.
Weiss is a leader of the settler movement.
Yeah. See, their flag's kind of like our flag, but our flag's better because we got 50 stars, not just 1 star.
I'm not going to give sovereignty, national independence to Arabs in the Jewish land. I make it as clear as possible. Enough is enough. No patience, no forgiveness, no consideration. Out.
Deliberately expelling an entire people from their homeland is a war crime.
Because they deliberately killed my friends. They massacred my friends, and this is the way I react. I'm full with pain for my people. So I do not have room for other people.
So it seems like most of the mainstream media is against what Israel is doing. So when I talk to people where they're not aware of any of this, I wonder what network they're watching.
Can we just nuke them and then restart?
Well, I'm saying, what network do you think people are watching where...
Oh, it's definitely fucking Fox.
Like, yeah, they're getting all their information from one news network. Yeah, but clearly it's the truth, because one source of information, that's how you do legitimate research.
Richard Engel, NBC News in the West Bank.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC.
As Israel continues its fight against Hamas in Gaza, a few miles away in the West Bank, Palestinians are facing...
Why is it... There's so many duplicates.
Because you're gay, Gene.
Never mind.
Is this a
It's
new
like
Call
a
of Duty
horror
game?
movie, like a found footage film. Gonna explode.
It's like a Call of Duty map.
To be fair, like having a movie like this where it's like a found footage film in a war zone, where it's just like they were putting like with the breathing, and it seems like they were putting like a heartbeat sound effect in there. I don't know. That could be a pretty good idea for an anti-war film. Really capture just how...
We should fly there so we can record a video like this, Gene.
Yes.
Let's do it. Do an IRL stream here. Hanging out, having fun.
Should I do that? You can call this video On My Way to School.
On my way to school, my bud.
A massive Israeli attack on Christmas Eve. Dozens killed in Al-Maghazi camp. The UN estimates 86 people were killed that night, many of them women and children. Now the Israeli military says it's...
So I believe in Ukraine, the airstrike killed like 30 civilians. And I think Putin claimed that, like, we're not going to stand for this. It is unacceptable what Russia did. And it's like, they just mentioned like 80 fucking people died. And we have aircraft carriers there to support Israel. It's like, fuck Biden. Biden's a piece of shit.
Investigation has found that its airstrikes were targeting Hamas militants. But during the attack, buildings next to the target were also hit, which caused, quote, unintended harm to additional uninvolved civilians.
This was a regrettable mistake. This should not have happened. The choice of
Like in just like 10, 20 days, they've killed more civilians than all the civilians that died in the airstrikes in like the entire 10 years that we spent in Afghanistan.
Well, they're trying to help climate change. The more people there are, the more climate change.
You're fired, Crow.
You're fired from a cannon.
With a very complicated war
in
zone.
my
An area, I'll
anus.
remind you, is a unique counter-terrorism challenge that no army in the history of the world has had to deal with. It is inevitable that mistakes will be made.
There are attacks happening all over Gaza, but the north has been razed to the ground. Men scavenge for anything to help them survive. There's nothing left here. The basics of life wiped out.
More than 70 or 80% of the buildings are uninhabitable. They're bound to be demolished. You might find a room in your destroyed house to use to protect you from the cold, the sun, to shelter you and your family. That's still better than the other places people are sheltering in, like schools.
Whether it's schools or tents, it's miserable. 2 million people displaced in the most overcrowded place in the world, ordered to evacuate by Israel again and again.
Either you let me live or kill me. I don't want to see the tragedy of my children when they say they want bread, and I'm unable to bring it to them. The money's run out. There's nothing.
And at first, it's like, hey, you all need to go to the south half of like the strip. Now it's like that like area, like that radius has been gradually shrinking or rapidly shrinking in a small span of time, and they keep hitting like refugee like camps and stuff. They're staying nowhere near like the areas that they're claiming that they've been aiming for. And it's just, there's so many examples, like the sniper that killed these two older women. How did you accidentally kill two old ladies? Like, was there, it makes you think, like, okay, was there like a Hamas gunman in the church firing at the sniper? Like, it's just like, if that was the case, wouldn't they be able to, you think that when they're being accused of sniping two old women, that they'd probably point that out. Like, but like, and that's the thing, they always should blame Hamas and stuff, but it's like, I don't get how somebody could rationalize this.
Nothing left.
Anguish on this side too. The families of around 100 Israeli hostages, holding out hope that their embattled Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, can do another deal with Hamas to get them freed. Netanyahu is under pressure, internationally to end the war, domestically to bring the hostages home, and within his own party to take responsibility for the unprecedented security failure on October the 7th. Long, torturous days, Yehi Yahud waiting for two adult children kidnapped by Hamas to come home. He believes war won't save his son and daughter.
I hope that the government...
How many of them do you think they're going to rescue?
Or?
Oh, they're going to actually accidentally shoot all of them.
Well, I know some have been like freed and exchanged so far, but it's like I think there's still over like 100 hostages, but it's just I don't know, pretty like imagine being this person and it's like he has no clue whether they're like dead or alive.
See our pains and that the government understand that the time is running. There is no time for them. That's the winning of this situation, that they will release our hostages and bring them alive, each one of them, back to Israel. A symbol of winning won't be the flag of Israel on the roof of Shifa.
Now, here's another thing. They got a lot of footage of them going. So now there's like a major supply and food shortage where it's like they have like pretty much no medicine to provide like the citizens with. They're running out of food. Like there's now rapidly dying of disease. And there's all of this footage coming out. And a lot of it is shot by the like IDF soldiers themselves of going into stores, destroying food, flushing it down the toilet, being like, yeah, look at this, and going out of their way to purposely like damage and vandalize property.
Money.
Israeli forces raid money exchange shops on occupied West Bank. So were they arrested? Army confiscated 10 million shekels, 2.76 million. Well, at least they're charging them for it. So good job. 1 in 100. Well, okay, so they arrested them because they went into a bank and exchange shops in occupied West Bank, and they stole money. So they face criminal charges if they steal money, but in scenarios where there's violence and murder, they're not holding people to any level of accountability. It's kind of odd that money's the thing that's really... And you do got to think about that. It's like, you'll get more time in prison if you rob a bank than if you beat the shit out of somebody.
Do you want to fight, Gene?
No, but I just think it's kind of odd that in a lot of cases, it's just money is treated like it's more of a significant crime than violence towards other people.
Good evening and welcome to the channel's studios here in London with your international news around the world in 5. Ukraine's military says Russia launched a massive attack with 158 drones and missiles. The Air Force says it has never seen so many locations targeted simultaneously. Ukrainian officials here saying 4 people were killed and more than a dozen injured in an attack on Dnipro. Smoke rose over the capital with 2 people confirmed dead in Kyiv, with more people thought to be trapped under rubble at a warehouse damaged by falling debris. And firefighters rescued residents, including this small dog, from an apartment block in Odessa after drones struck the area.
Here, this is like 30 Ukrainians killed, and I don't know if Biden will say anything here, but this is something where, like, in one of the articles I was reading, he did say, like, we're not going to stand behind, like, these attacks on innocent people.
Across the country were attacked, including Zaporizhia in the south and Kharkiv in the east. An estimated 150,000 Palestinians are being forced to flee areas of central Gaza, the UN has said, as Israeli forces advance on refugee camps there. Here, aerial footage showing displaced Gazans under tarpaulins in Rafah near the border with Egypt.
Yeah, I do think, like what Red Eye said, there was like a drone attack, so I do think I have a video of that later on. But I do know that Ukraine retaliated.
Israel's military recently expanded its ground offensive to target Burej and nearby Nuseirat and Maghazi camps. Egypt has confirmed that it has put forward a 3-stage proposal to stop the fighting, which ends with a ceasefire. A Hamas delegation is said to have arrived in Cairo to give its response to the plan. Maine's top election official has ruled that Donald Trump cannot run for president next year in the state, citing a constitutional insurrection.
Okay, so not worried about Trump. What's that?
That's one thing. Colorado has said that they took Trump off the ballot, and I think there was another 2 or 3 off the presidential ballot.
I don't know if they'll be able to get away with that. Maybe it will work, but I don't know. Then the problem there is, like, you're going to have states on the right that start doing that to presidents. And then you're going to... It's like when... It wasn't that long ago where you had the first government shutdown, and then people learned that they could use that as some kind of obstruction tactic. So now people are constantly shutting down the government. If that actually if that is something that they are able to get away with, it's like, I hate fucking Trump. I don't want him to be president again, but... I could just see so many states being like, yeah, we don't like this person, so we're gonna like take Bernie Sanders off the ballot because he's a communist.
Surrounded by so much death and despair, hope. A young child is pulled from the rubble in Rafah near Gaza's border with Egypt. Rescuers gently move large chunks of debris to free the little girl. One worker then carries her in his arms and runs to the hospital. More than 20 people were killed in Thursday night's airstrike. Many of the injured were children.
They're all partially responsible.
You can see
Hamas is using their people as shields.
here. These are children. These are Israeli targets.
Local medics say the building targeted was housing displaced civilians.
These people escaped from Gaza City to Khan Yunis, and then they moved here to Rafah, thinking it was safer, but nowhere is safe.
The conflict has displaced almost all of Gaza's 2.3 million people, including this young girl who fled Gaza City after her older brother.
3 million people. I mean, it's like so far it's like I don't think they've reached the six digit mark yet. So
hold on, John. She has an iPhone.
Okay.
Yeah, but like she has an iPhone. She got bombed. I mean, privilege.
She has an iPhone, Gene.
There's more people that have access to phones than there are toilets.
Yeah, she shits on her phone.
Jane,
she wipes
did you see the phone?
Oh, so she must not be in a bad situation because she's got a phone.
Exactly.
Instagram.
That's like when people sit there and they're like, hey, how's this kid poor? They have an Xbox. It's like, Xboxes are kind of cheap. And there's things known as like Goodwill and Salvation Army and shit.
Children were killed here.
Now she's picking through the rubble of another deadly strike.
I'm terrified. I'm scared, and the thought of me being killed or my other brother being killed just crossing my.
And she sounds like she speaks very fluent English, so she's probably one of the like falls in the more higher wealth brackets overall, which still doesn't change the fact that she's living there. She's still a victim.
Repeatedly, I already lost my older brother. I can't lose my younger brother. I have no one left.
She's a crisis actor.
So because she has a phone, that diminishes the fact that like her sibling died.
Palestinian health authorities.
I'm gonna go with the
past 21.
What's that?
I'm gonna go with the what the fuck's that fat guy's name? Gay frog guy.
What? Trump?
Alex Jones.
Oh,
Alex Jones way. Yeah, she's a crisis actor. That never happened.
Thousand. However,
well, the problem here is it's like when you make stupid like claims like that, it's like, okay, could there be one example of some corrupt state using a crisis actor? Yeah, but it gets to the point where there's a lot of actors on their payroll. There's a lot of like really young. Like it gets to the point where even if like half of it is crisis actors, which there's no way that's the case, it's still too fucking excessive. The other half.
Thousands more remain unaccounted for.
We escaped from northern Gaza because they said this was a safe area. I wish we'd just been killed in the north and had never come here.
The United Nations says Israeli soldiers have fired on one of its aid convoys returning from northern Gaza.
Is the UN lying? Like that's the thing. There's been so many reports of them obstructing aid from getting into the borders. The Red Cross has made that claim as well. So why are they, like Doctors Without Borders have mentioned how they're making it incredibly difficult for them. So it's just they don't seem like, are all of these like international aid organizations lying? And this is where like Chris, I'm talking to my relatives, and it's just. They're claiming that, oh God, no, Israel's not doing that. The Palestinians, they're the ones like making they just don't want to cooperate. It's like, ew. Oh my God, my family doesn't matter. If only we could pick our family.
News came as the UN again warned of an unfolding humanitarian catastrophe in the enclave. It says 40% of people are on the brink of famine.
We've been here for a month with no bathrooms and no food. It's really hard to even find wheat or water.
And without a ceasefire, their desperate condition is unlikely to improve.
Now, when you're really young and you don't get access to proper nutrition, so I mean, an adult can go a decent amount of time without food. Really young children can't really survive that long without food. Compromises their immune system, and the likelihood of them dying because they haven't been well fed in a few days is fucking high. So we're getting to the point now where they're like running critically like low on food. So we're probably going to see a lot of stories of a bunch of young kids dying of malnourishment, and we're starting to get there with disease and stuff. And a lot of times a big reason why in scenarios like this kids start dying of illness is because they're not being well fed and they're malnourished, and it's compromising their fucking immune system. So they start dying over in bulk.
Melinda Nusafora, TRT World.
Okay, we head to the Middle East now, where Israel has not let up on its airstrikes on Gaza. Our cameras were there for the terrifying moments a baby girl was found in the rubble of an apartment building and the frantic search to reunite her with her family. Josh Letterman reports.
In the Gaza darkness, an airstrike has ripped through Rafah. Palestinians dig for survivors with their bare hands. And then, there, in the rubble, a child is found, just 10 months old, named Tala. She's covered by a mattress, unconscious, but breathing. They chant, "She's alive, she's alive." Her father Ahmed, buried feet away, is freed. Seconds later, baby Tala is freed too.
Two babies.
She clings to life, carried by a neighbor to the hospital. The child survives, but her mother, siblings, grandmother, and 3 uncles did not.
So even though the kids survive, they're going to grow up without a mother. It's just now we don't know what kind of financial situation the father's in, but now you have this dad raising 2 babies, and it's like the uncle, so either his brother, his brother-in-law, grandparent, there's a lot less adult relatives to kind of help support the fucking family.
The next morning, Ahmed has yet to see his daughter. Her cousin collects her from a nearby tent city. Her leg is broken, but she's okay.
Well, these babies, it's their fault for voting Hamas in.
I just want to say that today is my yesterday is my niece's birthday, and this kind of fucking hit hard.
How old is she? Like 1?
2.
2. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm ever gonna have like a niece or an uncle, but sister's married. It's probably gonna happen in the next few years.
Where is your brother and sister, he says.
I said a niece and uncle, niece or nephew.
Father and daughter now united in loss. He tells her, there's no one left for us. No one but each other. Josh Letterman, NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay up.
So what do you think of, I know Galen's here, so when people are like, oh, they voted Hamas into office, it's like, wouldn't that be like, well, the people in Iraq, they voted, like, Saddam Hussein into office. Like, the people in North Korea, they vote for Kim Jong-un. They vote for him every election. It's like, are they genuine elections? Or is it some authoritarian regime taking control in some mock election like most dictatorships, where like very few dictators ever actually call themselves dictators? They usually will call themselves president or like prime minister or something. Yes.
Updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
That's where, like, when people say that, I just want to like yell at them, because it's like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like, so is the president of Syria a president? Is Erdogan a fucking president? Is Putin a president?
Hello, I'm Sarah Campbell. Thank you for joining us on NBC News. Russia has launched one of its biggest aerial...
Drunken Crow's starting to get really tired.
Okay, we don't have that many more videos to get through. We're not even at the 6-hour mark, Shab.
Attacks on Ukraine since the war began, killing at least 18 people in a wave of deadly explosions across the country. President Volodymyr Zelensky says 114 of 158 missiles and drones fired were shot down by Ukrainian defences. Ukraine's Air Force says it has never seen so many locations targeted simultaneously. Cities hit include Kyiv, Lviv in the west, Odessa in the south, and Dnipro, Kharkiv and Zaporizhzhia in the eastern Ukraine. A maternity hospital and shopping mall were among buildings damaged and destroyed. And Poland says a search is underway after an unidentified aerial object entered the NATO country's airspace from the direction of Ukraine at Hrobytosov. Poland's president has called an emergency meeting of security chiefs. From
Okay,
Kyiv,
so,
Ukraine,
John.
James Waterhouse.
Yeah.
If you were playing a game, like a conquest game, would you would you just like say, no, fuck it, you guys can have that piece of land?
The thing is, video games, you can restart from a save point.
Yeah, but like, would you be like, I'm backed into a corner, I have the resources to, fuck with you, and then blah 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 blah, the UK or
When I play Civilization, if I'm in a situation where it's like I'm trying to take over another country and they're able to fight me back, then I try to declare peace, and then I try to build up my forces and then use diplomacy with other societies to get them to ally with me. And then after like 20, 30 turns, I go to war again and then take them over.
So in, let's just say 20, 30 years, do you think that happens? Like, the Ukrainians give up that land, 20, 30 years, do you think they're going to get it back?
No. I think that maybe when Putin's out of office, maybe there might be another head of state that it's like, okay, we're just going to cede the land back to Ukraine. That could happen. I don't think it's that unlikely for something like that to happen, but I do think at this point it's like you just kind of have to accept the loss. I mean, like, how many people are going to die in the long run? I just think it's a hopeless like pursuit at this point. And I think the world's pissed at Russia. I think that once they're no longer at war with Russia, they'll be accepted as a NATO state. And I think that's what they need to do, because the logic of like, well, what's preventing them from doing it again? They took Crimea, they took like this chunk of land and stuff. And it's like, well, I think NATO is a good option for them, where I don't think Russia's going to try to fuck with them again after that. And now Finland and Norway is joining Russia. So even if Russia is able to walk away with some land, they still kind of lost, because they really got like the amount of money it's cost them, the like resources, the amount of troops that they lost. I mean, it's really definitely tarnished their reputation on the world stage. And one of the big reasons they did it was to prevent NATO from expanding. And that didn't even work, because now Norway and Finland are part of Norway, or are part of NATO. So like that's it's kind of hard for Putin's probably going to present it as if he won to the people, because he's a dictator and that's what they do. So he's probably going to act like, yeah, these territories, that's what our goal was initially, really. And he's going to pretend that those other like objectives that they didn't follow through with, that those weren't ever really a thing.
Last reports.
Well, what happens if Putin dies and the leader is just a bear on a unicycle?
Then I don't know. I think that person or bear wouldn't be a leader for long. I think it would be easy for somebody else to, I don't know, persuade them to step down.
But they're on a
Moscow's
unicycle.
biggest prize. Air defenses have improved here, but this attack proved too much.
I was woken up at 7:30 by a horrible sound. It was so frightening. The missile was flying and everything was buzzing, so noisy.
You are left in no doubt that this was a direct missile strike. The scale of the damage, the size of the blast zone, the heat caused. You're more used to seeing damage caused from falling debris when a missile is intercepted, but this reflects the scale of this Russian attack.
Now that what's going on, like we see what's happening in Gaza, it's like you look at this and it's like, hey, 30 people died in an airstrike. And it's like, why aren't people making the same kind? I guess the media is covering what's going on in Gaza. The BBC has been showing just how fucked up it is. But it's like, why isn't Biden having the same outrage that he does here?
Like this are being replicated right across Ukraine.
A lucky escape in Kharkiv in the northeast. This city is familiar with missile strikes, but not 20 in a single morning. A shopping centre in Dnipro in the east, as well as a maternity
John,
hospital were hit.
you joked about this war. Oh, it's because they're white. And then, well, maybe Palestine and Israel. Oh, maybe it's because they're Jewish or Muslim or whatever.
I think that's part of it. I think that a lot of people, even though it's like there's lots of like, when somebody white, when are they not white? There's the stupid race semantics, but I do think a lot of like Fox News, Trumpites and stuff, they do kind of look at Israel as being an extension to the West, and they do look at them as being more white than the Palestinians. They look at, hey, all the Muslim countries are brown countries. They're Jewish. We like to think that Jewish people are white. So I do think a lot of idiots, that is how black and white or white and brown they see it. Even though like a lot of countries, it's like in like the Levant, like or Levant like peninsula, like Turkey and like Georgia and stuff. It's like a lot of Middle Eastern countries. It's like you easily could identify as white in like those countries and stuff. And then it's like you had people in like the Balkans and stuff in southern parts of Europe, Italy, where they'll have really dark skin complexions. So there's also that issue of in a lot of scenarios they do classify people in the Middle East as being white. So it's kind of, again, race is a social construct.
It didn't stop there. This is the port city
But
of Odessa.
I do think there are a lot of racist people that they're too stupid to really pay attention to that nuance when it comes to race semantics, and they do look at it like, yeah, Israeli, they're Jewish. When I think of Jewish people, I think of white people. All the other people, they're Muslim. When I think of Muslims in the Middle East, I think of brown people. So I think there are a lot of there is a race angle when it comes to how a lot of people interpret it.
South, where a residential block was struck. Even in Lviv, in the west, which is usually spared the worst of this invasion, wasn't immune this time. Ukraine's Air Force says it has never seen so many missiles. In a war where Moscow routinely strikes cities it can't occupy, that is saying something.
Well, joining me now is Olga Ivshina from the BBC's Russian service. Hello to you, Olga. I mean, we saw there from James's report.
Next vid.
The Ukrainians called it the most massive attack, and the aftermath was captured in a child's bedroom.
They didn't even destroy the entire building.
And on the capital streets down below. The Russian bombardment was waged over 18 agonizing hours, and it has left much of the city covered in bits of glass and metal. Residents surveyed the scene in trepidation.
The new year is coming, a joy for us, but I knew things wouldn't go well, that they would attack with all their might. I had a premonition.
The assault was both immense and indiscriminate. Factories and schools, shops and homes struck by Russian weaponry. This block in Odessa was hit by a notorious Shahed drone. An MP representing the city said Russia was targeting morale.
Russia still hopes to achieve its goals, and one of their goals is terror against civilians and people trying to kill moral inside the country at the time of Christmas and New Year holidays. So nothing new from Russia being a terrorist state.
Okay, so they're a terror state. So it's like, okay, I'm willing to accept that, hey, they're invading, they're bombing, they're destroying stuff, it's terrorism. But what about Israel and Gaza? They'll call Hamas terrorists. They'll call Putin and what he's doing with his military terrorism. What about what's going on in Israel?
No. I see what you're talking about. Why aren't the Ukrainians classified as terrorists when
they weren't the ones that initially attacked? I think there have been war crimes on both sides, but it's not like with Israel where it's war crimes galore.
But it's been very painful.
Russia's aerial assault may signal the beginning of a major winter offensive, with their troops now seizing territory in key locations on the Eastern Front. The Ukrainians find themselves under increasing pressure on the battlefield and in the air. The UK has announced the shipment of hundreds of air defense missiles to help bolster dwindling supplies. Such assistance is badly needed. Of 158 weapons,
I agree with that, Galen.
What did Galen say?
Anyone from the U.S. has no business calling anyone a terrorist.
Well, it's another semantics thing. It's like, when is some violent act an act of terrorism and when is it not? The definition can be kind of broad. And, I don't think it's, when he says anyone, anyone from the U.S. has no business? I
think anyone involved.
Yeah, anyone involved in the government operations has no right. None of our politicians. I think if you're the average Joe and you're not a violent person, you're like, I consider this to be terrorism. But this is where it's, what's that?
I mean, oh, no, go ahead.
Well, it's like we support Saudi Arabia and what they're doing to Yemen, which is fucking terrible. Human rights violations are everywhere. Is that not terrorism? So why aren't they terrorists? Why, we support so many fucked up dictators and stuff, and it's just whatever is convenient for our government. So it's only terrorism when it's people doing bad things that don't benefit you. When people do bad things that are equally as fucked up or even more fucked up, then it's not okay to call them terrorists.
Dozens made it through with a missile obliterating part of this shopping mall in Dnipro. Officials said a maternity hospital was also damaged in the attack. The effects of this aerial assault were also experienced in neighboring Poland, a Russian missile flying through that country's airspace before heading to Ukraine. Everything indicates that a Russian weapon crossed our borders, said the head of the Polish army.
Poland's been really ramping up its military and everything.
It was the worst day in a very long time, said one official, as Ukraine confronts an emboldened and determined enemy in the depths of winter. John Sparks, Sky News.
Well, the fighting continues in Gaza between Hamas and Israeli defense forces as world powers work toward a ceasefire. Earlier today, the Israeli government admitted to targeting a refugee camp with airstrikes, calling it a regrettable mistake.
because like what's going on in like Gaza is getting more of the world's attention. It's taking attention away from the Ukraine-Russian war, and because of that, there's discussions on cutting like military aid or like aiding them with supplies, like the Ukrainians. So, what do you think Zelensky thinks about that? About what's going on in like Israel right now? I'm guessing he's probably really pissed off that this broke out what Hamas did, because now it's bringing like attention away from his battle and getting the funding that he needs, ironically.
Than 100 people currently being held by Hamas. The terror group says the hostages won't be released until Israel agrees to a full ceasefire, which is unlikely to happen.
Israel's air and ground offensive now covers most of Gaza.
And Israeli officials say the military will continue to target Hamas sites and will push for the release of more than 100 hostages who remain in captivity. Trey Yingst is in Tel Aviv with the latest.
An Israeli drone flies into a mosque, revealing the entrance to a tunnel. It's the latest video released by the Israeli military, showing Hamas's complex network of hiding places.
We destroyed and we continue to destroy large part of the underground, and we severely damage Hamas' command and control ability and its ability to launch.
With missions expanding throughout Gaza to search for hostages and destroy Hamas leadership. The death toll among Israeli forces.
Still think they just gotta flood the interiors with tear gas.
Rose to 167 overnight.
But to be fair, there's probably not sufficient ventilation, so they'd probably still die, the hostages, if they did that.
They need to just fill it with pee.
God, Cheb, you provide the best commentary.
The city of Khan Yunis. Amid fighting in the south, Israel's northern front with Lebanon saw new rocket fire today from the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah. The deputy chief of the Iran-backed group responded to remarks by Israeli officials that time is running out to find a diplomatic solution. The rising
He's
tension
got
along
toilet
the border.
paper
He
on
says
his
Hezbollah
head.
is not intimidating. A third front developed overnight for the Israeli.
Okay, Cheb's laughing up there. To be fair, so many people are going to be like, "That's racist," and it's like, it's technically not racist.
It's not racist whatsoever. Saying that it's racist is, if anything, racist, because then you're insinuating or whatever that has anything to do with their race. That doesn't. That's a cultural thing. It's like making someone. It's like someone making fun of my hat. Like I normally will wear a backwards hat. Yeah. And saying that's racist against me, that makes fun of my backwards hat or something. It's like, no, that's a cultural thing. What's not racist? Drunken Crow made fun of the dude's like.
I did not. I was just making a statement.
He made fun of his head wrap thingy, whatever it's called. He said it looked like toilet paper.
Militants and infrastructure in the West Bank, targeting 10 separate cities. In the city of Ramallah, 1 Palestinian was killed and 14 others wounded amid clashes, according to local media. The entire raid saw 21 people arrested and millions of dollars confiscated. With the region on the brink of a larger conflict, overnight, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke with French President Emmanuel Macron. Macron reportedly asked Netanyahu to work toward a durable ceasefire. As the region...
Now, Macron, he's kind of a very slimy politician.
Well, Skabibi, why do you make fun of my backwards hat? Is it because you're making fun of the culture? Is it because you secretly hate me because I'm white?
No. Skeppy does make a good point there, because it's context. It depends. Like, are you like mocking their like culture, or are you just do you just think it's dumb and so forth? So I do think it's like depends on why you're mocking the person.
If it happens to have that context, I guess, of racism.
But it's like that with being rude or insulting towards anybody.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly. Exactly. So it doesn't even make sense to really bring that up. It's like not relevant. It's what you're doing is like if that guy that Drunken Crow just made fun of had a fucking big mohawk and stuff, and that was part of his culture. We made fun of the mohawk. That would not. That would be just. It would be just like it's an aesthetic thing. It's a cultural thing, and it's not a race thing.
And the person that I was talking about did not have a mohawk, and mohawk is not It is not contributed to African Americans. It's contributed to Native Americans. So if you had a problem with me talking about,
I have a problem.
Well, no.
Well, to be fair, when it comes to the term xenophobic, it's usually used to describe bigotry towards other cultures, but it's also just, it has a broader definition that people aren't aware of, which is just, it's being belittling towards people that have any sort of like other lifestyle or whatever. So I'm going to look down at you because you're into dancing. And I think dancing is for losers. So you do have bigotry like that people ignore, where you mentioned like, hey, me growing my hair out, wearing a beanie. You have people that are like, men are supposed to have like short hair, and they act like you're supposed, if you don't watch the same kind of stuff they watch, if you're not in the exact same media they're into, they act like you're objectively doing life incorrectly. So I do think that that is a notable form of bigotry, where you're going to look at them, where you look at their diet, you look at their lifestyle, how they dress, and they're backwards, and they're clearly doing life incorrectly because it's not how we're doing it. I think that's a level of bigotry that it's technically not racism, but I'd say it's as bad as racism. But if you see something like, what are the Maori? They're I don't know how to pronounce it, in like New Zealand.
Maori, yeah.
Yeah, and they got like the tattoos. I think seeing it and being like, oh, the tattoos look kind of goofy, I don't think that's like a really bigoted thing to say. But acting like they're just doing life incorrectly because they have the tattoos, it's like, well, that's subjective, how you're supposed to dress and stuff. So you can think it's silly, but acting like there's something objectively wrong with what they're doing, that's where it is being kind of like, you're being very myopic. But again, it's like, how foreign does the culture need to be where it's bigoted? What about just being bigoted towards somebody who lives in the city and city culture, somebody's from the country, and you make fun of their lifestyle?
Well, it's the same thing with
different states.
It's the same thing with dreads. They're called Dutch braids. It is.
Well, that's
Dutch.
just people being ill-informed. They just don't. That's just people not knowing.
The thing is it's not a competition too about what skin color was first doing it. That's like part of the. That's a good argument to come back with, but it also is just kind of still just using the same kind of logic, and that kind of logic is silly. It's like, just because a white dude was the first person to, I don't know, invent, I don't know what gene, a fucking
condom.
A condom. Only what the white dude can use condoms now or something. It's like,
well,
no, that's
what about
only white dudes.
If you look at
white dude thing,
archaeological evidence, the earliest tools and the earliest sign of people wearing clothes was in Africa. Therefore, anybody who wears clothes and anybody who uses tools, you're guilty of cultural appropriation.
Yes. Yeah, it's just silly, like
fucking shit. Like, oh, this is our thing now. Like, how can you claim that when, like, you're just like 25?
I do think it's similar to like the gender thing. I think it is where it's like this kind of covert narcissism, trying to act more woke and holier than other people. I think people hear somebody else talk about cultural appropriation. It's something they've never heard of before. They've never even thought about it, but then it's like this fad sort of nonsense where now that somebody has explained this to you, it's like a hipster thing. It's like following the least popular trend, or following the more popular unconventional fad. So you come across somebody who's like, hey, this is cultural appropriation, it's bad. You get to act like you're more ethically superior to this person. Oh, really? This is something that I never cared about before, but now that you point this to me, now I'm going to start caring about it. And it's just, if you ask them to explain why exactly cultural appropriation is wrong, they can't. They just heard somebody else tell them that, and now they get to use it for drama.
Yeah, I'd love. You know what? That would be a fun thing to do. Ask people like that to actually explain objectively how it's wrong. I would love that, because No, it's totally different if you're making fun of someone's culture and stuff. But if a white girl is getting her hair done a certain way, or the other way around, or something like that, because they like the way they look like that with it, they think they look nice, they enjoy that, then let them enjoy that. Let them appreciate that. That if they want to say part of their culture, like, that's just people appreciating something that you appreciate. Like, what's wrong with that? You know?
But if you have one culture being like, this is ours, and it's 100% theirs, and then another culture being like, oh, we're gonna
see, that's the problem.
But what about public domain? It's like it's been in their culture for a long time now. Hasn't it hit the public domain by now?
Well, yeah, but also that's the problem.
Public domain.
The whole culture doesn't say that. That bitch says that. And she doesn't speak for the whole culture. Just because she's black doesn't mean she speaks for every other. Well, that's
what I'm talking about is fucking Dutch braids. Dutch dreads, basically.
Yeah, I get it.
And there's a lot of videos like, oh, this bitch, well, she has dreads. She can't do that because she's white. And apparently it's just black culture that she's appropriation or whatever the fuck it's called.
Appropriating.
Yeah, there we go.
I get that. And then it's like a gotcha. It's like, oh no, our culture did it first. White people,
childish adults that do it, and it is sort of when people act that way, I find they're really inconsistent because one thing I'll find is that they'll watch like South Park and stuff. They will consume media and think it's hilarious, but then if somebody makes similar jokes like what Crow did, they freak out. And it's just they're doing it as like a way to virtue signal. And then it's also when you talk to them, they'll throw temper tantrums and freak out as if you just like punched a 5-year-old in the face or something. But then it's like they can't go into detail about it. Like if you ask them to explain why it's bad, they can't. So it's like they clearly don't care that much about it. It's just drama for the sake of drama. It's just a way to get...
There's too many people that don't really care about what's right and wrong. They don't care about having good moral values. They care about just presenting themselves as having good moral values and so forth.
We've dealt with a lot of these people in the community where they just freak out over nothing. We've dealt with quite a few of them, and that's something that a lot of people don't notice. And people do this on and off the internet, where it's just, look at the thing they're freaking out over. Are you honestly going to tell me that a joke that was made right there deviates at all from what is just the generic, casual, everyday, every person kind of white noise joke? And then when it's made very clear that you can see it in the person's face who's trying to be like a white knight, they realize that, like, wait, it's like they're freaking out over something that everyone's guilty of, that everyone does on a regular basis when it comes to jokes and what's offensive, what isn't offensive. And it's just, I find that these people do that, and it's because a lot of idiots don't think, and they just see somebody getting upset, so they automatically think that they're a victim somehow. You shouldn't have said something that upset them. And I think people need to start calling out that kind of antisocial behavior, because there are a decent amount of adults that are like that. It's just, it makes no sense. What offends them one moment doesn't offend them the next moment. They'll talk about how hilarious some recent episode of like some like Comedy Central show was, but then somebody makes a joke that is like at the same level, and then all of a sudden they have these standards where they're going to throw a tantrum.
Well, another fucking thing is like people that get offended for another group.
And that's another thing. They usually, it's not just other groups. Like, and the thing is, this is like a personality type. This isn't even like left, right leaning, whatever. I find that there's just people who, they're these high conflict, neurotic personality types. They like drama, and they won't just get offended over another group. They'll get offended on behalf of other people in the room who aren't offended.
Yeah, I mean that's like super fucking like left-leaning people. That's like.
Well, I think the kind of people that behave this way, I think you see right people, like people on the right that do same thing, just in a different way. Like they'll get mad when people goof off. They'll get mad when people like are hanging out just trying to have fun, but they find other things to get upset over. People not acting their age and shit like that. So it's just people being killjoys and going out of their way to just find stuff that's completely harmless to freak out over.
No, you're gay, Gene.
Enters day 85 of the war in Gaza. Egypt announced that it sent a proposal to both Israel and Hamas for a peace plan that could effectively.
Shut up, Gene.
Tens of thousands of newly displaced Gazans.
Who's that guy?
I hate it when... Oh, it says 5 stories new today. I hate it where they'll title it one thing and then halfway through they start bringing up a different story.
Donald Trump just
Tens of
pooped his
thousands of
pants.
Palestinians streamed into an already
can you go
crowded
back to
town
Donald
at the
Trump,
southernmost
that
end of
picture?
Gaza in recent days, according
No,
to the
I
United
don't
Nations.
care about fucking Trump at all.
Fleeing Israel's bombardment of the city.
I'm tired of hearing about them.
Look at his fucking like right neck sack.
Okay, I'm not going back just for that.
Strip, where hospital officials said dozens were killed.
White as
Israel's
shit.
unprecedented
He's
air
a
ground
neck
offensive
sack.
against Hamas has displaced
Wanna
some
suck his neck
85% of the
sack?
Gaza Strip's 2.3 million residents, sending swells of people seeking shelter in Israeli-designated safe areas that the military has nevertheless also bombed. That has left Palestinians with a harrowing sense that nowhere is safe in the area. People arrive in Rafah in trucks, in cars, and on foot. Those who haven't found space in the already overwhelmed shelters have been tents on the roadsides. And that's what you're seeing on your screen at this hour, a live look out there at Rafah, Gaza. You can see those tents that the Associated Press is referring to. You see people have clotheslines up, anything they can do to have some sense of normalcy. Israel's widening campaign.
See, like, how much do you want to bet that, like, this is all we're going to see by the end of this, like, conflict? It's like, it's just going to be some small tent city in, like, 1/5 of the, like, area.
Which has already flattened much of the north, is now focused on the urban refugee camps in central Gaza, where Israeli warplanes and artillery have leveled buildings. But fighting has not abated in the north, in the city of Khan Yunis in the south, where Israel believes Hamas's leaders are hiding. It's also a smoldering battleground. Militants have continued to fire rockets, mostly at Israel's north.
So what do they do? So let's say they like, identify or they're able to locate all of the notable Hamas sort of militants or, like, leaders, and they're able to... like they're able to take them out. What are they going to do with the aftermath? Like, do you think the borders in terms of just Gaza is going to stay the same? So when we've seen all these maps and we've seen Gaza, do you think it's going to continue to be presented that way, or do you think it's going to be like the West Bank, where what the West Bank should be, it's a bunch of scattered enclaves and a bunch of illegal Jewish settlements? I think that we're probably going to see half of Gaza turn into an illegal, like, Israeli settlement. Yeah, Shab?
I agree,
Over 21,300 Palestinians,
Gene.
most of them women and children, and sparked a humanitarian.
This is the last video, Gene. Drunken Girl's really tired.
Oh, I'm really tired?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's only like
Stop being
two,
so
like,
tired.
it's only like 2:32 your time.
Yeah.
Humanitarian crisis that has left a quarter of Gaza's population starving. The death toll from the health ministry in Hamas-ruled Gaza does not distinguish, though, between civilians and combatants. Israeli officials have brushed off international calls for a ceasefire, saying it would amount to a victory for Hamas.
Okay, so
Okay.
let's get to some of the more recent videos.
Okay.
Because Shab's being a baby.
Wait, John. I sent you. I think it was in the mod recommended.
Well, here, we'll do that at the end.
Oh, how long is the end? Another 2 hours?
Maybe another hour.
Shit.
Oh, gosh.
No, I can
Hani
go
joins us live now from Rafah. Hani, so just bring us up to date then with the latest on these Israeli airstrikes across Gaza.
Yes, well, unfortunately, more of this exact scenes that we've been seeing since the beginning of the war. More destruction, more death, more children, and more women are among the largest segments of the casualties, and those have been killed as a result of this war. Overnight and early hours of this morning, concentrated in the central part of Gaza. Once again, refugee camps are becoming the major targets of Israeli relentless airstrikes and artillery shelling, particularly the eastern part of the central area of the Gaza Strip. We're talking about a large number of injuries, and a number of people have been killed, all rushed into Al-Aqsa hospital and already overwhelmed. In other parts of the Gaza, the northern part in Gaza City, despite the sheer level of destruction and the great damage to infrastructure, the Israeli military and with its relentless airstrikes still continue pounding the northern part and the Gaza City, particularly the eastern side of Gaza. The area have been cleared completely of the residential.
Don't you have coffee?
Long-term plans of creating buffers.
Many people injured in these airstrikes are being taken to hospitals.
Army of injuries and the number
Jane, you want to cuddle with me?
The hospital cannot accommodate this large number. It's just shortage, extreme shortage of medical supply. Exhausted medical team inside the hospital been working around the clock since the beginning of the war. Running out of space, literally, you walk into the hospital, but you see people on the floor, people with various injuries, among them critical injuries.
Yeah, but I woke up at 10.
It's Saturday.
You're Saturday.
Sunday.
Children were killed and several people injured as a result of a Ukrainian strike on the city centre.
Don't you want to cover like New Year's Eve and everything, the ball drop? That way you'll wake up right before like you'll be up and ready. You'll wake up at like
I have to go do stuff with my computer. I still have stuff to do with my computer, Jane.
Well,
we'll only go like 30 minutes longer.
Area is said to have been hit in the city.
We're going to be here with your parents and waiting for you.
Okay, wait. This is where Ukraine retaliated after the airstrike.
In the biggest of the war so far, Ukraine's President Zelensky says at least 39 people were killed in that attack when 150 Russian missiles were
I like how Skeppy's like, I woke up at 10.
Condemned at an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. Many countries said hitting civilian infrastructure had violated the international law. Let's speak now to our reporter Zana Bezpiachuk, who's in Kyiv for us. Can you just talk us through
7.5 hours? That'll be 24 hours I've been up.
Only 24? You're a pussy. I'm sorry.
Dude, I don't do drugs like
so
you,
far,
Jane.
We can say that there is the file number already for all missiles and drones that attacked Ukraine.
Even without drugs, it's not hard to stay up like
It's 158 drones and missiles
John.
almost all possible times. So it
John, she looks like Raisin.
Oh gosh.
Definitely the biggest number since the beginning of the Russian invasion.
You're not. Shab's gonna freak out if you bring her up.
What the fuck? Hold on, let me get a beer.
February 2022. All main Ukrainian cities all across the country.
Oh yeah, he won't get a goddamn cup of coffee, but he'll get a beer.
Yeah, that will wake him up.
Russian missiles and drones. And the Ukrainian president has said that altogether 120 Ukrainian cities, towns, villages were affected by this particular attack. It came in a few ways.
But are you still like in her Discord?
Me?
Yeah, just get rid of you.
No, I left.
Oh, okay.
And for example, in Kyiv, it's confirmed for now that 16 people were killed, and some people still, even now, when we are talking, stay under the debris in one of the districts of the Ukrainian capital, and rescue works they continue. There is a hope that these people can be saved. And almost 160 people altogether across the country were injured, and also over 30 people were killed.
Then came, of course, Ukraine's retaliatory attacks.
Okay, now that you mention that, Jesus Christ.
Large-scale attack.
Fuck you, Crow. Okay, yeah, Galen's like, don't. Bad Crow.
Military intelligence said very clearly that if Russia attacks Ukraine,
I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying that they look alike.
Power stations, and if it attacks also the civilian population in the Ukrainian cities, which happened actually. So then there'll be the retaliation, there'll be the response. And for now, Ukraine relies mainly on combat drones. We got the reports from Russia that also the missiles were launched against Russian territories overnight on the 30th of December. But that's an open question, and this information obviously.
Is this almost over the stream? Galen, we've only gone like 6 hours at this point.
Oh, fuck, it is 6 hours. Shit.
Yeah, to be fair, I probably should find people to, like, I do have OCD, and I have a very difficult time deciding, like, okay, it's enough for this topic. So I probably should like make the playlist and then have somebody just go through and be like, okay, this 2/3 of the videos you don't need, because I have a hard time choosing which videos to like get rid of and which videos to keep in the playlist.
Well, if you're sticking with Saturdays, I mean, I can go all fucking night.
Yeah, but I want to get to the video where like the Palestinians are like destroying like the food and the resources and stuff to show just how they're definitely cooperating, not engaging in war crimes.
For the second time this month, the Biden administration bypassed Congress and approved an emergency weapons sale to Israel. On Friday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken informed Congress that he approved a more than $147 million sale of high-explosive artillery, munitions, and related equipment. Israel's defense minister says the troops are forging ahead and reaching Hamas command centers and weapons depots. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says at least 100 people have been killed in the past 24 hours as Israeli forces bombard Khan Yunis in the Gaza Strip. Ian Lee is in Israel near the border with Gaza. Ian, good morning.
Good morning, Dana. Israel continues to expand its war in Gaza. According to the UN, nearly 2 million Palestinians have now been displaced from the fighting.
Death is easy to find in Gaza. Over 21,000 people have been killed, according to the Hamas-run Ministry of Health. Thousands more are left heartbroken. An Israeli strike killed Suhair Nasser's twins on their birthday, Thursday. We were sleeping when the house was bombed and the rubble fell on the children, she says. For those left alive, this is life. Braving the winter in massive tent cities. The hungry Mod 8 trucks entering Gaza. CBS News.
Okay, Shab. No, is this Galen, do you think I should end the stream now? I need Galen to tell me.
One time, Galen gave me a foot rub.
I'm waiting for Galen's response.
I'm starting to get a headache, Jane. All this war.
Okay, Galen says yes. I don't know. Shab, I have like headaches every day. You just ignore them. You get used to them.
Dude, I'll ignore you. Okay.
I'm so used to having headaches. It's just like whatever. It's just part of my life now. It's kind of like tinnitus, where but lay off the alcohol. Yeah, Shab.
I haven't even done an alcohol. What?
Was Bill talking to me or Shabisky?
For the patrons and everything, one of the things Dirt and I we've talked every Monday. We're going to do like a movie Monday where if you're a patron, you can come in and join. And we're either going to watch a couple movies or watch a bunch of episodes of some like cheesy show and stuff. And Shab's always busy with other stuff to get around to the patrons. So he's not invited, but we're going to have movie nights and stuff for the patrons every Monday.
That's great.
Shab can join if he wants. So Shab's welcome anytime. He's privileged. Even if he's not a patron, he can show up. But even if Shab isn't available, Dirt and I are going to do the movie Mondays.
Mondays. They both start with M's and O's. That's great.
And you can recommend films or different shows that we can just sit down, do commentary on and stuff. And we're going to try to, that way at least you'll get 4 videos a month. Oh, Gene. What?
Skeppy said that RoboCop 2 was terrible.
Yeah, it was. It was kind of, before we head out, Shab, what did you think of RoboCop?
Like I said the other day, the first one was good. The second one was, there was too much stupid bullshit in it that you would put in. You would put, it's stuff that's like,
it's really off tone, and I don't know. It kind of seemed very disjointed when it came to the writing.
Yeah, it was.
Go ahead.
It was the kind of so dumb it's good kind of stuff, but it didn't fit with I didn't like it with RoboCop because I wanted it to stay serious because it's actually a good like kind of story and everything. Like they kind of ruined RoboCop.
Bill Hicks says I would not buy RoboCop 2 for $1. Remember that? I'd buy that for $1.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of the special effects in the second one, I did think were pretty impressive, like the stop motion and the fact that like there was CG in it, but it was still like, it was just for some small things. Like what they were doing without CG, still it's kind of cool to look at, like, hey, that was like right before Hollywood stopped using stop motion for that kind of stuff. So I'd say that's something that kind of is redeemable about the second one to some extent, but still it's and then the thing with the kid was stupid. I felt like they could have we probably should have talked about this at the beginning of the stream. But are you ready to go like night Shab?
Yeah, Galen's waiting for me in bed. Galen,
Okay.
I'm coming, baby boo. Get ready for me. All
John,
right. Huh?
John, can we do a stream by ourselves?
Well, what would we stream? I mean,
I don't know. I'll just be here.
we can. Shab's gonna go to sleep, but we can do a movie night and watch something stupid.
Oh, yeah. Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready to end the stream, Shab?
I want to end the stream and go have sexual relations with your mom.
People, before you edit, come into the PPP Discord and we can do like a post-stream kind of stream.
We're going to watch the first Pokemon movie.